name and the amount also.
Oh, I thought that was kind of tacky, saying the amount, but hey, it's your
But
thing.
everyone who donates, they like to have their name and what they've donated said.
3 o'clock, I gotta sign off.
Oh, okay, no problem. All right, so let's keep reading.
Yeah.
Zach Hoffman, $2. I've been hitting the swiggy button all episode.
Nice. Nice. A nigga's in the store. 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 A nigga's in the store.
Remember Gary telling that story? He worked in the store.
Yeah.
Swiggy button.
Do I still have a channel? Are we still live?
I come buckets, $2. What's the combined credit score on screen?
Oh, I got a 770. I got a 770.
Wow, I don't know what I got. Leo Gunn, he's a regular here, $2.
You probably got good credit.
Yeah, probably because I don't have any credit cards. Yo, fella.
Oh yeah, so no credit is good credit.
Yeah. Yo, fellas, what was it like working with Stuttering John on Stern? I liked working with Stuttering John. I used to like when I call in and he would take my calls and put me in. But lately he's back to weird.
Yeah, I remember him taking no, he didn't take the calls. They would, when I used to call, he didn't take the calls. I thought he was above that.
Well, no, like an intern or whatever would answer the phone and then transfer you to
him. Yes, that's what would happen. Yes. That's how it went down. How do you want to be? Oh, that's for you. Talmudic Ray DeVito. Why do you two want to be white? So what? See, you know what? You know what's funny? They're saying that because it's really an insult. Because we speak well, or I come from a 2-parent household, inheritance and all that type of stuff, and they think that's white. Like I'm trying to be white. Like I could never be black being like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like an insult.
Yeah, you're right. That's what Joey C always says to me. Like, oh, you're trying to be white because you're trying to speak good and this and that.
Yeah.
It's like, how come
like all black people don't? Exactly. But you know what I'm saying? They're just trying to get a rise out your Levi. You know what I'm saying? Don't let people get to you.
No, he doesn't get to me. Like
I know. But it's like you're a smart guy. I did a show with you. You're a smart guy. Oh,
thanks.
You know that singer, SZA?
Yeah, the female. Yeah.
Yeah, she got a new album out, and she sampled. I thought of you. Did a good job with it too. Voyage to Atlantis, your favorite song. Isn't that one of your favorite songs?
Yeah, that's real good. From the Isley Brothers.
It's a great record. It's a masterpiece. It really is. Yeah, it really is a masterpiece. That record is a masterpiece. When I hear it, I think of you when she sampled that shit. I was like, wow. For her to know that record or somebody in her camp, they knew some music. Anyway.
Yes, I remember I was talking about that on Black and Black. Yeah.
Who's this bitch on the phone? What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch?
This is boring.
This is who?
This is boring.
No, this is OJ in the back playing a clip. That's not a live.
How you doing, boring? This is boring. How you doing, boring?
Algorithm is a chicken shit, motherfucking cock-sucking piece of shit, dirtbag, motherfucking asshole, fucking piece of shit. Chuki's a fucking cum-covered fucking bitch, and Rocco, you're a chicken shit, motherfucking piece of shit. You motherfucking, could you sit melting on me? You cry to your daddy, you fucking gutless motherfucker.
Thanks, OJ. All right, let's read this next one.
Rocco, I want you to go to jail for this.
$2, thanks.
Big Black, happy tomorrow, first of the month.
Yeah, I can't wait for that government check. $2, thanks.
Government, G-O-M.
Government check.
Oh man, Tyler Perry's making a fortune making them nigga movies. Them shows. Oh, down. KLB.
Black people.
Mike City Internet Provider, $5. KLB, what do you think of BB wanting to do Big Black wanted to do a YouTube show on fashion? Has Big Black outfits ever stuck you as fashionable? Can we see your watch? Howard gave you. I don't have that watch anymore. I don't know what happened to it.
Oh, yo, man, you can't find it?
Hoyer.
Can't find it?
Hoyer. That was a great, and it was the link, the old, you can't get them links anymore. You got to get them used. That was a good watch with the white face. Yo,
damn.
Word is born. Shout out to Howard and them. Mason in Portland, AK Portland Shane Gillis, sends $5. My favorite memory of Stern, Ronnie Mudd calling King a boogie. Oh, that was funny. I was trying to rile his ass up so he could say, nigga. And we would have said, we got him, folks. We got him.
So instead he said boogie, huh?
Yeah.
He checked himself.
And we all said, whoa.
541, you're on.
That was the closest we was going to get to niggas.
Big Black, this is Quad.
Hey, what's going on, Quad?
Hey, aren't you embarrassed, man? You're getting out blacked by Joey C.
Am I?
Yeah, man. He's acting black. Like, how come you don't go out and mix it up with the brothers outside and learn how to be black again, man, so you can out black that Joey C. Big black blood.
You gotta out black you first.
Damn, man, what's going on now? I'm less black than Quad now, huh?
Man. Yeah. Mix it up like Joey C talking like the boys out in the hood. You know what I'm talking about. Come on, man. You got to go outside and mix it up again. You forgot how you to be the black is again.
Thanks a lot, Quad. King. This is another guy who's like a star in the Dabbleverse. He's
nice.
He dove off of a tree into a pool and got paralyzed. So now he's in a wheelchair.
Oh man!
But he's doing shows.
Nice. Hey, life goes on. Gina Levy, King, what you recommend to get Negroes out of my town? Put up like a job wanted posters.
No, everyone would scram, huh?
Put up work for hire. Like we hiring, they'll leave.
And that was $2. Here's Zach Hoffman again, $5. A black
man held it for 30 years. Is that called doing a bid upstate? Zach Hoffman. Oh, I want to say something.
Go ahead, say it.
You surely.
Now you did it. You're an official member of the Dabbleverse now.
All right, thanks. Damn, man. When am I gonna get these super chats? You gonna give them to me, Big Black?
Yeah, I'll give you half of whatever I get.
Thank you.
Cool, no problem.
Appreciate that. Don't forget, because you don't have a good memory.
What do you mean I don't have a good memory?
Especially with a shit like that. I forgot.
Yeah, when it comes to money, I forget a lot of things. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'll send you an email.
I'm just playing with you. I appreciate you, brother. I'm just playing with you.
All right,
and I'll give you my cash app.
Okay.
You send it to them. Did you both do flags plan on? No. All right, I gotta get out of here. Let me read this. Damn, we can do this shit all day, make some money. Did both you fags plan on matching each other today? Okay.
Super chats are hypnotizing, aren't they, King?
Yes. King, how do you tell a Negro doctor I want an Asian? How do I tell a Negro that I want an Asian? Just don't let them in the room. You know, when they knock on the door, act like you're not there. You know, they put you in the room, they go, I'm not here. All my doctors are Asian. All of them.
I heard
they
you
can
once
cook
started.
chicken. They can cook chicken and operate on you at the same time.
Give you some General Shows chicken and shit too. Also, right?
Yeah, toss it up. What you?
Hey, all right, so you got to go. So it's been nice talking to you again, doing a show together.
Let me leave this last one. You had Ace Toledo or King. Yous and me both love the young bitches. Say word. Anyway, it was nice doing the show with you, brother. What brand of watercolors does Stern be using? I don't know. The best. the best of the best.
Right, thanks a lot, bro, man. You've been
damn. Me. You and me do the same thing as God damn. Getting super chats like a motherfucker. See, that's why I like white people. If this was all black audience, they wouldn't be giving you shit.
That's for sure. That's why you don't get shit. When you do your show, you don't get shit.
Yo, let me tell you something. Cameo. It's not one black person asked me for a cameo. And I did about 20,000 of them shit.
Damn.
All white people.
But how much do you normally make in super chats when you do your show?
I get the money from YouTube, but super chat, nah, niggas don't pay. Niggas is the worst.
But that's the thing about the Dabbleverse. It's weird. You got all these low class people like Joey C and that guy Chad.
Yeah, but that's cool. But they don't mind giving you $5. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm saying, but that's one part of it. But the other part are white people in the audience who are always giving money to make jokes and snap on people.
Make all the jokes you want.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't give a damn, niggas. Just send it in, baby.
Well, that's what this Dabbleverse is about. So, if you want to come back again.
I do want to come back. I will be back. Matter of fact, I'll be black. Instead of I'll be back, I'll be black.
Big Black, stop kicking him out. Shut the fuck up. We're reading Super Chat.
He said he got to go.
Is this the Useless Drain on America show? Yes, it is. Welcome.
Yeah, but the Super Chats pulled them back in, Big Black. You understand?
Larry, tell the story, the shooting of Crash Sweeper. Word Lord. No, I ain't talking about. It wasn't no Crash Sweeper. It was a lawsuit. A lawsuit against my my supervisor.
This is
and
the
I
thing.
Won both lawsuits.
This is the thing too, King. Things can get very personal here in the Dabbleverse.
I understand. Hell, I get personal with people too. King, can someone's son logistically queef in their? Oh God. I gotta go. It's getting real Trumpy in here.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, man.
He lost his appeal on the sex abuse charges.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
Yeah, he lost.
He's going to jail?
No, he lost the civil suit. He's trying to get the civil suit thrown out.
How much money he going to pay?
$5 million.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Yeah, ain't that bad for sexual abuse.
I mean,
that's crazy, my nigga.
For $1 billion,
we have never had a president come into office convicted of sexual abuse. Wow.
Yep.
I'm starting a GoFundMe to build a time machine to prevent slavery in North America. If anyone wants to kick in, hey, listen. Before I go, let me tell you the biggest myth.
You go ahead.
That black people, the slaves came from Africa.
That's a myth.
That's a myth. It's a myth. Never happened.
How did we get here?
We already were here.
Oh.
This land was stolen. We are the native.
Wait a minute. Are you one of those black guys who thinks he's Native American?
I'm not talking about no red motherfuckers. I'm not talking about red. That's a myth too.
Are you black?
They was niggas. They was black. Big noses and all kinds of shit. If we came from Africa, how do we know how to cook all that shit when we was enslaved on our own land? We know how to cook everything from yams to goddamn pig feet to goddamn chicken. We wasn't eating no goddamn Oonga Boonga food. No African food.
Yeah, but I mean, a fried zebra is the same as fried chicken. It just depends on what kind of
you can joke all you want, but you can't refute what I'm saying. All you can do is joke. You can't refute what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You got to refute it. You got to refute it.
The Dabbleverse also strives on comedy. The politics thing kind of turns people off. But if you're an Indian,
care about turning nobody off. Big Black, the ghost of Mr. P. Big Black, will you confront? I don't know what this is.
Stuttering John or the Mud Shark, that's Chad in Atlantic City. I will give you a free smoke and 40 if you prove me wrong. No thanks. I'm not going.
I don't even know what that means, but hey. Bobby Riggs, KLB, Ojetta, Kareem, Shut Go Gold, make it happen. I ain't gonna even try to figure out what that was. Anyway, I gotta go, man. I can stay all day. Man. Damn, they popping up. Gotta love them white folks. Gotta love them.
The staff here wants you to stay. Once you leave, the show is gonna suck. But if you gotta go, you gotta go, bro.
Can you send Big a battery for a smoke alarm? All right. Thank you, man.
All right,
I love you. Happy New Year. Man, look at this up. Don't forget to send me this shit.
Yo, never.
And I'm coming back. I'll come back next week.
Yeah, no problem, bro.
All right.
Peace out.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, El Horrible, tell him goodbye.
Huh?
Oh yeah, Happy New Year, goodbye. King. Thanks for joining us.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, bud.
This is our land, the niggers' our land. This is the niggers' land. Get off our lawn.
We have to figure out your mic situation next time.
God,
do we still have a channel?
I did try to get up. I skipped around some of the chats to try to get as many as I could.
Thank you, OJ. You were perfect. Oh man, when people see super chats who are from the outsiders, as I like to call them, they see the super chats come in, they get sucked in. And King was definitely sucked in. But great job, OJ, keeping him around as long as
tried.
No,
Big Black's trying to get him to leave. Like, no. It's like, no,
hey man, don't you have to go? He's going to be the first black guy early for something.
But I told you guys before I started, he said he had to go do something to pick someone up, so I didn't want to hold him.
Let him worry about that. Let him worry.
People expect him to be late. Don't worry about it.
Should have did that. Big Black, Adam Bush, $4.99. Big Black. Keep up the good work, King. How is your daughter's music career going?
See,
that would have been a good one to ask.
Yeah.
Sorry,
you're saying see like it's my fault. He had to go.
No. Yeah, but we could have kept him. We could have kept him going.
Okay. Christine Knowlton's #1 fan became a YouTube member. Thanks.
Nice. Thank you.
Just give me a second. I gotta get back to where I was.
I've shut off phones, by the way, because I wanted to keep Big Black with the super chats.
Cool.
King of all blacks. I get you all mixed up. You all look the same. I use that joke twice.
Reverend Billy, member for 4 months. King of all blacks and Big Black. Good to see you two. Thanks, Rev. George, $4.99. King of all. Can you send? Oh, we read this one. Vince the lawyer. Oh, good to hear from Vince. $2. King, Big Black, fake nigga. He doesn't drink knee high. Yeah, I'm sorry. I prefer Old English. FKA Mohammed. $10 super sticker. Thanks for the call and the $10. Mammy. Happy New Year, Mammy. Mammy again. $2. I'm white, but matrine to the bone. Oh, big up TNT. Oh, that's right, because King's Caribbean. His parents are. Would have been good to hear him try to read that. Okay, let's see.
Oh, wow. That's amazing how you translated that. I had no idea what you were saying.
Yeah, that was some Caribbean patois. Vince the lawyer, $5. King, what's worse? Oh, he's not here. Well, what's worse for a white girl? 1, telling parents use pregnant before marriage, or 2, telling them black guy got used pregnant. Wow, I wish you would have been here to answer that one.
Have you? Oh, you never had a scare. I was just about to say, have you had a scare, but we realized you never have.
Not that
You've never
scare,
felt
no.
that emotion of having a pregnancy scare.
None.
You haven't lived. Jesus.
You have?
Every male has at some point.
God, I guess I'm not a male.
Nope.
All right. Talmudic Ray DeVito on 199. Us Shoolies won't forgive what you said about us. Well, I'm just telling that the facts of the Dabbleverse. The Ghost of Mr. P 999. Happy New Year, guys. Rocco, email me your address and Big Black, and I'll get you our own siblings room. If you call out John or Chad in AC, I'll pick up or pay for train tickets. Thanks for the offer.
The Ghost of Mr. P may be a lunatic, but he's the nicest guy. Happy New Year, Ghost of Mr. P.
You met him?
No, but I think he might be at AC. But he sent me a picture of his dog that hangs on my wall, Mr. P. He was a great dog.
Okay, thanks. Anything else left? FKA Mammy. Remember, for 11 months, Big Black told the best part of the quad story. With the black part. See, he never really confirmed that, so I don't mention that part.
Yeah, was that ever
the gay shit we were talking about? There it is on full display.
Was that ever confirmed? OJ, have you ever heard that confirmed?
What's that?
That big or quads baby mama ended up with a black guy, and
I think it is true. I don't know, but I have heard that rumor, and I think it is true.
Sorry, Quad, I have the phones off, but you could call in, but I'm not going through all that shit.
Leo Gun, $2. Why did Quad dive out of the tree in the first place? And if he was here, if that was true, he probably would lie about it anyway. So we're never going to get to the bottom unless we get a third party.
He dropped his phone in the pool.
I think he's been pretty open about what happened to him. He's told that story many times. As a matter of fact, I think he told John, Stuttering John, that is, about 10 times, because John could never remember what happened to him. So.
Well, he told the story, but did he mention anything about a black person being involved?
I don't think so.
No. What, you think he was You think he was pushed?
No, I mean, like, being mad about a black guy involved with his wife or whatever it was.
So there I am in the hospital. I realize my arms and legs won't work anymore. And then I get hit with the worst news of all. My ex-wife is with a black guy.
Well, no, he heard about it before. He knew.
They were saying,
I don't think that's.
Oh, that's why he jumped out of the tree.
No, I don't. I'm not saying
that's the rumor.
He got drunk and he went up in the tree and tried doing something stupid, and that's what happened. He died. He actually drowned, I guess, too.
Damn. All right, let's
brought
get
back to life.
Talmudic Ray DeVito, $1.99. Thoughts on them nappy head hoes? Yeah, I can't stand nappy headed hoes.
That cost me my job in radio, that saying. So
really?
That angers me. Yeah. Yeah, I was an intern for the radio chick at Free FM, and they hired me, and within like 2 weeks, they totally flipped formats because they were like, why the fuck are we doing personality talk shows and risking more money when we can just go back to playing shit music?
Wow. So when they changed formats, they didn't keep you? Why not?
No, because I was like with the talk show. I was just like an associate producer. They barely knew me. I was an intern.
Oh, just with the show, not the
yeah. No, yeah. It was just for at Free FM. That was Free FM.
Or the station, rather. Yeah, okay,
yeah.
I got you. The Ghost of Mr. P at $2. You got 3/4, or you 2 at? Whatever that means. So, OJ, you got it. I didn't.
No, I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Inflatable arm flailing toe man, Queefer Sutherland, $20 Mexican pesos. Rocco, this is too black and too retarded. Kick OJ off.
I'm not black.
Get out of here, OJ.
I may be retarded, though. What's up with Ray? Did he really get arrested?
I don't know. I don't think so. I talked to him on Twitter and he said no. But he said that he told the checkpoint story. And that's also on Hackverse now. You can see the checkpoint story he told on MLC. But I don't know.
It was weird.
I don't know.
The checkpoint story was weird because Kevin didn't understand what a checkpoint was. I don't understand how Kevin never heard of a checkpoint before.
Big Black, these people are all retarded. All of them.
But Kevin seems more normal than most of us. Yeah, I thought he would know at his age.
Kevin seems most normal. Really?
I mean, in terms of knowledge about the world, like something about like a checkpoint, you think he would know by being over 60. He would know by now.
He rides a bike with a pink helmet.
Okay, that's true too. I forgot he don't even drive a car. Okay, Flat Cat Jessica, $2. Big Black, your filter is creepy as fuck. We hate it. Hi, OJ.
Yeah, I agree. I think you should. I don't think everyone thinks you should just come on camera, man.
Yeah, well, you don't come on camera.
First, you got to start your own YouTube channel so you people can get monetized and do these shows on your own channels and make your own money. And if I think if you actually did show your house, if it is a disaster, you could get a ton of followers just on that curiosity alone. Like, check it out. This guy, I'm just assuming. I assume your house almost looks like Perry's. Do you ever watch Perry and how his house is all full of shit that people send him?
Yeah, my house is, my apartment, I should say, is somewhat like that. Not exactly, but close.
I just feel like you could get some kind of audience if you just, I don't know, do whatever you want.
Yeah, thank you. I'll do whatever I want. Thank you, sir. All right, BYB podcast, another $2. Did you see Godfrey at any Diddy freak parties? Nah, I have no idea about that. Maybe King knows. He's gone now, though. That's it? All right. I guess that was a good show, man, huh? Hour and a half almost.
That was fun. I had a lot of fun doing that. I just wish King's mic sounded better.
I kept trying to get him to back off the mic. I don't know why. Normally he broadcasts with his computer. I don't know why he used his phone today or whatever.
It wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't. His audio was not set up right. He was getting picked up by like the phone or some kind of shit headset or something he was using.
But I've watched the show several times. He always broadcasts with perfect audio. Mm-hmm. So,
what are you
laughing at? This guy fucked up show today.
His avatar that if we speak, the lips move.
It's annoying. Yeah, Big Black, you gotta show yourself. Are you 800 pounds now or something? Is that what's going on too?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm overweight, but not or not morbidly obese or anything like that. No, I'm not bigger than Patrick or any of these other guys or 440 or these guys.
Yeah.
So in between like Melton and Joey C.
Probably close. No, less than Joey C. I'm definitely proportionally because I'm taller than Joey C. But
you're stuck.
I don't have that big belly like that, man. That thing is disgusting.
Yeah, you're fine. Is it that you're white and you're not actually black?
Come on, man. You've seen me on Stern, so you know what color I am.
You could have killed the real Big Black and taken over his house, and no one would know.
Well, I was surprised, though. When the first time I called into the Dabbleverse, I called Vince's calling number, and I didn't even say my name. He said, "Hey, what's up, Big Black?" I was like, "Damn." Yeah.
That's
recognized
crazy.
Me right away.
Does King know Vince?
I don't think so.
That would have been a good question. Vince has been texting me during the whole show. I was going to send him a link, but then King was saying that he was going to leave, so I told him.
Oh, Vince wants to talk to him about doing some kind of show or something.
No. He was giving me production notes and shit. Because
some
here's the
jokes.
People were mad that I kept letting the Joey C soundboard go through. You know that was a soundboard, right?
I was kind of getting.
I don't think Big Black knows that was a soundboard.
No, I don't know. Wow,
okay,
that tricked me, man. I thought that was really him.
Yeah, no, that wasn't actually. See, I figured, and that's why I kind of didn't care. But it was kind of getting annoying. But whoever was doing that was calling from all different numbers, and I wasn't screening the calls, so I would just put it up, and it would be a Joey soundboard again. But I also realized that you guys weren't picking up on it, so it was kind of funny.
Well, actually, the last one I knew was taped, but the other ones, all of those were soundboards, huh?
All of them. Joey never called.
You couldn't tell when it made no sense. And
He wasn't answering any question that you were directing towards him. It would just be some nonsense.
I guess I didn't pick up on it, man. I just figured that's how he talks anyway.
Oh, you don't guess. You know you didn't pick up on it. Yeah. Well, you're right. There is a sense of no direction to Joey's speech patterns anyway. So.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. Once King's gone, this stinks, right?
Well, yeah, of course. That's why we were trying to keep him here with the super tips or super chats.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Happy New Year.
I'm sure he'll be back.
Yes. It's funny. It's like when Kevin has someone on his show and they're like, wait, people just send you $2, $5. They'd send you money to read this. Like, I can do this. Big Black you're Big Black.
Come on.
Thank you for bringing this idea to me. I'm sorry that I didn't get back to you right away, but this was fun as an old Stern fan. This was a lot of fun to kind of direct, and thank you, OJ. Happy New Year, my friend.
Thanks to you too.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's to you, and Mammy, I'm glad you're here for me.
Mammy, Happy New Year, Mammy.
How many times have you rubbed one off thinking of Mammy?
No, I've never done that.
I was saying to Big Black rubbing one out. Please do not get offended. Mammy, let's watch the Twilight Zone marathon, Mammy.
Oh yeah, that's right. Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see some. Well, ooh.
All right, wrap it up, yo.
Okay, yeah. I'd like to say thanks to King for coming here. I know he was kind of leery at first. He gave himself an excuse to leave. He said, "Oh, I got to pick somebody up," which I guess is true. But he was going to leave early, but he stayed around because super chats and everything were coming. I guess. But I'd like to wish everyone a happy New Year, happy 2025, and keep you in the Dabbleverse. I guess we got to watch Stuttering John's last show. Did he start yet?
OJ, do we have a time on that?
I don't even care. I have no idea.
Yeah, kind of in the same. I know it won't be his last show. Like, he'll be back like in a matter of days, so I don't care either. But Big Black, I forgot to ask this. Do you think that King had his last appearance on the Howard Stern show after today? Like, if they find out about this, will he be blacklisted?
No, I doubt it, because as long as he stood up for Howard every second, they're not going to trip out, I don't think, because that's all he did. That's why he never folded. You couldn't trick him into saying something negative about Howard.
You're right. You're right.
He's smart like that. He's like, he knows Howard this gets back to Howard. He's done.
Right. I agree with you. All right, guys. Happy New Year. Tukey will be on tonight with Patrick, NLO. New Year's. Tukey's going to get drunk on pina coladas. Happy New Year, Big Black. Happy New Year, OJ. King of all blacks. Happy New Year. And thank you guys all for watching. Take care.
Join Big Black and King of all blacks as they disagree about everything.
Black on black. Oh, yeah. Black on black.
Black on black. It's the unemployed security guard and the garbage man. Big Black. King of all blacks. Black on black.
Black on black. Shit.
Black on black.
Creator came out. I can't remember her name. Apparently she's pretty well known. And she said, yeah, I just want people to know that the DNC is approaching people. They offered to pay me $15,000 to do a video about Project 2025. And that's exactly what they do here. All right, so let's take a look.
Clever Project 2025 did was put forth an objectively insane document that is so extensive it's hard to actually conceptualize individual parts, effectively saturating a very real threat. So today, I wanted to talk about the specific ways Trump and Project 2025 would be disastrous for Palestinian human rights. As a Palestinian American, the current administration's handling of this genocide has been beyond enraging and demoralizing. But the reality is that it can get worse. Nobody wants a Trump presidency more than Netanyahu, because that is his ticket to wiping Palestine off the map. Under Trump, U.S. foreign policy took a sharp turn that prioritized Israel's hardline right-wing agenda. During his administration, Trump moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and proposed a Middle East plan that effectively dismantled any pathway to Palestinian self-determination. But what?
Yeah, I mean, all that's true as far as it goes, but the ad seemed weird from the beginning. Because why would they be picking up this very Democrat talking point about Project 2025?
Right.
Even if you wanted to make a statement that you don't like Donald Trump, why would you do that? It was such a DNC talking point. And yeah, it's pretty well confirmed they were getting paid to do that.
Yeah, later came out that they were on the take, that they received money from the Democratic Party. And so if that's not a sellout move, what possibly could be, especially since your other contingent, which ended up morphing into abandon Biden and later abandon Harris, they stuck it out. Yeah. And you guys took the bag of cash. You guys took the bag. And just the display at the convention of writing a speech to endorse Kamala, being told, no, you can't give the speech. You go outside the convention hall, you stage this sit-in where you're moping and crying, and then you go and cut that ad anyway? Yeah, that's a sellout. That's a sellout move, if ever there was one. So they earned it this year, sellouts of the year, the uncommitted movement. Furrows Queen says Diddy's party planner can't even stay awake. Oh, that was you past 4 a.m. Sorry about that. Would you fall asleep at your computer? I like to watch people mowing their lawns and trimming trees and stuff. Very therapeutic. Also pressure washing driveways. Yeah, so we had Diddy's party planner call in to our patron show last night, but they never answered when we admitted you, and that was Furrows Queen. All right, well, clever name, Furrows Queen, and thank you for checking in today, and Happy New Year. It's getting late over there. Ahmed Bouzid, thanks for the $50. Happy New Year, and thank you for what you do. Your show is one of a kind. Thank you so much. Cowbell for Ahmed Bouzid. Based, honest, earnest, always learning. Here's to you going to the next level in 2025. Well, thank you very much. It's very kind of you, my friend. Appreciate that very much.
See, that's where you really see that Piers Morgan is just doing tabloid TV. You do this for a job? I mean, you read things constantly. You learn things constantly. You talk to interesting, intelligent people constantly. Your views evolve. Right. If your views don't evolve, it's because you're not in it for that.
Exactly. Yep. Absolutely well said. Have you fellas tried to get Caitlin Johnson on the program? While you're at it, I love a DD conversation with Justine Bateman. Also, hard gaze night. Thank you, Hillary Hinton.
So I'm considering, because we're doing another guest stint on Jimmy, I'm considering trying to get her on there.
Yeah, she doesn't do many.
She doesn't do a lot. She made the rounds a little bit because she got so much attention after the election. So we'll try. I think we're too small to get her, but with the JD platform, we might be able to. Usually when we're over there, we try to get guests that we can't get.
Right, exactly. We try to punch above our weight a little bit.
Yeah.
Nocturnal Human. So you're neither for nor against Daryl Cooper. Thank you, Nocturnal Human. Appreciate that.
Mark Hamill. You might know Mark Hamill from such works as Star Wars, where he played Luke Skywalker, and Big Bang Theory, where he did a cameo as Mark Hamill. What else has he done?
Let's be real, he's done pretty much all since Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Mark got real political recently. And when I say political, I mean Trump deranged.
That's just what I was going to say. Didn't he start really arcing up when Trump became president the first time around?
I'm not too sure. I wasn't following that. But I know he's been making waves this time around. Like, he was an avid tweeter. He was all over Twitter. I'm voting for her, f***ing Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. He even retweeted this. Be a man, vote for a woman. Remember that video? I think we spoke about it. Anyway, we're not going to watch too much of that. So let's go. So anyway, Mark was real vocal before the election, even going so far as to put out this video.
Hi everybody, it's Mark Hamill here, and I'll tell you why I vote. I vote because I care about this country, and I want the very best for our country.
This video really troubles me. You know why?
Because he's got a jizz eye.
Yeah, good point. He kind of does have a jizz eye. But no, I'm referring to the fireplace. See the way he's standing, right? He's center to the frame. He's standing up. He's like on a 90-degree angle. But then that fireplace in the background, what's going on? Does he live in one of those wacky illusion houses?
Oh, I thought we were explaining jizz eye, but now that you point it out, what the hell is going on there? The camera's tilted or something.
He's got like an extreme lean. One leg's shorter than the other or something.
No matter what side of the aisle you're on, if you care about climate change, if you care about a woman's right to have autonomy over her own body, whatever, you've got to make your voices heard.
Oh, if you care about this lefty thing or that lefty thing, you've got to make your voice heard. Shut up, Mark. I mean, he's taking that message of like, go and vote no matter who you support, and he's turning it into like, go and vote if you vote like me. So anyway, the election happens and Mark is bitter. So I thought we'd do like a bit of a post-mortem. Remember like the one we did with, what's her face? Rosie O'Donnell.
Ah, Rosie O'Donnell. Yes, that was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, because they're kind of in the same league. He's sort of going a bit batshit too.
Not like Rosie. I mean, she was fucking talking to the squirrels.
Yeah, he's not far off though. So prior to the election, he was all over Twitter. He was all over Twitter talking about how you got to vote for Kamala and Orange Man's bad and fucking rah, 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 rah. You know, things like be a man, vote for a woman. He says here, apparently the sanitation department is now open to hiring applicants with 34 felony convictions. In 5 days, we take out the garbage.
Oh, come on. Someone photoshopped that. There is no way Trump's face is that orange. It looks like someone's photoshopped his face so that it matches the orange vest.
He says here, tomorrow. And it's got the Statue of Liberty flicking Trump. And then the election happens and he's devastated.
Oh, let's see.
So he says here, they say we get the leaders we deserve. Either that's just been disproven or this is not the America we all thought we were living in.
What's this you've tweeted at him?
Yeah, there's me in the replies saying, didn't you fuck your sister?
He didn't fuck the sister. He kissed the sister.
You sound exactly like there was this fucking Star Wars nerd who started replying to me going, oh, they actually just kissed, darling. They actually just kissed. Do you consider kissing to be fucking? I mean, like, that's the logical answer. Why wouldn't you just say it was a movie, fuckface? You know what I mean?
Was their tongue? That's what we need to know.
Anyway, he's no longer on Twitter. He's rage quit Twitter.
Yes. Isn't he all about blue sky now?
He's all about blue sky. So he says here, how to cope with an increasingly turbulent world. Currently, I'm cuddling with Mabel and avoiding reality entirely.
That's him?
That's him. Yeah, he's all like frazzled and shit. So Mark's recently done a media appearance. And when I say media appearance, he went on the Politicking podcast. Have you heard of that?
No.
Yeah, neither's anyone else.
Right.
It's had 689 views in 6 days.
Does that say 17 comments?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So this has got some black guy from California. I think he's like a sports ball player. There's some other guy who I do not give a fuck about. There's Gavin fucking Newsom. You know, Gavin Newsom is the governor of California.
Oh.
You know, what's his name? Patrick Bateman.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it's got Mark Hamill and the governor of fucking California. And it's had 689 views in 6 days. I mean, maybe they're massive on Spotify or like Apple Podcasts or something. I don't know. But it's kind of like the, yeah, we're huge in Canada meme. Did you ever hear that?
No.
It was like a thing in the 90s and the 2000s. If you knew someone who was like in a band, maybe it's just an Australian thing, but if you knew someone who was in a band, the cope would always be like, yeah, no, sure, like only 3 people turned up to our gig, but we're huge in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look.
What's up, Mark?
Hi, guys. I'm a proud product of Oakland, California.
Actually, it looks like half of his face is sloped, not just the eye.
Maybe it's a bit of Bell's palsy or something.
Yeah. I hope he hasn't had a stroke or something.
I'm always for, resisting authority and standing up for what you believe in regardless. I mean, it was shocking to me that Colin Kaepernick suffered such consequences for express, it's his right to say what he wants.
So he's always been for resisting authority, right?
He's got a boner for black football players not standing for the national anthem.
Well, what sparked my interest was the resisting authority part. Here's a tweet from Mark a few years ago. This is when Trump got COVID. He says, if anything positive can come from him testing positive, it would be his followers reevaluating their opinions. If they will now accept a lockdown, social distancing, and mandatory mask wearing, we could crush the virus like we should have at the start. Fucking resisting authority, my ass. Put the mask on, Mark.
You know how much damage that social distancing lockdown shit did over here? When people came out, everyone's immune systems were shit, so everyone had these chronic killer flus that they had no resistance to. Kids were all suffering in school because they had such a long amount of time away from school that going back was really difficult.
And I think I was saying to someone the other day, it became like awkward to like shake hands with someone because you didn't know whether they were like, fucking COVID, and so you'd be like, oh, what do I do?
Yeah.
Do I do the fucking stupid gay elbow thing? Do I fist bump? Like, what do you do?
Oh my God, the elbow thing. I forgot about that.
And so I just got into the habit of doing nothing. You just go, oh, hi, how you going?
We were lucky. We didn't get it bad here.
Yeah, Victoria was really bad. Queensland was okay-ish.
I never became active until wanting to make sure that, first of all, I was devastated. I want to get rid of the Electoral College because Hillary beat him by 3 million votes, just a shy under 3 million.
Banging on about the Electoral College.
Him and Rosie, eh?
Yeah, because it all comes back down to Hillary fucking Clinton. I mean, if Hillary had beat him, we wouldn't be in this mess. Shut up, Mark. He just won the fucking popular vote. You say nothing about that. It's all the Electoral College's fault. But you'll never guess where he takes this.
And Gore beat W by 500,000, and it was making me crazy because I started reading about the Electoral College. And, oh my God, this is remnants of slave days when they were trying to, proportion the amount of votes with, how many slaves you owned, and it was awful.
What?
Yeah, that's what I said too. But apparently, back in the day, like back in slave days,
the more slaves you owned, the more important your vote was.
Well, no, not specifically, but the states that had slaves. See, with the Electoral College, you get a certain amount of electors that vote in the Electoral College, and the amount of electors you get depends on how many people that live in that state.
Right.
And they had a rule back then that they could count 3/5 of the slave population. So, I mean, everyone agrees slavery bad, obviously, but like what he's saying here is like that was a shit system. I mean, if they didn't have that system, if they didn't count 3/5 of the slave population, then slaves wouldn't have been a factor at all in American elections.
Right.
I mean, what he's probably arguing for is one person, one vote. But even then, if they did that back then, slaves didn't get a vote anyway.
No, Massa got the vote.
Yeah, so he's kind of making a moot point.
But anyway, so that and Citizens United I'd like to get rid of. But in any case, I started, as you said, you get most scorching hate tweets from the MAGA crowd. And when I was still on Twitter, I had to stop reading the responses. I wouldn't block anyone because then they could display Mark Hamill blocked you as a badge of honor. But I muted like a mofo.
So he doesn't block anyone because that's the badge of honor.
Yeah.
He just mutes everyone like a mofo. I mean, fucking hell. Where's the fun in muting? I mean, where's the fun in blocking? Where's the fun in, like, censoring anything? Just argue with them or tell them to fuck off. Tell them they fucked their sister.
I somehow doubt some of the worst Twitter bullies are coming from MAGA.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the kickback would come from MAGA people, I guess, with Mark Hamill because he's a crazy motherfucker. But, like, often it's not bullying. It's just like, shut up, Mark, we won.
I would mute, I looked up one day and I said, oh my God, I've been muting people for 40 minutes.
He looked up one day and he thought, I've been muting people for 40 minutes. So let's just take stock of that. When you mute someone on Twitter, it doesn't like notify them. It's not like you get a notification saying Mark Hamill has muted you. It's basically just putting your hands up against your ears going, yeah. And he was sitting there for 40 fucking minutes. Like instead of just logging off and going to the park, taking your poor little fucking dog for a walk. He sits there and mutes people for 40 minutes. My God.
Go read some scripts or something. Get another acting job, Mark. Fuck.
So once I realized how it was eating into my own time, I said, the only thing to do is don't read the response. Yes. You just can't. You can't. And someone said to me, my daughter would say, Daddy, you shouldn't tweet politically so much because, people get so angry.
Yeah, his daughter makes sense because you're tweeting like a rabid fucking dog. She's actually quite sensible. Listen, Dad, I mean, this is affecting you so much. You're sitting there for 40 minutes just hitting the same fucking button. We can all see you doing it. Stop it.
Yeah. You could spend your time a little bit better than fretting about MAGA bullies on the internet, Dad.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Yeah, you're a world famous actor. You're muting like Randy from Alabama, for fuck's sake. Stop it, Mark.
And so I wrote a tweet that I said, the people complaining about my Trump tweets have to understand. I love my country and I feel it's my patriotic duty to oppose this sociopathic, I forget the other word, whatever it was, with every fiber of my being.
Look at the other three. They're all just like, okay, let's just humor him. I mean, he's clearly fucking not well. He's too hung up on this. Even Gavin Newsom, the smarmy fuck, he's just like, yeah, just smile and nod.
Yeah, let's be real. He could never be a politician. He's not built to be a politician.
Oh, Mark Hamill. No Mark fucking Hamill, way. Yeah. No way.
He would crack like a month into the job.
It'd be funny as.
It'd be pretty good, wouldn't it?
And that's the way I've been. I thought, I do feel it's an obligation. And who cares about your career? People say, oh, well, it's hurting your career because you have to appeal to the whole country, not just half the country or 45% or whatever the MAGA crowd is. But I said, in the grander scheme of things, who cares if I lose a part in a movie because I hate the orange atrocity? I do, and I want people to know that.
You see Gavin Newsom's awkward laugh?
I know, one of them said, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and you should care about your career, Mark. You've done one fucking thing. Yeah, it was a pretty big thing, fair enough, but fucking hell.
There are plenty of celebrities and musicians who have their political opinions, and they even let them be known. It's when you start attacking other people for their own beliefs, and that's what he does. He shames them.
Yeah, but most importantly, he just demonstrates how much it affects him, how much politics affects him.
Yeah, you can't let the internet see when something is affecting you that much, bro. It makes you a huge target.
First of all, I didn't think he could survive after inciting an insurrection like that. I said, oh my God, thank God he's out. But I'd been wrong before. I remember driving home from recording something and hearing the Hollywood Access grab him by the privates remark. I said, oh, I wrote in my date book, campaign over.
By the privates. Yeah. Oh, God.
You can't say pussy, Mark. I mean, it's a podcast on YouTube, for fuck's sake.
Say it with me, Mark. Pussy.
And can we just acknowledge what he said then? When the grab him by the pussy thing happened, he was driving home and he heard it on Access Hollywood or whatever the fuck. And he got out his day book and he wrote election over, campaign over.
He probably pulled over. He pulled over his car to the side of the road to get his journal out.
He's literally keeping notes on how Trump's campaign's going. I bet his therapist told him to do it. Whenever you're feeling a bad feeling, Mark, you stop the car. You do whatever you've got to do.
Yeah.
Pull over to the side of the road and you write it down. You let your feelings out, Mark.
October 23rd. Yeah. Trump said, grab him by the pussy. By the privates. Election over.
No one could survive that. And yet he's been able to survive. We don't have to do the laundry list, but it's just shocking to me. It's very disillusioning because I said up until the end with Kamala, I said she's going to beat him by more than Joe did because I believe there were more honest, decent people with integrity than there are MAGAs.
No, there's fucking not. We've seen how the Democrats act. They're fucking horrible. I mean, not all of them, but a fair percentage of them, much more than the MAGAs.
He just demonstrated what one of the main winning factors were that brought down the Democrats, that elitism attitude.
Yeah, we're better people.
Yeah.
We're much, much better people.
We're smarter than you. MAGA is dumb.
Yeah, so I guess he's not as bad as Rosie O'Donnell.
No one's as bad as fucking hell.
We should check in. You know who should have a cup of tea together? Is Rosie O'Donnell and the MAGA bitch.
Oh, can you imagine that?
They'd be great mates.
At the local Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, they can sit down to a bit of Szechuan beef.
Yeah.
And Rosie can introduce that bitch to all those squirrels.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm right that there are more, but they didn't all vote. And again, I'm still in a state of shock. And in fact, I had second thoughts about today and talking on the podcast because I said
689 views.
Oof, that's brutal.
He's had second thoughts about this public appearance. 689 views. I just don't know how you can get that little views.
I know. And he was fretting about wasting 40 minutes of his life to mute people on Twitter.
Yeah. I mean, this podcast's got fucking Mark Hamill and Gavin Newsom. How does it have 689 views? Like I said, it must be just fucking massive in Canada. No, it must be massive on Spotify. I don't know.
You know, for I don't know how many weeks it's been, but I've stopped cable news. I don't watch cable news anymore.
Oh, of course he doesn't.
La 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 la.
If only there was a mute button on cable news.
I'm telling you, I've never watched the Food Network more in my life than now.
That was a pity laugh from Gavin Newsom. Okay, Mark, whatever. I liked you in Star Wars. Just fucking, yeah, cool. Good to have you on. I mean, I think you're going to be like a crowd pleaser. Our 689 people are going to fucking go wild because Mark Hamill's on. Anyway, that was that. I thought it was interesting. There's not much news going on at the moment, so I thought we'd talk about it. All right, thanks very much for watching. We'll catch you next time. Ta-ta. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Recession, give me better times, give me better times. Recession, give me better times, better times. Recession, give me better times, give me better times. Recession.
It'll be the worst thing you ever did. Straight up. Send this video to your favorite Wes Watson call out dude and tell him to suck my fucking dick and pull the fuck up. Straight up. Just tell him, stop talking. He gave you the address and the time. Go see if he's there. Because he will be there. And I don't give a fuck. All you guys can fall off the face of the earth. And I'll never give a fuck about finding you or calling you out or boxing you. But if you want, you can come down to that address and get your ass fucking served.
So it happened, someone pulled up and apparently challenged the king of the alphas, Wesical Watson here, to a fight. And he was very proud of it. He posted this video with a caption saying, "A hater came and tried to test me yesterday at the gym. He was at least a foot taller than me and not some normal looking dude. He was a street looking motherfucker. I tried to talk him out of the fight, but he insisted. It did not go as planned. This was complete self-defense and he was so badly injured the cops were called and the ambulance came." It's so funny, he's like a 10-year-old just trying to make himself sound tougher. He's like, he was a foot taller than me. He weren't a normal looking dude. He was a street looking motherfucker.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
He then continued to talk about it on social media because that's exactly what tough guys do after an altercation. They go on social media and they talk about what happened and they talk about how tough and scary they are.
Started warming up on leg day, and somebody pulled up, and it didn't go the way they wanted it to go. You'll probably see the details later, but cops are still here. They're figuring out what the situation is and go from there. I mean, the whole thing was it was self-defense, clear as day. I was sitting down on a bench. Dude came up. He's about 7 foot and big ass dude, and just wanted to start a fight. So it is what it is.
I'm just sick of these pussies talking shit. And one showed up at the gym today. It's what fucking happened. The guy was 7 foot. I don't give a fuck what the fuck they want to say. He wasn't a normal looking dude. He's a gangster looking motherfucker, okay? I'm fine. The guy got served like a motherfucker. motherfucker. He's not fine, okay? So we had to wait for the cops to come because he was not okay. I couldn't just run off. It was self-defense. The gym called the cops, not me. I've never called the cops.
And we all know Wesley always tells the truth and never exaggerates anything, so he must be telling the truth here.
Last month we did 2.6 million. Do about 2 million a month. Yesterday alone I did 90,000. I've made 80,000.
Have you seen any of that in the sort of like prisoner YouTuber landscape of people?
I don't watch any shit like that. I'm the only guy on YouTube who's never watched a YouTube video.
Stop the cap.
Really?
Ever. I don't do it. I just get money all day.
There was a guy saying that, he didn't believe that you hooped your paperwork. A lot of people have kind of made a meme out of it.
Dude, you wrap it up this big. Like you get like a 128G and you get copies of your 128G, which is your paperwork. You fold it over so many times it's this big. Look at it's this big. You put a glove around it 3 or 4 times. You twist it up and you shove it up your ass.
Pause. And do you just stop thinking about it after a while?
Yeah, then you go to the next place, you shit out, you got your paperwork, and now you don't have to wait for it. And it's this big. I mean, you prove I'm with the business. That's how you roll up and you say, like, I ain't one of these fools who waits for my paperwork. I'm with it, what's up?
Most of the time, if somebody wants to find out about you, they'll call home, have you looked up, and find out your charges. So, you can see here, this is my paperwork.
Damn! Now it turns out the 7-foot giant from the streets that Wesley managed to take down all by himself apparently has special needs.
Now, we know, Wes, how much he lies about his whole life, so you never know what to believe. So I said to myself, did this really happen, or is he trying to make up this bullshit to make it look like he's some tough guy, right? So I took it a little further, and I asked my contacts in that gym what happened. And it's very interesting what they told me. They told me, John, yeah, it really did happen. The police even came, but the guy who went up to him, he was very tall and probably wasn't 7 foot tall, monster like Wes is saying, but do you know what he was? I said, what? What is he? He goes, he's special ed.
Now, I can't confirm that this story is true, but I have seen the video of Wesley beating up a fella in the gym who looked pretty defenseless and was making sounds that a normal man doesn't make. Obviously, I want to show you the video, but it would just get taken down or restricted, so if you want to see it, I've posted it on Twitter. Now, if Wes Watson didn't have a history of lying and wasn't an absolute muppet, and the guy who supposedly approached him in a violent way didn't have special needs, then I think a lot of people would say he's well within his right to defend himself and teach the guy a lesson. But because of all this crap we're seeing this guy come out with, it's hard to believe anything that comes out of his mouth. And when you see the reviews on Google about this gym he goes to and what people have to say about him that go there, it makes his story about him beating up a guy with special needs even more believable.
Just saying, I definitely won't be renewing my membership with Elevation Gym. They allow sketchy, violent criminals to work out here. I was in the locker room changing, and a guy named Wes Watson was filming in there screaming at his phone, talking about sticking things in his bowl. Pause. I don't know what kind of establishment these people are running, but I would definitely seek other gyms. On top of that, this Wes Watson guy is all roided out, threatening to beat on people and body shaming anyone with 10-inch arms and tits.
Flashback.
Are you proud of who the
Bro,
you are?
why
well, look at, are you proud? If you look in the mirror, would you guys say this motherfucker's proud of who the fuck he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your fucking shirt
Because
off.
I've been-
Tell me you're fucking proud
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking prison?
Jesus Christ,
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison?
bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits.
No, they go to prison.
Get your ass beat in front of everybody.
that's better? You think that that's better?
Let's let him give his definition of success. And
Having tits and 10-inch arms is what a man is, you guys.
Let's let him
Please
get his...
don't listen to that.
Unfortunately, I'm no longer comfortable going to this gym, and honestly, I'm frightful for my safety at this point. I've been in Miami for the last 18 months and utilized day passes at a variety of gyms in the area. The individual in the video I provided, Wes Watson, has been terrorizing not just the gym, but the community surrounding the gym. As you can see in the video, this isn't the only one, by the way. He posted multiple different videos asking his haters to pull up to him at Elevation. He's literally asking people to come fight him, or God knows what else, at the address of Elevation Fitness. This guy is seriously going to get someone or himself hurt. I encourage the gym and anyone interested to investigate Wes Watson a bit further to go over on Reddit. And they're even going on their Instagram And they're posting, dude, I can't even go here anymore. Wes Watson and his dumb friends make going here so unpleasant. Worse, he's now advertising people to come to the gym to fight him. This is not a safe environment. Quit my membership. There is this guy, Wes Watson, who constantly harasses and tries to get me to buy his coaching platform. Worst experience.
And look how Wesley responds. It's the same thing every single time. It's always everybody else that's lying and trying to tarnish his name. He's never in the wrong. He's always innocent.
A lot of you guys are positive, normal people, so you'd never go on a website like Reddit. Only the weirdest of the weird people who watch weird-ass types of porn and shit go on Reddit. They're a bunch of the lowest weirdos ever. I didn't even know what that shit was. I'd never been on it. Lies, lies, lies. Most normal people never have. These people on this page, they go do fake reviews on me and fake reviews on anything that I work with, touch, or whatever, to start to try to, like, ruin my name all over, whatever, because they're just obsessed with me. They wish they could f my dick, but I won't let them, so... Pause. Then they just do this, you know. Don't ever believe what a lot of these people say online because they were never part of my program. They've never been part of anything. A lot of them have no warrant or anything to what they say. A lot of them just make these fake reviews and cause these problems because they just don't like the truth. But guess what? No matter what gym I go to, no matter where the I'm at, no matter how my life goes, you can little lame little will always be that, and I'll never not tell you how big a pussies all you motherfuckers are.
Now, as I said, I can't confirm the other story yet, but it's clear this guy's a bully who likes to pick on the weak to make himself look and feel tough. It's pathetic and it's not what a real tough guy does. The gym also needs to be called out for allowing this type of shit to happen. And Wesley's playing a dangerous game telling people to pull up because there's a lot of crazy fuckers out there that just want an excuse to teach someone like Wesley a lesson. Or take all that cash and those watches that he supposedly owns.
Giants had number 1 overall pick. They don't anymore. Because they got a big win over the Colts. Colts have been eliminated from playoff contention. They're the only ones that went into the weekend lurking, knew they had an opportunity to still make the playoffs, and ended up losing. And they lost to the New York Giants football team, and a lot of people didn't know they were still playing football over there, but I'll let you know. Drew Lock might be a guy.
Yeah,
Drew Lock might be a guy.
5 touchdowns?
Him and Neighbors. Is that a tag team of the future over there?
Yes.
The New York Football Giants. It looked like it. It certainly looked like it. And remember, while this game's happening and you're watching these highlights, the Indianapolis Colts still very much in it. All they would have to do is, just win out against a New York Giants team. They already got a win in MetLife against the New York Jets. They, going into this game, had more wins in this stadium than the team they were playing against, but Drew Lock put that thing on.
He did.
And when Drew Lock gets hot, it's unstoppable. Joe Flacco did everything he could. There was a couple turnovers, obviously. There was a couple touchdowns that were thrown. We were in it. But inevitably, 45 points.
45
points.
The Giant total?
No, for the one team. The New York Football Giants. They scored 45 points. In a game you needed to win.
The Giants were the only dog to win yesterday.
Okay, so
the only.
Well, it was 14-1 and 13-2. The dog or the favorites were yesterday. The Titans and Jags were basically a pick 'em. So whichever book you looked at, but yeah, let's just say the Colts were the only favorite to lose.
Yeah, and it was all 3 phases of the Indianapolis Colts, and that led to me typing something up on X.
Sure.
Okay, and the only reason why I felt obligated to put this particular message out is because the things that people were saying to me as I was observing and reporting on the Indianapolis Colts, as somebody that has been, in the city, obviously, at all the games, like 2 hours before games start, watching everything, how it goes. Because I don't know any of these guys on this team, really. I don't know any of them. No relationship with them. Now, my fault probably, but also whenever Jonathan Taylor did what he did last year to start training camp as our superstar and our best player, and he was just potting with a hoodie on for the first 2.5 weeks of Shane Steichen and Anthony Richardson trying to set a brand new culture, a culture that is only existent because all the pillars that are still on the team now earned the team the number 4 overall pick because of how bad they were. Okay, so whenever that whole thing starts, I have to point out the fact, like, hey, this would be a lot easier if you just, didn't do this and kind of set precedent and showcase that this is how it is. Inevitably, it was the right business move. Chris Ballard, Jim Irsay rewarded Jonathan Taylor and that particular action while they're trying to build a brand new culture in there with a new head coach and a new quarterback and everything. And I think from that moment, the way I spoke about it, kind of, like, hey, that guy is not one of us type thing. Sweet, all good. I actually kind of expected. I understand that completely. But I feel like I was very optimistic about this team for a very long time. And every microphone that I could find, I would talk about the Indianapolis Colts having a way, the Indianapolis Colts having a great team. I would show up at every single game. Shit, I fucking named the stadium. Okay, I mean, that is, and then I'm a part of all their shit, pretty much. All of the Colts stuff. Very much proud of that fact, too. I have a lot of friends in that building, obviously, that have been there a long time. The OGs that I referenced, I would like to see this team get good for them. But the players just...
What am I supposed to do? Hello, Banana.
Isn't that guy like a pedophile?
Yeah, he's terrible. Dr. Disrespect's terrible. I got this skin so I can make people realize how terrible he is.
You want a beer? You want a beer? Yeah, isn't he like on some like pedophile platform through like Rumble?
Rumble's not a pro pedo platform. It's a pro just anybody make us relevant platform. And yes, they did sign him and gave him way more. I had a contract with them for 2 years and they fucked me.
Two white supremacists yelling at a black. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Are you like 50?
I mean, ouch. I mean, I'm 41, damn nigga. Like, I'm streaming live and you just did that. But, like, that's whatever.
Same thing, yeah. 41.
Yeah, it's whatever. We're still on the same page. We're still trying to fight the same enemy, but you did kind of fucking cuck me in front of my audience.
I'm not drinking, so...
Yeah. So, like, what's the bit? Are you, like, here to ironically groom people, or...?
No, I'm here to literally burn Rumble and Dr. Disrespect around. This wasn't my original fucking avatar, dude.
Have you been drinking tonight, bud?
Yeah, I've been drinking a lot. Yeah, but usually I just go like, I come around like by this guy.
That's funny. Who's cheeks?
You are turned off. You have been cut off. You have been cut off.
Is that me?
No, not you, not you, not you. This
I was being nice.
What am I gonna do? I'm ready to be 8. Hold on, hold on.
You guys are fucking weird.
Hold on.
You're not funny. You sound like a drunk idiot.
I'm Peter Griffin. I'm drunk. I'm fucking.
People up there. He went up there and started talking about how much he hates Koreans.
They're terrible. North Koreans are terrible.
You said Koreans in general. You did specify. You did not specify.
This may be the most pathetic.
Nothing to say.
No, I love North Koreans. I am from China.
I like racism.
I like a North Korean.
Like this.
I like a North Korean. North Korean are okay.
Oh, you get it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I mean, you guys get that I'm actually being fun, right? Like, I don't want you guys to think that I'm...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I was like, I like this. This is funny. The shit they were doing up there was fucking ridiculous. They're fucking retarded. Oh my god.
They're quite.
She was saying she was disabled.
Interesting characters.
Look, this is my true avatar. This is my true avatar. Like, if you guys really want to know what represents me as a human, I'm genuinely exposing myself to you. A cat with a cigarette in his mouth.
I think that's what he's talking about. I believe. But yeah, Bill Burr, Arnold, probably talking about him on his podcast or something. Let's go.
I sold myself on that stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Thousands of people screaming, Arnold, Arnold, Arnold.
The show?
I was watching that Arnold Schwarzenegger documentary. And oh my God. Episode 2 of that thing was one of the funniest stories. Dude, this guy, he just didn't give a. He went from a bodybuilder, he wants to be an actor, and somehow he starts buying real estate because he heard it was a good investment. He was like, I became a millionaire before I even, tried to act. So then I didn't have to do the bullshit parts.
I became a millionaire in the 70s before I ever took off in the movie business. I did not have to take the bullshit roles.
My agents, they wanted me to do smaller parts, be a character actor. Bullshit. I want to be the star. I want to be the lead, right?
So what the fuck? I don't want to be a character actor. I want to be the leading man. I want to be the star.
That was his fucking attitude. And everyone was telling me he was too big and he had an accent. So he somehow gets a meeting with this guy who's made like 500 movies.
I mean, he's the guy that has made 500 movies and his Academy Awards and Golden Globes. So he was a real big shot.
He walks in there with his agent. And I guess the guy was a little fella and he had this giant desk. Schwarzenegger assesses that, and then to start the meeting, he goes,
why does a little man need such a big desk?
And the first thing I see is this little guy sitting behind this massive desk. As he got up from his chair, he didn't get much taller. And then I realized that he was really little. So I said, why does a little guy need such a big desk?
The dude lost his mind. The little guy got all mad and he starts shit. You, I'm not gonna use you. Can I use you? Italian, right? Off the boat. He goes, I cannot use you. He goes, you have an accent. And Schwarzenegger goes,
you have an accent too.
And he immediately went nuts. I cannot use you. You have an accent. That's funny you say that. I said, because you have an accent too. I barely can understand you.
He threw him out of his office. He goes, he was walking out of his office and the agent was yelling at him, going, that meeting was 1:45 seconds. In the history of Hollywood, there's never been a faster meeting.
Look at this, Arnold. It was 1 minute and 40 seconds. It was the fastest meeting I've ever had in Hollywood.
I gotta tell you something, man. The brains and the balls on that guy. I mean, I have not stopped thinking about that. How he went in there and just like the power that guy had. It's all dependent on the person he's talking to giving a. And the fact that Schwarzenegger did not give a. The floor went out from underneath this little guy, and he didn't know what to do. I'm sure he tried to stop him from. Long story short, is the guy ended up producing Conan the Barbarian, and Schwarzenegger was up for the role, and he didn't want him to get the role, and Schwarzenegger killed it. He still got it.
Damn.
So the little fella comes down to the set on one of the days, and he watches Schwarzenegger, and Schwarzenegger is killing it.
And he said he walked all the way up the hill, up to me, and he just looked at me and he said, you are Conan the Barbarian.
He comes up the steps, right up to me, and he says, Schwarzenegger, you Conan.
And he walked away. And I was thinking, yeah, I know I am. I have the role.
Dude, that fucking ice cold logic it was so inspiring because I've seen a ton of people pretending like they don't give a. But like to believe in yourself to that level, I don't even know what. Then I'm thinking, well, maybe he just went in there and he was so competitive that he was actually like legitimately asking, why does a little guy need such a big desk? Like he was trying to figure him out. Like, what are you doing? You know, with your little socks and shoes over there and your little pants. Like, why do you need this big fucking desk? Did it like intrigue him? It's gonna torture me for the rest of my life. Was he straight up with the guy, or did it not add up? You know, like a cop on the beat for 25 years. It just doesn't make sense, doesn't add up. And he stopped, you know, Columbo, he comes back. You know, it's just one more thing. Why is there there's a little fellow, why you got such, why come I got such and then when the guy got mad, he didn't even flinch. And beat him in point counterpoint. It was just, I'm telling you, you got to watch the thing. And I remember everybody used to make fun of him too when he would drive around in the Hummers.
That car's as big as all outdoors.
Wow, what kind of mileage does it get? 1 highway, 0 city.
None of us knew that he was in the army in Austria and was a tank driver. He used to drive around a tank with a cigar hanging out of his mouth. I mean, the guy is just like, I don't even know what.
Dang, okay.
It's unreal. You become like, you just watch the thing. I have to watch that episode again. Do you know when somebody just does something so cool, like you wished you did it? You know? And then you start fantasizing that you actually did it. That shit was so cool. I wish I did it, but I can't even trick my own mind in thinking that I would ever do something that as cool as that. The guy's a immigrant. Brutal accent, could barely speak the language, and goes in there and just deep pants is this guy. I would have given anything in the world after he said that to see that little guy's face and his agent. His agent trying to, because this agent wasn't just worried about his client there. He was like, this is not going to meet any of my clients after this one. And to ask that question, oh my God, it's just like poetry.
Why are you showing O.J. Simpson?
Oh God, there's a couple of stories that Arnold tells, man. Oh my God, they're heartbreaking, but it's an incredible.
Arnold.
Oh, God, I would kill to listen to any of those tapes. Hey, Arnold, we'll get you some small roles and do some character actor stuff. That's how we're gonna. And he's like, bullshit, doing those stupid parts. I want to be the star. And then listening to this guy, going like, how the f*** am I gonna make you a star when you talk like that?
Up and at 'em. Up and at them. Up and at 'em. Up and at them. Up and at 'em. Up and at them.
Better.
I'm not gonna say shit to you. Your bicep is bigger than my head. I mean, that must have been somebody says it in the documentary. Says he has the most incredible career of anybody ever. I mean, as far as like.
Hey, maybe.
And it blows. I know. I'm going on and on about it. We get it, Bill. We get it. We understand it. We're going to check it out.
To be or not to be? Not to be.
Yeah, what movie is that? I don't know what movie that was. Greatest like Hollywood career. I mean, he was like a bodybuilder. First, I guess that Bill said he was in the army. He was a tank driver. He operated the tank.
Yeah.
Probably never heard of, but I because Facebook and their wisdom started pushing them on me, I started looking into him. Yeah, he's got a pretty successful stand-up career going around and doing genocide comedy for Zionists. So let's take a look.
Blames us for genocide. And we're not, we know we're not. And I'm thinking about it, you know, I had a girlfriend that she always blamed me that I'm cheating on her. And in one point I said, listen, I can't be blamed from something that I didn't do. I need to f someone just for, you know? What I'm trying to say, guys, stop pushing it. We have the tools for genocide. We have. You don't want to do it? I don't think Israel Israelis per se can do genocide just because we're very bad with trains. You know, we have very bad. Look, the train to Jerusalem, 15 years. Come on. You know, we're gonna have Palestinians like, kill us already, kill us. How long to wait?
That's his act. That's his act, folks. So I think he earned a place as one of the assholes of the year, and that's typical of all his material.
And Exhibit 5,000 of our thesis to prove our thesis: Zionist Israelis are not funny.
Yes.
Yep. The only unfunny Jews out there. All right. Well, the worst of the year, the returning champion, Benjamin Netanyahu, of course.
Can't top that.
Can't top that. Not even a bad comic, not even Michael Rappaport can top that. That essentially explains itself, and that rounds out our list of worst of 2024. All right. Jake, can we hit our Give, Send, Go, please? We got to raise some money for 2025. So we're trying to book our travel, folks, to get to Seattle and Washington, D.C., we are making those trips happen. So if you go to givesendgo.com/do dissidents, you can hit us up there. We got to hit that goal of $10,000 to get to DC for the inauguration, Seattle for Workers Strike Back, and St. Louis for our documentary, which has now been formally green-lit by the African People's Socialist Party itself. I got the official email with the blessing of the chairman himself and his team. We plan to go to St. Louis this summer to do a feature-length documentary film on the Uhuru movement. That is going to cost some money, equipment, travel, lodging for both Russ and myself. It's going to take a little time. We're going to have to be there for about a week. And so you can put some shekels in our hat there to help us accomplish those goals. That's our Project 2025, and we are looking very much forward to it. So you can help us out by going to givesendgo.com/do dissidents. Thanks so much to everybody who has already donated. You guys have been very generous. You guys have been awesome. And so we appreciate you very, very much if you can go there and help us make 2025 a bang. It's givesendgo.com/do dissidents.
Yeah, every time Keaton goes off for 20 minutes about the death of the country, people say, what do you guys believe in? Well, that is a very good example. That is what we believe in. We want to go and show, hey, there are successful leftists and left projects. You know how they go and destroy any country that tries to create an alternative to capitalism? They do the same with movements inside the country. And these guys have remarkably managed to survive, not just years, decades. And they have a lot to show for it, and we want to platform that.
Exactly. So thank you very much for your support. Brad Gilbert, thanks for the $2, says, you are the media. Now take a big step back. Yeah. And ... We all know what comes next. Fuck your face.
Yeah.
Michael Castillo, thanks for the $50. Let's hit Michael Castillo with another cowbell, please. And, of course...
Blasphemy against you? Who the hell are you? Are you Jesus Christ, you loser?
Politics is like oxygen to me. I listen to Dan Bongino, Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate, Katie Halper, Do Dissidents, Jimmy Dore, Alex Jones, Charlie Kirk, and Sabby Salvati. Does that make me a sellout, or maybe I'm a political whore? No, you got a well-rounded media diet there. Got all your bases covered.
That's impressive.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that is a very impressive roster there. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Oop, what happened here? On this date in 1967, says Michael Castillo for $10, Evel Knievel crashed in his attempt to jump over Caesar's Palace fountain on his motorcycle.
Oh, yeah?
He was hospitalized, but the stunt itself made him a household name. Thank you for that factoid, Michael. Mr. Fancy Pants for $19.99 says, I was also chosen by my imaginary friend. Happy New Year, fellas. Thank you, Mr. Fancy Pants. Appreciate that very much. All right, we got over here. What do we got over here? Violent Fembot says, I knew Trump would win because my Nova County is usually 50-50, but the enthusiasm for Trump was off the charts this time. Normies are used to Trump being insane, but being poorer is the real deal breaker. Nova, is that in Northern Virginia? But as I understand, Northern Virginia is not that poor, though. That's pretty upscale normie, right? I'm not saying you're wrong. Obviously, you're right. But
yeah, well, it's purple. That's what she's saying.
Yeah. Best hack for when you are anticipating a nasty puke. Chug a glass of water mixed with 2 heaping teaspoons of baking soda, neutralizes acid, and you basically vomit up chunky water. An upgrade. You know, you should record that and submit it to Rumble. You can run ads before the videos. That could be a good Rumble ad. Just film yourself saying that and send them an email, and you'll spread the word far and wide. M. Samba says, I always look forward to your podcast, and this one today is no exception. Witty and smart. Happy New Year. Thank you, M. Samba. Appreciate that so much. All right, folks, we're coming down the home stretch of the show. We're going to review our 2024 predictions and give our 2025 predictions in just a moment. But this is what we've all been waiting for, the dissidents of the year, the big ones coming up right now. In fact, we do have now on our... we do have a drum roll. Look at that. We haven't used that in a while. Forgot all about it. All right, folks. Dissidents of the year. Kind of a long list. We'll go through these not quickly, but concisely. We're going to start out with Peanut the Squirrel.
Poor
Peanut the Squirrel, who loomed
Rest in
large
power,
over the election. Rest in power. Peanut. Many people are saying, many fantastic, smart people are saying the election of Donald Trump was Peanut's hand, exerting power over the universe, gifted to him by the mafia state of New York for forcing him out of a happy home and euthanizing him. We have not forgotten you, and America will not either. Peanut the Squirrel.
Never forget.
Power. That's right. Never forget. Peanut the Squirrel. All right, our next couple are some free speech wins of the year, dissidents of the year. Obviously, Julian Assange and the Free Assange movement. One of our great pleasures this year was sending Russ out to London to cover those Day X hearings, where he spent 2 days out in the rainy streets of London on a diet of watery baked beans to fight the good fight and platform those who fight the good fight, everybody at WikiLeaks and the Free Assange movement. This was a massive win, and I know it doesn't feel like a win because it's a plea deal, but I would have told you at the beginning of this year they were going to torture this guy to death and he would never see the light of day again. And it was really a testament to the activism surrounding his cause that compelled the United States government to offer him that plea deal to avoid a PR nightmare of him. I don't even want to finish that sentence, really, of the worst happening during a campaign season. And that is why I think they eventually caved. And it was on the strength of the grassroots. Obviously, our friend Misty Winston, one of the premier Assange activists in this space, had a lot to do with it. Everybody did a heavy lift to get him home where he is. It's probably the feel-good story of the year. And so congratulations to Julian and the family and everybody who worked so hard for so long to see him free once again.
Yeah, that's it. When I was there, Stella, after the first day, they felt that it was a kangaroo court. They didn't use those words, but that's basically what they were saying. After the second day, their mood seemed to lighten. They seemed to feel that the kinds of questions the judges were asking indicated some sympathy to the case that they were making. So, hey, a lot of times in this space, it can feel hopeless. You can feel like, what are we accomplishing? And hey, this is a good example of why you do it. Because there is absolutely no way, if this had not become the global cause it became, that he would be free today. No way.
Exactly. Good point, Charles.
You did that, folks.
Absolutely. No, 100%. No doubt about that whatsoever. All right. Our second or third, we want to throw Peanut under the bus so soon. But Uhuru, dissidents of the year for fighting a similar battle. Obviously, they did not suffer the same fate that Julian did for so many years, but they were threatened with jail time. They were charged with being Russian agents, which carried a maximum sentence of 15 years, which for O'Malley, that's likely a life sentence, not to be morbid, but he is over 80 years old, and he himself said that if they convict him of being a Russian agent, that's likely it for him. He will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. They were acquitted of that charge, so they beat that charge outright. They were found guilty on a second charge of conspiracy, which in our opinion, they will likely beat on appeal, because how could you charge someone with attempting to be a Russian agent when they weren't a Russian agent? The judge said the main mistake they made was not filing paperwork as foreign agents, but they were acquitted of being foreign agents. So they should have been acquitted outright. They were not. The judge sided essentially with them at sentencing and sentenced them to probation, not 1 day behind bars, not one dime of a fine. So that's a huge win for them. And they, just like the Free Assange movement, they fought this fight at the grassroots level. Yeah. We were privileged to have O'Malley on a few times. I spoke to Penny Hess and their lawyer in an interview as well. So we were privileged to be able to do our small part to chip in. We know Jimmy had him on his show right before the sentencing date as well. And so we were happy to play whatever part we played in this, but more than that, we're happy for them. And they won their freedom by fighting for it. And again, just like in the Julian Assange case, is it a total victory? Not on paper, but in the context of this global crackdown on free speech, to have these two, to have them free is a major victory. And it's a victory that they really fought for and earned by rallying the grassroots, which means they are, of course, among the dissidents of the year. No question about that.
Well, and this is where we just saw a fracture in the MAGA coalition this week around the visas. I suspect you're going to see a fracture around speech as well, because you have people in that lane with very totalitarian tendencies. Then you had Tucker Carlson was the first major person to platform the Uhuru case and to bring it to public attention. So do you wind up seeing a conflict between a crackdown on speech and people like Tucker Carlson, who really, to his credit, took people with whom ideologically, as he said in that interview, he doesn't have a lot in common, and platformed their situation because it was a legitimate speech issue.
100%. All right, now we're going to get into the Palestine dissidents. Rifat Alarir, rest in power. Palestinian poet and academic whose book now is on the charts. You can buy it at Goodreads. We'll put a link when we clip this in the description of the video, called If I Must Die. And of course, tragically was killed in an Israeli airstrike. I suspect they targeted him specifically. I don't believe that that was an accident. He was a very relatively high-profile writer, poet, and artist, and so obviously deserves his spot on this list. No doubt about that. As does this gentleman who we just did a segment on, Hussam Abu Safia. He was the director of the last functioning hospital in northern Gaza, which was just raided last week, accused without any evidence whatsoever, and that's according to the Associated Press, that's according to Western mainstream media, accused without evidence whatsoever of being a militant. What he was the director of a hospital that was of vital importance, and he stuck with his job and with his patients until the very last moment that he possibly could. And we don't know what shape he's in right now because he is in Israeli custody. So we are hoping for the best, but it does not look good, if I'm to be honest with you. And so there you have that. We just did that segment. We just dropped that clip, I think, this morning, so you can find out more about him. But obviously a worthy recipient. Also, Eisenhower Ezgi Igi, friend of Shama's, who we had on, I think, the day or two after she was killed in the West Bank. She was an activist, went there to protest, and she was shot. Remember, that's the shot that they said bounced off the floor.
Yeah, so it bounced off.
Yeah,
magic
bounced off the floor and hit her in the head. So yeah, just
so young, whole
so
life
young.
ahead of her.
Yep, absolutely horrible. But these are people who they put it all on the line. All three of them. Here's a feel good story. This year. This is a California prisoner. We did a segment on this a few months back. I think it was over the spring or the summer. He goes by Hamza. He chose not to reveal his real name to the media, but he is a California inmate who donated his 13 cents an hour prison labor salary to Palestinian causes. So that is a pretty stunning act of solidarity on his part. that was a great story when we did that. Part of how there's so many stories this year. So part of what we did to come up with this list is we just looked back over the video library to see, is there anything that happened in April that maybe is not at top of mind? And I saw this and I'm like, of course, yes.
Yeah, you can easily wind up succumbing to recency bias. Oh, it happened last week. That's the biggest thing that happened.
Right. Exactly. Now, of course, in an election year, the election is the biggest news event, and that happens right before the end of the year. So there's that, how it coincides. But yes, obviously, he's earned his spot there. Now, this next one is one that we mourn, and obviously, we need people who believe in a free Palestine to be here on earth with us fighting the fight. So we cannot encourage or condone this action, but we can remember fondly a man whose conviction led him to an extreme act of protest, and that's Aaron Bushnell. And that really shocked the conscience of many in this space. I wish I could say it shocked the conscience of the country, but foreign policy remained bottom of the list this election season. Only 4% of the American people said it was a priority on Election Day. So I wish I could tell you it shocked the conscience of the country, but it certainly shocked my it certainly created a wave in our space, and what we do with that is what we do with that. We try our best. That's all we could do, and we got to remember him. Anything on him?
No, I mean, what can I add?
Yeah, what can you add? What can you say? All right. The counterpart to the uncommitted movement, who were the sellouts of the year, the Abandon Harris movement, who stuck it out, who said we are abandoning Joe Biden. We are not only are we not voting for Joe Biden, we are organizing a boycott vote against Joe Biden. They stuck to it to the very end. They took all the slings and arrows that came with it. Hassan Abdel Salam, great guy. We interviewed him. Russ interviewed him in person in Chicago, and then we had both Hassan and Shama on Jimmy's show in the closing weeks of the campaign. Good on them for not bending the knee. It's refreshing to see people who mean what they say in this space, because what do we hear? What do we get a lot of in progressive circles? Oh, we're not giving up this time. And then, but Trump at the end of the day. They stuck it out, and good for them.
Yeah. Oh, picked Waltz. Free school lunches on the menu. We're Democrats. We're back, baby.
Right.
Progressives inside the tent.
Exactly.
Forget about the genocide. Forget about it. We're back on the inside, baby. I'm sorry, man. Like, commentators who went that way, but what a fucking disgrace, man. Majority report. I'm sorry, Vanguard. We try not to bring them up too much because, we don't want to get down the mud there. But what a couple of bitches, man. Oh, my God. Fucking Kyle, Crystal, all these fucking people who used them picking Waltz as some kind. Oh, yeah, no. Genocide.
Right.
Vaguely progressive Midwestern governor. Yeah, well, clearly they just sounded the all clear for all the progressives to run back into the Democratic Party. What a bunch of grifters, man. Meeting him in person, he was a very humane, very humanitarian, very sensitive man.
Yes.
It's very moving to meet him and talk to him. And man, they stuck to their principles, and that's not the way to go. That's not the way to go. Look, those uncommitted people, they're looking for jobs now in government, given the Trump one.
Right, they're like the Sunrise Movement.
Not going to be as, that's what most of these people are, our revolution. When you see these people who won't really challenge the real power inside, they give like vague, it's controlled opposition. I mean, honestly, that's what all these people who ran to back the Democrats as soon as they picked Waltz are. They're controlled opposition. You notice they always find an excuse to tell you why you have to vote for the Democrat every election. In between, they're radicals. Oh, these Democrats. And then they herd you right back in. That's what they're there for. Did they get paid by anyone in the government? I don't know. I think in some cases, yes. In some cases, no. I think you don't need to get paid in that way. It's a lane in media. And they're not, that's a particular lane. There are other lanes that other people pick, but that's a lane. The half-ass radical who always runs back home to the Democrats.
Yep. But not them. Not them. So they are included dissidents.
They did. No, well, that's what I'm saying, man. There's nothing in it for them.
Of course.
There's nothing in it for them. That's pure principle.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. The Boeing whistleblowers who are no longer with us, shall we say, that's what we can prove. What we think is beyond that. Joshua Dean and John Barnett.
Yeah. With John Barnett in particular, it's just very, very, very unlikely. We can't prove anything. It's very unlikely that this man was not murdered.
Yep.
They call it a suicide. It makes no sense. This man was coming to the culmination of years and years and years of effort to reveal what he knew about Boeing, and right before he's going to give a deposition, he commits suicide. If anything, you'd wait until after, right? If you felt that hopeless, you'd at least do that first.
Right. He was on a mission. Right.
He was on a mission. So, yeah. Because these things will not be investigated by corporate media or mainstream media, the topic is not up for discussion in the mainstream. Clearly, there are people out there that companies like Boeing can hire to kill people like this. That is the world we're actually living in. We're living in a world where it is, and especially Boeing, it really is not surprising because what do? They're a military contractor. Like, I don't know that all corporations have those hookups, but they do. They do.
If anyone does, it's them, right?
If anyone does, it's them. They know some ex-military kind of people who, do wet work, as they call it. And that's what I would say almost certainly happened to Barnett, and most likely happened to, I'm sorry, I forget his name.
His name is Joshua Dean.
Joshua Dean, as I recall, it was like he suddenly succumbed to a mysterious, odd illness, and he had been in very good shape, and all of a sudden there was this very sudden,
the
bizarre
freak thing, right?
Yeah. So,
incredibly courageous, and perhaps paid the price. But that's why it takes such courage to come forward. Speaking of courage, Jeremy Lafredo, we got to give a shout out to one of our peers in this space who was essentially tortured for 3 days in an Israeli prison. What did he have? One Dixie cup and one Dixie cup full of water and one cup of chocolate pudding in 3 days in Israeli detention for publishing information that PBS had already published, and Israel tried to roust him and say that he had given sensitive information to the enemy by simply publishing the location of missile landings from the Iranian airstrikes. They then sent one of their goons in ultimately and said, get out of here, kid. They basically admitted they had no case and that they had essentially tortured him for no reason. And said, leave and don't come back, which I'm sure he's not itching to go back anytime soon. I'm sure he's enjoying the holidays, safe at home, where we're glad he is. But yes, had to give a shout out to Jeremy.
Yeah, and one of the reasons he's on this list, and I said this when this happened, hey, Jeremy knows better than we do what the consequences of getting on the wrong side of the IDF could be. They kill journalists with impunity. No one's going to hold them accountable. That's been demonstrated many times over. They can just whack you, say, yes, the bullet, it bounced. The bullet bounced, right? Just the balls to go there at this moment and do that kind of reporting. I wouldn't do it.
No.
I wouldn't do it. But he did. And we're very lucky he got out.
Of course. Russell wanted me to include this one.
Hey, okay. So let me make my case. All right. It is a hyper competitive industry. She's not Hollywood royalty. She's not a nepo baby. She's not connected like that. She is one of the luckiest people on the planet. She wanted to be a successful musical theater actress. Not only does she become successful musical actress, she becomes a film star. And you know what she does? She says, fuck the patriarchy, fuck Israel, fuck Hollywood. I'm going to burn my entire career down by just being the most unconscionably obnoxious asshole that Hollywood has ever seen. Everything they cast me in, I'm going to trash the source material. I'm going to deconstruct all of these beloved characters and iconic films that I'm cast in. I'm going to trash my co-stars. I'm just fuck it. I've reached the pinnacle of my career. Nowhere to go but down. I'm going out in a blaze of glory. I'm burning down my entire career. Fuck the fans. Fuck Disney. Fuck everybody. So as obnoxious and cringe as she might be, that's pretty dissonant to just decide at what is she, 22? I'm never gonna work again. I'm committed to having a career at McDonald's after this. Fuck it. Whatever.
Royalties, baby. See, he made the case. I didn't even have to. See, you made your case well. All right, folks. So we got one more dissident of the year. And, there are some dissidents who go behind enemy lines. Yeah. Some dissidents who travel into the belly of the beast. Or in this case, into the pelvis of the beast. And in this case, we are, of course, referring to Benjamin Netanyahu's enlarged prostate.
Yes.
Last minute's contender for dissidents of the year in before the buzzer, the enlarged prostate of Benjamin Netanyahu, fighting the good fight from a very, very uncomfortable position.
He may have fucked Joe Biden, but he won't be fucking anyone else anytime soon.
That's right. So, well done. Really making the ultimate sacrifice, the enlarged prostate of Benjamin Netanyahu. Enlarged. Some people say he has prostate cancer, and because you don't usually get a prostate removed when it's enlarged. Having it removed suggests cancer. And so Mark Lamont Hill tweeted out that he had heard reporting that he had stage 3 prostate cancer. Mm-hmm. And I tweeted out that, in fact, it's the prostate cancer that has stage 3 Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah.
So we will see which one of those is true. But we know that... See, Benjamin Netanyahu, not all bad. He's got a dissident prostate in there.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, that prostate is doing the Lord's work.
Shout out to Benjamin Netanyahu's prostate. Hillary Hinton. Russell's cackle needs to become a new Wilhelm scream. Thank you. Louise Brooks, thanks for the $50. Let's have a cowbell for Louise Brooks. Happy New Year. Much love to you and everyone. Heading to Paris for my first vacation in years. Oh, that's beautiful. Hoping to find a good French protest to join. There you go.
Find one that's protesting to allow them to access Rumble.
Yeah, there you go. That would be a fun one. Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you, Louise. Appreciate that very much. Long Legs, the best comedy I saw this year. Blood on the Tracks, one of the best albums ever made. That is a great one. Got me through a rough year working in a hellhole. You do what you must do, and you do it well. Thank you very much for that, Furrow Queen. Colorado Watch says thank you for including Rappaport in this segment. Of course, our pleasure. Yeah. Thank you, Colorado Watch.
He earned it.
Sparky, Trump's Treasury Secretary pick, Scott Bessent, is a Soros stooge, which means he's a CIA stooge. How will Trump neuter the CIA if their stooge is the Treasury Secretary issuing and signing their checks? Of course.
Of course. Isn't he another Goldman Sachs guy?
I think so. One of those. I forget his exact biography, but yeah, one of those types. SB says, you guys see Transformers 1? No, my kids are big Transformers fans, so they've seen it.
I believe
I
I
have
did
not watched
way
it
back.
with them yet.
I believe I did.
Big spoiler ahead. It had class politics with intentional disabled minor worker class. Megatron was basically a communist. No, he's talking about the new one, Transformers 1, which is a new animated one.
No.
Yeah. Michael Castillo, thanks for the $10, says, I also listen to PBD as well. Max Blumenthal blew me away when he was on PBD podcast. Funny how he hasn't had Max on since. Free Palestine. Thank you, Michael Castillo. Kevin O'Neill, thanks for the 20 pounds, says, good work, do dissidents. Thank you for that. Appreciate that very much. Danny says, I demand a recount. Lindsey Graham should be number one worst person. Yeah, he's always a contender. He's always a contender.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
He-
Fair
he's-
enough.
See, in sports, there's this thing that happens sometimes, a sort of phenomenon where a team comes into a game so confident of their win that they don't even see it as a competition. They've already convinced themselves that the victory's theirs, even before the game starts. But then reality sets in. That overconfidence starts to unravel the moment things don't go as planned. You miss a pass you normally make, your timing feels off, mental mistakes start piling up. Turnovers, sloppy defensive plays, miscommunication. You start second-guessing yourself, forcing plays that aren't there. And then suddenly, you find yourself in a shootout with a team you beat 10-0 just 12 months ago. What the f*** just happened? We just witnessed probably the biggest upset ever in the history of the World Juniors. And if you watch my recent video, you know that this tournament is filled with history. I mean, we've seen Kazakhstan beat Canada in 1988, or even Belarus beating Sweden in 2002, but I don't think anything comes close to what Latvia just pulled off. They were plus 4,000 to win this game, and you couldn't even bet on Canada to win because the books thought it was such a no-brainer. It wasn't even fathomable that Canada could lose this game. But hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. The puck dropped in this game and people were expecting to see an absolute slaughter. And I mean, who wouldn't? Last year in the preliminary round, Canada put up a 10-piece on them, with Celebrini recording 5 points. Take it to the all-time record, Canada's 4-0 against Latvia in World Juniors, outscoring them 41-4. Pretty much, they were due to score 10 goals every single time they played Latvia, and even more so with this roster. You have Gavin McKenna, the 17-year-old phenom who's already being called the future first overall pick in 2026. Alongside Porter Martone and Matthew Schaefer, two of the top prospects for next year's draft. Returning players like Easton Cowan, Braden Yeager, and Carson Redkoff added experience and firepower. This team was loaded with NHL talent at pretty much every position. On paper, they were unbeatable, a team built to dominate and bring home yet another gold medal for Canada. Honestly, it's hard to even imagine how Latvia could keep up with this team, let alone pull off a win against this roster. But that's exactly what makes what's about to happen just even more unbelievable. The teams were surprisingly tied at the end of the first period, but it's not like it was even. Canada had their chances and even thought they scored at one point, but it was just a close call. Two things went wrong this period. One, they didn't score. They came into this game as heavy favorites, and even that's probably an understatement. Sportsbooks had their spread at around 5.5 or 6.5, and if you don't bet on sports, it's basically like saying, this game's already over, we're just deciding by how much. So with a spread like that, they expected to set the tone early and put this game to bed in the first period, but obviously that didn't go as planned. Instead, they let Latvia hang around with them and even catch them off guard at times. They even gave them 2 power plays, which, I mean, they didn't score on, but it still lets them get a feel for the game and get some shots on goal, which they had 9 of, just 3 less of Canada. The second thing that went wrong is that just 5 minutes in the game, their star defenseman Matt Schaefer left the game with an injury after colliding with the post and the boards awkwardly after his quick rush on the power play. Losing Schaefer was huge. He was arguably the best Canadian player in their game against Finland, where he had a goal and an assist while logging more than 20 minutes of ice time. Losing him was not only going to take a hit at their defense, but it was going to take a hit at their offensive production. The second period began with Canada not only still scoreless, but also down a defenseman now, which was far from the start they envisioned. For Latvia, though, being tied 0-0 after the first period was a dream scenario. Their game plan was pretty simple. Hang on for as long as humanly possible and weather the storm. Because, let's be honest, everyone expected Canada's offensive onslaught to come eventually, it was just a matter of time. But then, just a few minutes into the second period, the onslaught looked like it was beginning to start. They took yet another penalty, but before Latvia could even do anything on the power play, Jet Luchenko jumped on a careless pass and outweighted Feldsberg for their much-needed first goal. Hopefully this would start a chain reaction of goals, put them up like 5 or 6, and then put this game away. The nerves are out now, they can start piling them on. And they tried. They ended up outshooting the Latvians 20-4 during that period. It finally started to feel like how Canada-Latvia should, but still, it was only a 1-goal game thanks to this man right here. Lennarts Feldbergs was the 19-year-old Latvian goalie, pretty much the only saving grace for his team. If they want any chance of winning, he has to play like prime Carey Price, and so far, he's doing a pretty good job of doing that. Third period starts, and we're about halfway through. Canada is more than doubling Latvia's shots, but still they can't break through. They had another close call with the post, but close doesn't cut it. See, this is where the mental mistakes start to happen. Sure, they're winning, but let's be real for a second. This game should not be this close. Canada was winning gold medals before Latvia had even played a game in this tournament for the first time. The difference between these two hockey programs was night and day. The province of Ontario alone has almost 8 times as many people as all of Latvia. This game should have been over 40 minutes ago. But yet, here we are. 6 minutes left, and Canada is still giving Latvia a chance by putting them on their 6th power play of the game. And then, after failing to get the puck out, then failing to cover your man, the game is tied.
Osmanis works it, feeds it back, and they score! Matejko, power play goal, and Latvia's tied the game with 6:42 to go in the third.
And although this goal is riddled by Canadian errors, you can't discredit Latvia. They worked hard to keep the puck in and then move it, and this cross-seam pass from Osmanis to Matejko is a thing of beauty. Wait, stop. Am I reading this right? The shots are 19-41. You better hope you can pull this one out, Canada. And they must have been thinking that themselves, because just a minute later, on a power play of their own, Callum Ritchie absolutely nukes this puck from the circle to put Canada up 2-1. Alright, all you have to do is play keep away and make simple plays. No stupid penalty. Are you kidding me? Ethan Gauthier for hooking, giving Latvia their 7th power play of the game with just 2 minutes to go. Then,
Feeds it back across, Lipschitz tees it up, they score! From the point, Patera's pull.
the building is silent. You could hear a pin drop. Fans cannot believe it, and we've got ourselves overtime. I mean, this probably goes without saying, but the advantage in overtime goes to Canada. They have the most skill on their roster in this entire tournament, and when the ice is opened up to 3-on-3 hockey, they should have no trouble skating circles around the Latvians. And they did that immediately, with Easton Cowan's nice move leading to a nice rebound and an open net. But Latvia had 4 players trying to play goalie, so this one stayed out. These are the plays that you watched live, and it actually made you believe that Latvia could get it done. They held off the Canadian attack for 4 more minutes, taking this game to a shootout. Latvia goes first, save. Then Canada, another save. Back to Latvia, save again. Then it's Gavin McKenna's turn, the prodigy. He takes his time, saved by Feldbergs. Latvia shoots wide, Martone messes up his move. They continue like this for a while, and at this point, I don't really know what's more unbelievable. The fact that Canada is currently in a shootout against Latvia, or the fact that Canada hasn't scored in the shootout against Latvia. Hockey isn't exactly what Latvia is known for though, but they've done an incredible job building their program over the years. Since their first World Junior Tournament back in 1993, they've been relegated 5 times, but every time they've fought their way back and became stronger. This team is made up of players who want it so badly. Then, with an average age of 18 and 5 16-year-olds on their roster, the future of Latvian hockey looks brighter than ever. Now, there's just one more thing to do.
Moves it and shoots, scores! And Latvia has shot Canada, taking down the host country 3-2 in a shootout. Their first ever win against Canada at the World Junior Hockey Championship. One of the biggest upsets in the history of this tournament.
Mama, tēti, brāli, sveicieni visai ģimenei, draudzene, es tevi mīlu!
shelf. Order 06388 on the shelf. In fact, all these outstanding orders are still on the shelf. Do we repair VHS recorders? Why are the? Do we?
Since when did we start numbering our orders?
Oh, I've taken upon myself to create an inventory system.
Oh, that's never getting updated.
Well, I did some research, and every person that has sent their VCR to us to be fixed has since died.
Oh.
Not that they were old. They were all young. They just fell off balconies.
Why is this information in your database of our inventory?
Well, I need to know if they're picking these up.
Oh.
So I Google the name, Hipster 1, Hipster 2, Hipster 3, and I mean, hipsters are dropping like flies out there.
We gotta sell these things on eBay as quick as we can.
There's a thing in the contract that says if you die, the VCR is ours. It's in the fine print.
Mm-hmm. It's not even fine print. It's actually at the top of the letterhead.
Yeah, and they're just like, I'm not gonna die. Yeah. 21 years old, man. Give me some of that. Fentanyl.
Well, I don't know if you heard, but LG is gonna stop manufacturing Blu-ray players. So we can add that to our hipster inventory.
Ooh.
Let's just start collecting all the Blu-ray players we can find, because you're not gonna be able to get them anymore. You're just gonna have to subscribe to 28 streaming services to watch every season of one TV show.
Now, are Blu-ray players soon going to become ironic to watch them?
It's like a physical disc, man.
They skip right
My
over
grandmother
DVDs?
told me about CDs, and these are like CDs, man. There's a movie on there.
We're just going to keep profiting off these dummies till the day we die. Speaking of that, we're going to talk about movies to all of you fine folks at home.
What do you think of this boner I got?
Well, Mike, we already talked about a whole bunch of movies we saw in 2024. Now we'll call this the stragglers. The non-horror, although some of them are horror, I guess.
Okay, listen everybody, we're going to talk about the handful of other movies we've seen the rest of this year.
Here's the big ones. There's two big ones this year that everybody was like, when are you going to talk about this? Megaflopolis and Joker Floppy Ado. Those are the two big ones.
Folly a Poo?
Folly a Poo. So we'll save that for the end, I guess.
Sure.
The grand finale of shit.
Well, I watched The Substance.
Okay. I talked enough about The Substance last time, so now it's your turn.
I didn't talk about The Substance because I hadn't seen it, but I have since seen it, and you can now retcon some of your statements because...
Yes, I misspoke a little bit. I was trying to, because I said that they're different people, which they kind of become different people. That's sort of the whole thing, is the struggle between the two personalities. But it's in the wording of the agreement you make when you take the substance is you are one.
Right.
I understand this. I misspoke when I was talking about the movie last time.
Yeah, there would be no benefit at all to, going through all that misery of having your back open up and a person being birthed from your back in order to just they're off doing something successful. I have nothing to do with this.
Yeah. But what I meant to say is that they start to kind of sabotage each other as it goes along. They start to resent each other, even though they're the same person. It's kind of like a self-destructive, I guess.
I saw it more as a drug addiction.
There's that too.
Because it was more like you want to go out and have fun and do a bunch of drugs, and then the next morning you got to pay for those consequences of what happened last night, and sometimes you don't even remember.
Yeah,
this happens to me often, and that's sort of like Demi Moore's character, and you begin to pay for that addiction.
Yeah,
and so there's a little metaphor going on there. Obviously, it's all very spelled out right in front of you, blunt as all hell, but...
I just love that. I don't think I mentioned this when we talked about it last time, but that first image of the star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, that sums up the whole movie. It's all glamorous and pretty, and then by the end, people are just dropping their food on it.
Yeah, it's all very film imagery metaphor 101, like the star on the Walk of Fame. Yes, it's pristine and beautiful, and over time it just degrades and cracks and no one cares about it. Mm-hmm. And him, he's just he's going through the shrimp with the sauce, eating it, chewing it up, spitting it out, leaving what's left, moving on. It's not very I don't want to say clever.
Subtle. definitely not
subtle is the word I'm looking for. It's not very subtle, but it all works.
But it's so aggressive that it kind of transcends just being like, okay, got it, like hitting you over the head generic satire. The style of it is sort of the point of just like, it's like this just like rage, this like screaming rage.
And I had mentioned
what this pressure can do to someone internally.
Right. I think the best like person to use this product would be like an NFL player who's been retired for 40 years.
His horrible knees.
Horrible knees and back, and then this young 21-year-old man comes out and he's got the same like skills, and he joins the Green Bay Packers as their great star wide receiver, and he's just like, and then he has to go back. We need you for the big game. No, I gotta go back for a week. I gotta go somewhere for a week. Like whereas there's a benefit, and that's kind of what happens is she uses the sex appeal to get the show again. But
it's because she's so addicted to that feeling of people admiring her.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
It's less of a financial gain. Like
right. Oh yeah, no, it's not really about that at all.
No.
Which is when you hear like Hollywood satire, that usually seems like it's an aspect of it, like wanting to be rich and famous. But in this, it really is. Yeah, it's more of an internal like
just wanting to be young again. It's a fountain of youth kind of story, but it
goes off the rails. In the
you can make many sequels.
I guess it could be like a Final Destination thing. Like all those movies are the exact same concept, but just in a different kind of scenario. I suppose you could do that with The Substance. But I like this movie as just like a standalone, like, because I was not expecting it to get as crazy as it does in the third act. That's part of the appeal, is that element of surprise of just how crazy it gets. And I don't think you can recreate that.
Yeah, it'd be a fun movie to revisit and kind of explore and look at all the details and kind of little things you might have missed. It's a rich, visually rich film with lots of creative camera angles, and I just love that hallway. It's like the Shining hallway, and they've got all the posters from all her seasons of the exercise show, and then they're all gone, and then the new seasons are starting.
Then just, I mean, again, it's so blunt, but the outside her like living room window, the giant billboard with young Margaret Qualley on it right there, just always like haunting her.
It's the fairy tale story about how the Hollywood industry chews you up and spits you out, especially for women. And I think there's a lot of opportunities to tell stories about other things in life that chew you up and spit you out. Man gets falsely arrested as a young man, gets sent to prison for 50 years, and then gets exonerated of a crime, comes out, and he's like 78, and he missed his whole life, and then
he's like, all I want to do is do coke and fuck women.
And then The Substance,
there you go.
And then he pops out, and he becomes like some kind of guy who's just going hard at life because he missed it all, and then there's consequences to that. He starts messing with the wrong people, and it can become like a shootout movie, and John Wick shows up, and everyone starts fighting on motorcycles, and Substance 2, Substance 3, Substance 4, Revenge, Substance 5, Parabellum, Substance 6 in space. That's how to prolong the lives of astronauts on the way to a foreign planet like Mars,
Yeah. I was just thinking the Incredible Melting Man probably would have liked to have taken The Substance to back before he was a melting man.
Let's talk about our only crossover.
Is this Smile 2? Now, you said you didn't finish it, right?
Get ready for my trademark wit.
Okay.
Now, since I didn't finish it, I'm going to call it Smirk 2.
I keep seeing this face everywhere.
I admit some faults on my own part because everyone out there, I guess, liked this. It had high ratings. I don't know.
I recommended it to you because we both saw the first one, and I was like, the first one's okay. It's relatively well directed, but it's very generic. It's been done before, kind of standard, cheap jump scares. So I went into the second one, and I was surprised by how much I liked it. It still has some of those issues, but I liked the setup more. I liked the premise more of this pop star who's always got like, you know, people, the microscope's already on her to begin with, and kind of becoming paranoid, and people are thinking it might be related to like drugs or something like that. So I liked that as a concept, and I thought it was better directed, even though it's the same director.
Okay. Yeah, no, the first Smile movie, I for one, I was like, okay, someone somewhere said, isn't it creepy when people smile? The creepy smile. Okay, that's a gimmick. And then I was like, well, this is kind of a knockoff of It Follows. And
It Follows is a curse element like The Ring, all those.
There's, I mean, it's not a new concept, but given the, you know, they're not remaking a movie from 1948 where you know, it's sort of recent enough to where it's like, that's kind of like It Follows. And It Follows was much better. And Kevin Bacon's daughter, what's her name?
I don't remember
something with an S.
Francis Bacon?
Francis Bacon.
Does anyone get that reference? Someone from this movie is a Nepo baby too. And I can't remember.
Legacy artist.
A legacy artist. Is it the lead? No.
I don't know who the lead is, so it's possible.
Oh, Jack Nicholson's son is in this movie. I don't know how much of it you watched. He's her like ex-boyfriend that they kind of allude to a little bit throughout the movie. If you didn't get all the way through it, then you probably didn't even see his like one big scene. But Jack Nicholson's son is in the film.
Well, let me just say real quick, Smile 1, I thought was okay, right? And I was like, it's pretty good. It's kind of forgettable. I don't remember what I said in our actual review. Did we do an actual review?
We talked about it, yeah.
Someone's going to say...
I didn't remember anything Kyle Gallner did in that movie. I was like, I think he was a cop.
He was
so he
a
has
cop.
the opening scene of this movie, and he's lost his mind. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I guess he caught the curse between movies? I don't remember what happened.
And he's trying to pass the curse off on like a filthy drug dealer who killed some lady and her child.
That's what hooked me, was that opening scene. It's done in the style of being one long shot. And I like that kind of intensity, and a lot of the scenes are executed like that.
It was the best scene in the film.
It was good. Good stuff.
I was into it at that point.
Visceral. There's lots of, even though the story and the concept is kind of generic, I like the visceral execution of a lot of the sequences in this. But you didn't finish the movie.
Yeah, because I was like, Smile 2, okay, I should probably watch this. And that was the bad part right there. And then I'm like, why should I probably watch this? Because I watched the first one, and then I put it on, and the opening was great. It was like the gritty, he's going to the drug dealer's house, and I was like, I'm into this. And then they cut to what I normally would be like, hey, this is great. It took a totally different twist. It's not just some, like, I don't know what the first movie was. She was like a doctor or a therapist or something.
Yeah.
And it's just like a pop star in the vein of like Taylor Swift or Lady Gaga, right? And she's got the costumes and she's going on tour, and somehow she gets the smile thing, right? And then I lost track of what the smile thing was, because everybody was smiling at her.
Yeah.
And then whenever they smiled at her, things would get creepy, and then it would be like all in her head. And then it would stop. And then at that point, an hour into it, I was just like, I am really bored. I just don't care at all about what's happening.
You would have hated the ending then. Because that was I enjoyed the movie for the most part, but it gets to the ending, and there's that aspect of like, what's real and what's not. And that goes off the rails in the third act, to the point where I was like, well, okay, so this thing that I thought happened earlier, I guess didn't happen, so that means there's no tension, there's nothing to latch onto, because I guess it was all in her head.
Kyle Gallner is trying to pass off the smile curse to the filthy drug dealer, and to save himself, potentially, logically speaking. And
other people show up and fuck it up.
Yeah. But if he had passed it off, that he's like, don't die, because they accidentally shot him. And so he's begging him not to die, or hoping he doesn't die, and then so that he could get the fucking smile virus.
Yes.
And then would Kyle Gallner then kill himself?
I think the idea is you're supposed to be free, but in the first movie ends on a downer. This movie ends on a downer. So it's like, I guess you're fucked no matter what. So what's the point? That's my problem. I liked this movie up until the third act, and then it kind of fell apart for me. But
I'm glad it bounced out.
The general, the kind of visceral. Did you get to the part when all the smiley people were in her apartment? They're like getting closer and closer, and there's like a ton of them. And there's things like that where just on their own, these individual set pieces that really worked for me.
Some neat ideas.
Yeah, which I wish it came together in a satisfying conclusion. That was when I was like, I liked it until I didn't. But
I mean, the lead actress was good.
I thought she was a standout. Yeah.
The idea of like a pop star who, what did she have, a mental breakdown or a drug problem? Oh, the accident.
The accident.
The accident. Which was, I think, drug related,
Yeah.
right? And then so she's trying to clean up her act, and so there's that like kind of weight around like not making a mistake. Like she tries to get some Vicodins because her back hurts, and it turns into like this whole thing. And there's some like
people around her. Like, is she doing drugs again?
Yeah, there's some depth to her character, but I just was incredibly bored. And usually I don't shut movies off. But then I'm like...
You sat through Night Swim and Imaginary.
I know.
See, I was, because I found the first one so generic, I was pleasantly surprised by the style of this one kind of being elevated. So, I don't know. I'd be curious to see the director do a non-Smile movie. I think he's already making Smile 3, unfortunately. But I think there's something there if you give him a better script.
You watch the Ryan's Toys movie?
Ryan? Ryan? That's him.
I love Ryan's Toys. It's my favorite YouTube channel.
Whoa. Hey.
Is it Ryan's Toys the movie? Is that like the title of the film?
I think the official channel is called Ryan's World.
Okay.
So I think it's Ryan's World the movie.
Oh, I'm sure that was a big hit, right?
No, it was a huge flop.
Did they release it in theaters? What fucking genius came up with that idea?
It was
Put that on Paramount Plus.
I think there was a very, very short-lived attempt to release YouTuber movies into theaters. I mean, there was that Ryan's World, and then there was those YouTube ghost guys, Kobe and Sam or something.
Yeah.
And it was just like a feature-length episode of their YouTube program, and everyone was like, "This sucks."
There's a big difference. The studios just see like numbers. They see a YouTube channel with like millions and millions and millions of views. So they say, let's give them a movie. And then it's always a disaster.
You know who else had a movie? Please Don't Destroy.
Oh, they did. Yeah, I heard about that.
It was called The Legend of Figgy Mountain or something. Foggy Mountain.
It was called 7% on Rotten Tomatoes. Is the title of the film.
Embarrassingly unfunny Nepo babies. I mean, legacy artists.
No, you can call them Nepo babies.
Okay, they're
fine.
Nepo babies.
Yeah.
No one's ever asked us to make a movie.
We made our own movie, so now they see that and they know not to ask us.
Well, no, we made a movie about a space cop. We should. They say make a movie about where Mike and Jay, the VCR repair shop men, talk about the latest movie. It'll just be this.
Yeah.
And it'll just be on the big screen and it'll get 4% Rotten Tomatoes. Mr. Beast was smart enough to not make a movie.
No, he just made a TV show where he nearly killed people. What a genius.
I see that graphic on Amazon Prime.
Anytime I see his face, I just want to jump out a window. That fucking face. He has the exact same face in every photo, every thumbnail. That stupid phony smile.
It's like when a third grader takes their portrait for school. And
smile, Timmy.
You don't have cash. Let's go to the ATM. We could go chill out in a private room.
I watched a movie I'm surprised you haven't watched, Anora.
Yeah, no, I haven't gotten around to it.
Our boy Sean Baker. Nothing
Yes.
but hits from that guy. It's great.
Okay.
I think I liked Red Rocket more. All of his movies are like character studies, Florida Project. They're all very like character driven, more so than like a driving story. This one might have like the strongest just like general narrative of his movies. It's a little less loosey-goosey, but it's still great. Mikey Madsen is the lead actress.
Yeah.
Fantastic performance. She's getting lots of like talk of awards and shit. Well deserved.
She does not get set on fire.
She does not get set on fire this time, but who's not getting as much attention, even though I think he's just as good, is her co-star, the main guy. I don't know if you know the story of the movie.
I do.
a little twit kid, little rich kid.
Cinderella story.
Kind of.
I will tie you up.
But yeah, they meet. She's a stripper. He pays her money to party with him and have sex with him. And there's all these great hard cuts to them, like something will be happening, and then just hard cuts to them in the middle of having sex. And it's like every time it made me laugh because it's just this hard cut where it's like, this isn't like anything romantic. This is just a transaction. And we're not really sure for most of the movie where she's coming from. Like her, obviously, this is a rich guy, and she's just like a lowly stripper. So there's that aspect of money. But as far as like how she really feels about him, that kind of thing, for a long time, it's all left kind of vague. She's a very like guarded character, very well written. Okay. And then halfway through the movie, it becomes the fucking funniest movie of the year for the entire middle act. It becomes like a farce, which was unexpected, but it works. Because this family finds out they're in Russia, and they find out that he's married this, this prostitute, sex worker, stripper. So the parents send these goons over to try and like break them up, and it just becomes this like slapsticky farce of them running around the house, and she's smashing shit over their heads, and he runs away immediately, and they're stuck with her. Great performances all around.
Oh.
Fantastic movie.
Okay. Well.
Stylistically different than Red Rocket. Red Rocket was so like grimy 16 millimeter handheld.
Yeah.
This is a little more mannered than that.
Yes.
So it's nice. It's the range of Sean Baker.
Yeah.
He's done lots of different types of movies.
Yeah, I mean that's the style and the shooting of Red Rocket's appropriate because it's filthy, poor area, and and this is more glitzy, glamoury, and this is so.
Well, it starts out. It's like a montage of her working at the strip club, and it's shot very not flat, but very like mannered, and it's lots of like hard cuts to just different parts of the day of her doing her job, and it shows it just as this like mundane thing going through the motions. So
it's not glorifying.
It's not glorifying it. It's not trying to. Not judgmental of it too, which is another Sean Baker kind of staple.
Not making it look sleazy or miserable, just sort of just
a job. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's great.
Me go myself. Me myself. You go yourself and your fucking motherfucker.
Well, I watched Megalopolis.
Tried to save her life.
Surprisingly, I didn't watch Megalopolis.
You should.
It's one of those things, like I'm fascinated by the backstory of it and the fact that Coppola put up like $200 million of his own money to make it. But nothing about the actual movie looked terribly interesting to me. I'm sure I'll watch it eventually. But everything I heard about it, everyone that's talked about it or like recommended it to me, they're like, it's a singular vision. It's a guy, it's an artist, like putting his own money on the line, making this movie. It's a piece of shit. You gotta see it. I'm like, what? I kept hearing it compared to a Neil Breen movie.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, well, Neil Breen movies are certainly singular visions, but I would never put one as like one of my top movies of the year.
It's a bizarre manifesto by Francis Ford Coppola. That's either a misunderstood work of genius or a complete mess made by a very confused old man.
Okay.
And I think I have to lean towards the latter.
I feel like people forget that he's made this type of thing before.
Yes.
That's like Twixt.
That's
like,
the thing. Everyone goes back to like The Godfather, and you're like, okay. And then, that was 60 years ago. And then
when he was out of his mind on coke.
Sure. And he made something called Twixt, which was just
well, he's trying to do.
awful.
I know there's a part when this played in theaters. Some theaters did a thing where Adam Driver like talks to the audience, and there's a person in the audience that's supposed to talk back. That kind of interactive thing. He was doing that with Twixt too, where it was like when it played in theaters, it had like live editing or something bizarre, where there was someone like cutting to different scenes from the movie. So every time you saw it, it was like a different experience. And it's like, well, if you could put the scenes in any order, then it's not going to be a very satisfying narrative.
Well, that's the thing is I bet you there's just scores of people that work for him who are just like, what is it that you want to do? And he's, let's do this.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, come on, just retire. obviously he's Francis Ford Coppola, so he's a legend, and that's probably why all these. Not probably why. That's the reason why all these actors want to work with him.
Of course.
But this movie, oh Lord. He's trying to make some kind of analogy between like the fall of Rome and the U.S. And I mean, in short, the plot is that Adam Driver is this super brilliant genius architect who has some kind of substance called megalogong that I don't know how it works.
Is it like an ooze? Like the secret of the ooze?
It's introduced like halfway through the movie.
Oh, of course.
And he has this plan for a magical city, utopia called Megalopolis. And it's like, it looks like a generic science fiction wonderland where it's like people fly around on little balls of glass and, like a bad science fiction painting of like a futuristic city. It looks like that.
Okay.
Giancarlo Esposito plays the mayor of New Rome, and he's sort of like old school ways where he's like he unveils like a new casino, and the city has crime, and it's just sort of like the status quo. And then there's like the special interests that pay, it's like political in nature. And then the oddest part is Shia LaBeouf is in it. It's very like Roman. They're all dressed very in like the Roman togas.
Yeah.
The girls are all like the virgins, and he's like in love with his own sisters, and he dresses in drag at one point. Like all these like the weird things the Romans did all kind of like happen in this. And then he ends up becoming like a Trump character.
We are here, we are powerful, and we are taking our country back.
Where he's like rabble rousing, trying to bring up the populace kind of like angle, where he's like, you're all being taken over by the big, the swamp. And he has like
Does he say the swamp?
No, but that's the general
the
impression.
idea. Okay.
He's riling up the common folk, and he's wearing like a "Make America Great Again" hat, and the equivalent thereof. And I'm like, why is he doing that? And then, if anyone has seen this, you understand my bizarre inability to form words. Because I'm trying to like get what the gist is. And I think the editor had no idea what was going on. You get this real, because every now and then there's a cut to John Voight and he goes, what? And then something else happens and you don't know what's going on. So there's stuff going on, but it's not very well explained or relatable. Made relatable to the audience, where you could kind of like understand clearly what's going on, or what the stakes are in the movie, like what the building of it is. It's very like ethereal and dreamlike.
Well, it seems like the main thrust of it is that it's basically a retelling of Rome in this environment of this future world, right? I mean, it's kind of the main concepts.
Yeah.
In which case, like, what is the correlation? What is the point? What's he trying to say by combining those two?
Yeah, I mean, there's the idea of like all great empires eventually fall, and that's kind of discussed in the beginning because what's his face is in it?
The Rock.
So
Jack Black. Keanu Reeves.
The other one.
Hugo Weaving.
The other one.
Jet Li.
The other one.
Rich Evans as Space Cop.
You have a choice to make, Neo.
Oh, Lawrence Fishburne.
Thanks. Lawrence Fishburne is in it, and he's Adam Driver's butler.
Oh no.
And he's also the narrator, and so he kind of explains what's going on, sort of, and he talks about how like all great empires fall at some point, and so it's like an analogy between America and Rome, and with corruption. You start off with the Great Society. We have the Constitution and all that. We just said, but eventually, like,
No more
societies erode because of corruption and greed and.
Well, when I found out that it was long and sloppy but not funny, I think that's what I lost interest.
It's
because I kept hearing it compared to a Neil Breen movie, but not funny like a Neil Breen movie.
It's not like you're bursting out laughing, but it is mesmerizing.
I don't feel so well.
There's this strange part where when Giancarlo Esposito unveils his plans for the casino, they're all on these like weird elevated scaffolding bridges, and they're like talking and having conversations, and everything's like shaking, and the editing is so bizarre, and I don't know who's where, and Adam Driver's like yelling things and jumping from one thing to the other, and it felt like a movie that if it was made in like the 1940s, it would have been like a classic film. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like I kept picturing this in black and white with like old-timey actors and be like, oh, that's the genius film, Megalopolis from 1948 about, you know, it had felt very like retro at the same time,
Okay.
but certainly.
Do you think intentionally though? I guess intention's out the window with this one.
Yeah.
Seems like Coppola's doing now what George Lucas always said he was going to do after Star Wars. He's like, I'm just going to go make my little personal movies that nobody will like. But he never did it. Not that he has to. He can do whatever the hell he wants. But he always talked about that, and he never did it. Seems like that's what Coppola's doing.
George Lucas needs to make like a Sean Baker movie. You know, a bunch of people in projects living outside of Orlando, struggling. He just cannot relate to that.
No.
I don't think he could make a movie like that. It would just be horrifically embarrassing.
So, well, then he should. I would like to see him do that.
But just, he should make like a road trip movie. A guy goes on a road trip to find his dying father.
Well, yes, it's true. I missed a milestone birthday event yesterday as the Fraud King hit the big 4-0. A fact several of you, my faithful followers and subscribers, reminded me of throughout the day. And it was a celebration yesterday, with the media fluffing this guy up in his little informal shoot-around interview. And of course, that was in addition to the copious amounts of articles and homage pieces which were pouring out from his horde of loyal jock sniffers. Of course though, LeBron, as always, was happy to oblige his throng of doting media and talk about himself, effusively praising his steroid use, the care and attention he pays to his conditioning. As he noted, he could pretty easily play at a high level for another 5 to 7 years, if he wanted to, that is.
I could probably play this game at a high level for about another, weird I might say, about another 5 to 7 years if I wanted to. But I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, just like he could average a triple-double if he really wanted, lead the league in scoring every year if he really wanted, and make it past the first page of a book if he really wanted. But the love would pour out from others around the NBA in sending Bron well wishes.
You are annoying,
and fully yourself and never past. But we love you anyways. We accept you for who you are.
People are scared of 40. You don't have to be. Let your hair grow.
Kyle, please. We all know LeBron hasn't been actually growing hair in years.
Or maybe your beard.
That's more like it. And even one of the rare coaches LeBron didn't get fired during his career got to send some well wishes, presumably while he was clearing out his office from his recent firing.
LeBron, happy 40th, my man.
And well, ultimately, I feel bad that I didn't get a chance to wish one of the game's greats well on his big day. Therefore, in honor of the King, I am re-uploading my groundbreaking documentary event, The LeBron Rules, here in entirety for any of you that might have missed it. But first, I also wanted to wish you all a very happy New Year's and thank you all very, very much for your support throughout the year. And if by any chance you are not subscribed yet, please consider doing so now as I make my official push to 100,000 subscribers in the year of 2025. But now, without any further ado, there is a vast landscape of all-time great players throughout the history of professional basketball, with varying degrees of cases to their own individual claim on the mantle of greatest player of all time. And for 20 years and counting, LeBron James has been trying to tell us all about why he thinks he is the GOAT. Tattooing Chosen One on his back as a teenager, bandying about the nickname of King, and just outright telling us he's the GOAT in recent years.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
Throughout all of his embarrassing and unapologetic self-aggrandizing through the years has been his inner circle of sycophants, helping to carry on and push the brand of LeBron. An elite inner circle which contains high-powered sports agents and high-profile media personalities, if not full entities, and the NBA itself. As for whatever reason, the National Basketball Association and its media has coddled, protected, and advanced the interests and legacy of the self-proclaimed king from almost the very beginning, misreporting and in many instances just outright hiding stories of collusion, league rules violations, obvious failures on the court, and repeated connections to steroids. The story of LeBron James is one that has been authored by a petulant child from Akron and parroted by multi-billion-dollar organizations. These are the LeBron rules. And from an early age and stage of LeBron's career, we have seen this manufactured narrative surrounding him. The Chosen One. After all, it isn't just the tattoo he has inked on his back. It was the headline of the Sports Illustrated article about LeBron James, which was published in 2002, when LeBron was still just a junior in high school. And that article and headline actually preceded LeBron getting the famous tattoo, and it served as the impetus for it. The article came at a time when Michael Jordan was in his final act with the Wizards, and the NBA was desperately searching for a new cash cow. And the NBA sports media was ready to play their part in the promotion and legacy creation of LeBron in his first season when he hit the NBA, and they gave him Rookie of the Year that season, despite it being fairly obvious that Carmelo Anthony deserved the award, with Melo averaging more points and rebounds per game while outshooting LeBron from every level of the field and taking the Nuggets to the playoffs in the more difficult Western Conference, as Denver won 8 more games that season, which was an improvement from the year before of 26 games versus the Cavaliers, who experienced just an 18-game improvement from the year prior. The media then decided to hand LeBron back-to-back league MVPs in just his aged 24 and 25 NBA seasons, despite Kobe Bryant having the 1 seed both seasons in the drastically more difficult Western Conference while winning back-to-back NBA championships, as LeBron choked and fizzled out in each of those 2 playoff seasons. The pro-LeBron media was so desperately pushing the LeBron vs. Kobe pipe dream finals matchup, both seasons LeBron flamed out with the embarrassing Kobe and LeBron puppet Nike campaign. And major outlets were silent in the wake of allegations that James quit on the Cavaliers in the 2009-2010 playoffs amid stunning accusations that LeBron's own teammate Delonte West was sleeping with LeBron's mother. They then also largely remained hush-hush on any criticism for LeBron about colluding behind his existing franchise's back to erect a super team in Miami with his bestie Dwayne Wade. Not only was the preeminent sports broadcasting superpower ESPN startlingly silent about the grotesque and potentially league-destroying move, they championed it by airing The Decision, a 75-minute epic cringe fest hosted by Jim Gray on their airwaves. And less than 1 year later from The Decision, LeBron was, again, barfing all over himself on the biggest stage, crapping his pants in the NBA Finals with a 2-1 lead against the drastically undermanned Dallas Mavericks. A team with one All-Star compared to the LeBron Bosh Wade super team. James was the 5th leading scorer for that series and 3rd leading scorer on his own team. But the following season, in 2011-2012, LeBron was rewarded by the fanboy media.
So thank you, LeBron James, for what you bring to our league.
Desperately trying to inflate his legacy. The guy can't win any championships, so let's go ahead and hand him his 3rd league MVP in 4 years at just the age of 27. The super team Miami Heat that preseason were plus 225, making them overwhelming title favorites. But the Heat that season had just the 4th best record in the NBA and 2nd best record in their own Eastern Conference. They didn't even win the 1 seed in their own conference, despite the lofty preseason expectations and a stacked super team. But let's just go ahead and give him the league MVP that year. And when LeBron decided to jump back to Cleveland after a humiliating defeat at the hands of the San Antonio Spurs, James was never criticized. He went from taking his talents to South Beach 4 years earlier,
In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach.
to returning home. Never discussed was the fact James delivered just 2 titles out of 4 years following his humiliating declaration they would win 8 titles with him there.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
LeBron's time in Miami should be viewed in no other light than as an unmitigated failure. Instead, it is used as a legacy-building cornerstone for LeBron James. And when he tucked his tail between his legs and crawled out of town for the 2nd time in his career, well, that wasn't talked about either. The narrative just became LeBron going home to take care of unfinished business instead of what it really was. James joining an ascending all-star level talent in Kyrie Irving while having the Cavaliers leverage the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft that season to acquire a 2nd-team All-NBA player in Kevin Love, coming off of a historical individual season. But the NBA's media, and primarily ESPN, cannot possibly risk upsetting their delicate golden boy LeBron James, as the NBA represents a major segment of ESPN's broadcasting rights. So much so that ESPN pays the NBA $1.4 billion annually through the 2024-2025 season, at which point there are rumors that the NBA will be seeking to triple that amount. As a result, LeBron James and his inner circle hype dogs have an undeniable influence on the narratives being produced and promoted on that network. Former ESPN host Michelle Beadle recently went on record about the fact LeBron messaged her directly and tried to get her fired.
I made fun of The Decision and I got a DM that was like, why are you so mean to me on television? And I just sort of laughed it off. I didn't even think about it, right? Of course I took it personally. It was personal. Like, he wanted to be fired and tried to do that.
She also indicated that according to her sources and others within the industry, this kind of thing is common practice.
But then I found out after the fact, like when all this sort of came out, I would get messages, or I would get like texts or video from people being like, exact same, like that kind of shit was happening to them too. Like, he was super petty and he would try to have some sort of an effect.
Yeah, Michelle Beadle is no longer employed by ESPN. Who is employed by ESPN, though, is the foremost LeBron hype man himself, Brian Windhorst, who coincidentally graduated from St. Vincent St. Mary's, which is the same high school as LeBron James himself. And he coincidentally started covering LeBron during his playing career in high school for the Akron Beacon Journal and later the Cleveland Plains Dealer. When LeBron took his talents to South Beach, Windy took his talents to ESPN, moving on to the Miami Beat at just the age of 32. Since then, Windhorst has moved markets at every stop of LeBron's career, while rising through the ranks at ESPN, becoming one of their preeminent basketball analysts and touting LeBron James one puff piece after the next on both ESPN's airwaves and print platforms.
In my mind, LeBron's an absolutely brilliant passer, maybe the best ever. LeBron's had as great of an impact off the court as just about any player in all of professional sports. I could argue that the comeback that LeBron led in the 2016 finals from 3-1 down is arguably one of the greatest performances in the history of the playoffs.
All the while, ESPN, amid a slew of firings in recent years, continues to employ various other high-profile LeBron jock sniffers, such as Kendrick Perkins, who is routinely critical of virtually every NBA player except LeBron James, offering one impassioned defense of his legacy after the next. And that is in between other terrible takes and race-baiting narratives like Nikola Jokic didn't deserve the MVP and was only in consideration somehow because of his skin color.
It's only 3 guys that won the MVP that wasn't top 10 in scoring. Steve Nash, Jokic, and Dirk Nowitzki. Now, what do those guys have in common? I'll let it sit there and marinate. You think about it.
What? But let's lay off of any criticisms of LeBron, shall we?
This is not tennis where rings and championships define your legacy. How about the individual accolades? Because you could be on a team that just don't have the pieces, and you could be doing more than your part, which LeBron James has been doing his entire career.
And the media has done their absolute best to promote and advance the fake legend of LeBron with various media shills at other high-ranking sports networks aside from ESPN, as Nick Wright, leading LeBron propagandist at just the age of 38, has rapidly advanced through the industry to become one of the leading voices of Fox Sports Network.
LeBron's been the best player ever since about midway point of Game 6 of last year's finals, and all he's done since then is continue that.
While preeminent jock rider Colin Cowherd just traded in his ESPN credentials for a move to Fox Sports.
But when you put the magnifying glass on LeBron, he just does a lot more at a much higher level than Michael Jordan.
As the media continues to push the agenda of LeBron's GOAT status, they also continue to hide or outright ignore damaging stories about LeBron, such as his continued hypocrisy regarding the China situation. Namely that James has painted himself as some kind of modern-day social justice warrior while simultaneously going out of his way to hypocritically defend China, such as when Daryl Morey spoke out against human rights violations there, standing with protests in Hong Kong. LeBron, though, had China's back, criticizing Morey and protecting his own interests, which primarily involved his own pocketbook.
I don't want to get into a word or sentence feud with Daryl Morey.
Today, Junior,
but I believe he wasn't educated on the situation at hand. And so many people could have been harmed, not only financially, but physically, emotionally, spiritually.
Spiritually, ecumenically.
When you say things or do things, if you're doing it, and you know the people that can be affected by it, and the families and the individuals and everyone that can be affected by it.
Show me the money!
James has also amassed inarguably the most impressive career in NBA history in terms of durability and longevity, which is the source of another potentially criminally underreported story flying around the self-proclaimed king. As former MMA fighter and self-professed doper Chael Sonnen recently accused LeBron of not only using performance enhancers, but claims he also knows exactly what LeBron is using.
If the world understood what LeBron did, we have the same drug guy, if you will. I know exactly what he's doing. EPO matters. It's the reason LeBron takes it. It's the king of performance enhancers.
EPOs are natural occurring hormones that stimulate the bone marrow to create more red blood cells and thus substantially increase endurance levels. And for purposes of this conversation, HGH, or human growth hormone, boosts muscle and bone growth to promote recovery. And HGH is, if someone were using, hypothetically of course, the hardest PED to test for. This is because HGH remains in the system a maximum of 2 days. But is LeBron actually using? It would be extremely irresponsible to take walking mouthpiece Chael Sonnen's word for it. And while there has been nothing definitively proven throughout his career, there is plenty of smoke surrounding the longevity king. And in terms of eye test alone, LeBron's body has undeniably gone through some alarming physical transformations throughout the course of his 20-year career, while his durability has remained at unprecedented levels. And his 4-year stint in Miami coincided with substantial gains in muscularity. James, of course, played in Miami from the years of 2010 to 2014. And it was coincidentally in 2013 in Miami where the biogenesis scandal erupted, linking several Major League Baseball players to PEDs, including Alex Rodriguez, Ryan Braun, and Nelson Cruz, among many others. The mastermind of the alleged health clinic was Anthony Bosch. And in recently unredacted federal documents, LeBron James's longtime friend and business manager, Ernest Mims, as well as his former trainer, David Alexander, who also served as LeBron's wife's personal trainer, were both specifically named as clients of Biogenesis. I'm certain this is all just one big coincidence. But when he went back to Cleveland for the 2014-2015 season at the age of 30, LeBron seemed to be declining in both athleticism and stamina. Thus, on December 30th, 2014, LeBron decided to take a bizarre 2-week leave of absence from the Cavaliers to return to Miami for some R&R. The Cavs at the time were only 18-13 and in 5th place in the Eastern Conference. And in the final 8 games before his leave of absence, LeBron averaged just 24.4 points per game, 4.8 rebounds, and 7.8 assists on 48% shooting from the field. When he returned from the 2-week hiatus, his explosion and athleticism had mysteriously returned to form from years prior. And in the 8 games following his return, he averaged 30.5 points per game, 6.5 rebounds, 6.5 assists on 51% shooting. LeBron's return to form would coincide with the Cavaliers making a jump from the 5 seed to the 2 seed over the remainder of that season. Nothing to see here, just more coincidences. But in late February of this most recent 2023 NBA season, LeBron crumpled to the ground while a hot mic picked up an undeniable statement by the King that he felt a pop. Following a diagnosis by the team and the admission from LeBron himself, he tore a ligament in his foot.
I tore a tendon in my foot.
Various reports indicated that the injury could potentially be season-ending, or perhaps James would be able to return to the team if they went deep enough into the playoffs. Yet miraculously, LeBron would return earlier from the injury than any of the doctors anticipated, because, according to LeBron himself, he was healing faster than any of the doctors had ever seen.
When did you get a sense of you would have a plan to get you back faster than what the normal?
When the doctors told me I was healing faster than anybody I've seen before with the injury.
Unprecedented healing never before seen by any doctors for an athlete with unusually high usage and wear and tear in his 20th season at the age of 38. Just so many coincidences. Totally feasible though, nothing to see here, and likely nothing the NBA doesn't already know is happening.
So thank you, LeBron James, for what you bring to our league.
As neuroscientist Andrew Huberman, who is an associate professor of neurology at Stanford University School of Medicine, recently was a guest on the Joe Rogan podcast when he went on record with reports from an active NBA player.
I know someone who's a professional basketball player, and I asked him about steroids, and he said, well, if you get injured, you can take up to 200 mgs a week, which is considered a TRT dose, is allowed according to this player. But that's actually a pretty big dose.
Could the smug interviews with LeBron bragging about his unprecedented healing at the age of 38 be because, in fact, he knows his level of importance to the NBA is too high for them to risk outing him? Well, it wouldn't be the first time the NBA has gone above and beyond to protect the legacy of their king cash cow. As one of the worst kept secrets in the entire sport is his obvious connections with Clutch Sports Group, which was found by sports agent, CEO, and longtime LeBron confidant Rich Paul, who met James while selling jerseys out of his car in 2002 when James was still in high school at the time. You know, that guy.
That one right there made you the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, he founded Clutch Sports Group in 2012 with LeBron James his primary client. Today, Clutch has emerged as a powerhouse agency, managing over $1 billion worth of annual contracts with 30 NBA clients, which is more than all but one other sports agency in the world. While the NBA has officially investigated LeBron's connections with the agency, they have found no wrongdoing and that he doesn't officially hold any stake with the company. Yet Charles Barkley recently went on record and indicated that everyone knows how it is with Clutch and their bullying tactics, while an unnamed rival agent recently alleged that it is a well-known fact in NBA circles that LeBron does all of the recruiting for Clutch. And one of those recruits, Anthony Davis, of course, who signed with Clutch in September of 2018, and less than 5 months later, in January of 2019, Davis would inform the Pelicans that he wanted to trade through his agent Rich Paul, a violation of NBA rules, since he was still under contract for an entire year. Further, Rich Paul made it clear that Davis would not accept a trade to any other team except for the Lakers, which of course was LeBron's team. Anthony Davis, a top 5 player in the NBA at the time, had plenty of other suitors, but New Orleans had no choice but to trade Davis to LeBron, and the NBA gladly consummated this trade between New Orleans and Los Angeles. Does anyone recall a suspiciously vetoed trade between New Orleans and Los Angeles in 2011 that would have paired prime Chris Paul with Kobe Bryant? Probably had something to do with desperately trying to get LeBron some championships, as he still had 0 at that time in his career. He, of course, would go on to win his first career title that very season, only after the NBA killed the Chris Paul to LA trade for Kobe, which would have paired Bryant and CP3, 2 top 5 MVP finishers that season, and both were named first team All-NBA that year. the NBA blocked and vetoed that trade for basketball reasons, despite LeBron having a bona fide super team in Miami at the time. And nothing to see here with that Anthony Davis to LA trade. LeBron's agent and best friend forcing a franchise that had Anthony Davis under contract to trade him to LeBron's team. And that very season, the Lakers behind Anthony Davis would go on to win the NBA championship. Davis led those playoffs in points scored, win shares, and was largely viewed as the best defender in that postseason. You can make a viable case. He was the Lakers' best player on that title run that resulted in LeBron's 4th title. And that, of course, resulted in LeBron wanting his damn respect.
And I want my damn respect too.
And of course, for his media flunkies to ratchet up more fake GOAT commentary. So how exactly does a career loser who has been in the NBA for 2 full decades and counting now, winning only 4 championships despite unprecedented luck, team hopping, and roster stacking, manage to weasel his way into not simply Mount Rushmore conversations, but GOAT debates? Well, it has certainly not been easy. And as the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. It has taken a massive collaboration between multi-billion-dollar organizations to collude, conceal, and lie LeBron's way to the top. And heavy is the head that wears a crown.
Davey Mack had a big idea yesterday. I did not even know this about him, but you see yourself as an idea man.
Yes, I do, Mr. B.
And this is not made up. This is totally serious.
Yeah.
And I didn't really know all these inventions that your little mind comes up with.
Right. Well, I have a lot of spare time, and I like to come up with ways to make society better.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized on my commute that the society, it was going too long. So, what if we came up with an 80-person helicopter, a chopper? Okay, think about it like this. A chopper that can hold 80 people.
What's the biggest helicopter we have now?
It can hold about 5
What
or
is
6.
that, one of those Apaches, maybe?
It can hold, it's small numbers.
Right.
This is the point. Why do helicopters have to be so small? What we do is we put all the money into
Maybe so they can stay in the air.
No, just get a bigger propeller.
This makes me feel safe.
No, come on.
So we're talking about
Hear it out.
A helicopter that just has like 80 seats.
Exactly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it lifts up.
Are we talking about 8 rows of 10 or 10 rows of 8?
We're going to be talking about 8 rows of 10.
What about this? 20 rows of 4. It's just this real long, thin helicopter.
No, that's too much.
What's this going to be called? Danger Copter?
No. Come on. Let's
get in the Danger Copter, everybody.
This has got a legit name.
Lucky me, I'm number 80.
Davey Mack's Travel Chopper.
Okay.
It's a totally legit name, and this is why.
No, you don't see the other choppers as being able to travel?
No. This is mine. No, because this is for commuters.
Right.
This is for commuters. What you have to understand, this ain't not your sightseeing.
This ain't not.
This isn't your Grand
Canyon. This is a hell of a pitch. This ain't not your sightseeing thing.
What if we call it the Spinnebago?
It's not for, it's not to have the family vacation. It's for Joe Businessman and Mary Joe Businessman who are going from New York to New Jersey, or this is a national show. I think big. Going to Oakland to San Francisco, wherever your locale is.
Why would anyone go from Oakland to San Francisco?
Well, I don't know. But the point is,
I work in Oakland, so I live in San Francisco.
Well, I mean,
just the opposite.
Suburbs of Chicago into Chicago. In other words, we're going to put 20 Davey.
You're being so specific.
We'll put 20 Davey Max travel choppers across the country, and let's see how it happens. Because here's my point. And then I'm being fucking dead serious. Why are we not utilizing the air? And I don't.
We're breathing it.
No, I mean for commuting.
I could use some more.
We got some people here that want to get in. Here's Kevin. Kevin, you're on the fence.
Hey, Ronnie. Dave, have you ever heard of the Chinook helicopter in the Army? The double-prop helicopter hauls like 50 troops.
How many, sir?
They kind of already got it.
How many people?
How many?
At least 60.
All right, so that's 60. We just need one with 20 more.
Looks like mine's 20,
By the way,
20 pp
that
better
says
than you.
that there's only 20 in the country, but one happens to be conveniently located in his neighborhood.
No, you guys aren't taking it seriously. Scoff all you want, but this is a real
Davey
thing.
Max, Jack and Ride.
Travel chopper,
commuter chop.
Yeah, and Ron Bennington.
Yes, sir.
Since we're calling you by your full name today,
I'm getting annoyed with that. Seriously, frustrated.
You, my friend, are going. It's $500 for a monthly pass, but $525 for first class privacy booth.
Okay.
Tinted windows.
For the Jack and Ride?
For the travel chopper. And you'll get basically a wider version of a phone booth.
Here's what I love about Davey Max Jack and Ride Hello Commuter Copter. That you have come up with the pricing before you've looked into expenses.
Well,
here's the other beauty of it. It's only an extra $1 a day to get your own room.
Will there be a beverage service?
No, there won't be, Fez.
Why not?
This is not.
I'm fucking thirsty up there. After that long Jack, I like a Snapple.
Ronnie, that extra $1 a day, I'd expect a soda.
But for you fine folks in the privacy booths, you can bring your own sodas. You bring your own cigars. You bring whatever the fuck you want.
We can smoke
smoking
in the privacy booth. In the privacy booth, nowhere else. Nowhere else. The point is, and I hate to be cliche because
you are though.
We're never going to come up with flying
helicopter.
cars.
All right, here's Scott. Scott, you're on Fez.
Hey, guys. Davey Mack, you're not too far off. When I was in the Navy, I actually worked for a H-53, and what that is it's a transport helicopter. It has the capability to in-flight refuel and carry over 60 troops. I flew from the Philippines to Okinawa and in-flight refueled over the Pacific with a C-130.
This is really great now because if this works out, I can be living in Winston-Salem and just commute.
Your dream.
On the Jack and Ride Hello Commute a copter.
Davey Max Travel Chopper.
Yeah.
Now, listen. So
Hell of a commute.
Here's what we can do then. Maybe the Army can lend me one of their choppers.
Why wouldn't they? They're not busy.
Ron Bennington and Anthony Cumia will give them $25,000. They're going to be my investment partners.
Hey, for $50,000, Anthony and I can
silent partners.
Fuck yeah, you're in.
Silent partners.
Silent. I'll be laughing. This will be worth losing the $50,000. By the way,
you guys
it's going to cost you more than $50,000 to get your phones hooked up.
No, it's not.
Get your reservation system. You haven't looked into expenses at all. All you're really working on is the the Jack and Ride Helicommuter. Now, how many times a day is it running back and forth?
It's going about 20 times a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where's it going to land? It's not going to fit on most helipads.
There's a place called Central Park that Sully could have invested in, and because that jackass...
Oh, my God, the humanity. It's on fire. The Jack and Ride Helicommuter is on fire.
That will not happen. That blimp burning.
Here's Pete. Pete, you're on his show.
Hi, how you doing? How you guys doing? You know, the issue here is the cost of the fuel. This is going to be outrageously expensive, and it's impossible. Otherwise, we would have been doing it.
Here's the beauty of it. With Davey Max, Jack and Ride Helicommuter, we don't worry about expenses. We worry about logos and names.
No, I figure...
What are some of the other big ideas you've had?
Okay, well, also, I mean, if I can stick with the commuters, because commuters, it's really tough to do a commute.
This is a nice pitch.
I thought of Davey Max Travel Boat, where here's an idea.
It's like a helicopter for the sea.
No, we're neither going to do that. The boat will be about 4 miles long, basically the distance of the Hudson. You get on the boat in New Jersey.
Yeah.
You walk to the front of the boat. By the time you get off the boat at the front, then you're in New York. So the boat's as big as the harbor. You walk from the back, walk to the front, and then you're there.
All right. Now, this is a great idea.
Right.
And I liked it the first time it was called the Tappan Zee Bridge. But with your long bridge, right?
Boat. It's going to be shaped like a boat so that people think they're on a ferry.
But here's the problem. And this is the only problem with your idea. As you're walking across your 4-mile boat that connects you from Jersey to New York,
right?
How are the other boats going to use the Hudson?
Right. There can be.
How about a big water bridge? We build a water bridge over top of you, and they have to sail over it.
No, at 2 different locations, we're gonna have what we call air holes in the bridge because it's a 4-mile bridge. You can probably squeeze 2 50-foot wide air holes.
I heard so. Now it's a bridge.
No, it's not. It's a boat. It's a boat. I misspoke.
All right, what happens in the air holes?
Well, the air holes. Boy, if I could just draw. I know this is radio. In the air
draw it
holes,
for me.
It's cut out. Basically, here's the boat.
Yeah.
And it's just big. It's just cut out. Basically, like the wheels of a car.
Yeah.
You know where the wheels of a car would go?
So this
basically think
now,
of the
am
wheels
I
of a car.
crazy, or does this look exactly like a bridge that we could anchor in and then use our cars to drive over? You know, let's call it the GW.
It's a bridge or an upside down canoe he's invented.
All right. By the way, here I got this. Back to the Davy Max Jack and Ride helicommute. The Mi-26 Halo Russian can carry over 80 troops. Now, here's the downside.
Okay.
All right, how many people we have on your helicopter?
On the helicopter, 80.
80, and what are we making on every run? How much money would that be?
$500 for a monthly pass, but on an individual run, $125.
All right, so give me 80 times 125 right now.
80 times 125.
Right.
0, 4, 6. That is 10 grand.
All right, 10 grand. The problem is fueling alone is going to cost $13,000 an hour to operate. So even if we sell this thing out before we even get to any of the rest of our expenses, we're under $3,000 a trip. Now, at your 20 trips a day, that's costing us $60,000 a day before we get into any real expenses.
Oh, that ate up yours and Anthony's investment immediately.
Well, for even one day, it's worth it to me. And I think I'm going to speak for Ant right now. We want to see this fucking gray goose fly one day. The Davy Mac.
Here's the thing. Don't you guys understand how much money we're going to make in sponsorship? We have connections here at SiriusXM. I'm sure once they get a hold of that.
Across the Great Plains, harsh weather and hungry boll weevils are the cause of one of the worst cotton harvests in years. Or so the Germans would have us believe. Last Sunday's National Hockey League game between the Buffalo Sabres and the Tampa Bay Lightning was postponed due to record snowfall in Buffalo. Or so the Germans would have us believe. This year's lack of snow in Alaska could help generate a surplus of moose next year because deep snow makes it harder for moose to search for food, which leaves them more vulnerable to wolves. Or so the Germans would have us believe. In Fort Pierce, Florida, many Bell South customers will no longer pay long-distance phone rates for nearby calls, but will instead be charged with a flat rate of 25 cents. Or so the Germans would have us believe. In Little Rock, Arkansas, a consumer group is proceeding with a petition drive to get a proposal on the November ballot that would exempt food from state sales tax. Or so the Germans would have us believe. In St. Louis, archaeologists will use special radar on nearby landfills in an effort to find the 70-foot axle from a Ferris wheel, which was the centerpiece of the 1904 World's Fair. Or so the Germans would have us believe. And finally, last year, German Shepherds were rated the nation's most effective police dogs by far, sniffing out more than $100 million worth of illegal drugs. Or so the German Shepherds would have us believe. Technical glitch of some sort there.
Like what the mind of a comic and what makes him like that? Well, we're done with you. There he is. Norm.
Did you get my fucking text about your show?
No. I love it.
We're on the air.
It's okay.
Yeah, of course.
It's good. They're greeting each other.
Oh, hey,
Norm McDonald, Anthony.
What's up, boys?
The rest of the crew. Oh, yeah. I do my YouTube videos and stuff. It's fun, you know. You fuck off a little bit here and there.
Kevin Farley.
How you doing?
Sit down, Norm.
Take a seat. I think we're kind of running out of seats. Take the couch right there.
Hilarious special too, by the way. That is nice.
Oh my God. Saw the special the other night.
We're not on the fucking
radio.
radio.
Yeah, we do that.
Yes,
you can say fucking. That's how we roll.
We're on the radio right now?
We just bring it in and let it roll. That's how that works.
I know, you're looking at the picture. Colin's looking at a picture of Hitler.
That's my room. I'm looking for different motifs.
That's your screensaver?
That's my screensaver.
I gotta put on my cans, man.
Jim Norton? Yeah, we just saw
Jimmy Norton.
You can see it.
See, we like bringing everybody in at different times. The host of the show, the
This
guests.
is fun. I saw you guys on the YouTube, you know? I saw you and Jim and you.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
On YouTube? Fun on the YouTube.
Yeah, you never watch fucking YouTube? What the fuck?
What's that?
Yeah, you watch the TV. This fucking guy.
I know,
TV's no shit.
TV's like extinct now.
TV's for the old fuckers. I watch the YouTube, fucking face, all that shit.
Yeah.
Hey, what about this new thing?
What's that?
No, it's called Colors. Have you heard about it?
Oh, we were just talking about that.
I'm a fan of Colors.
We were just talking about
Isn't
that.
the picture weird? No, but it's only 150 yards.
Yeah.
People within 150 yards.
Yeah.
You got it yet?
I don't know. It seems a little fucking weird.
It is weird.
Like a guy in your apartment building can see,
can see what you're doing depending on where he is.
Yeah, maybe you could figure out where a lady was, like looking at the layout of her apartment, and then maybe I don't know.
I think it'll come in handy for.
I don't know what it is.
I think it'll come in
Tell
handy
Colin what it is,
for
man.
football players on the field because it's 150 yards, so he pretty much covers the field,
Yeah.
and they could probably figure out what the other team's going to do based on what they're doing with
That's
their
right.
color.
You don't watch a lot of football, right?
No, none at all.
150 yards.
Well, you got to consider the end
Canadian
zone.
football.
I was considering the end zones.
Oh, okay, I got it.
The entire field.
You're still off, though, a little bit.
Why? How long are the end zones?
10, right?
It's got to be longer than 10.
No, it's not. It's got to clear. It's
Canadian football?
No.
Real football.
You got the 100 yards, and then how wide is the
It
end
seems
zone?
about 10, right?
Yeah, let's go with a 10.
That's it?
So you were off by 30 yards.
30. What about after there, but behind the end zone to the wall?
All right, now you're talking 150 yards.
What if they jump in the stands?
Yeah, I've seen that happen. Give me a break.
Hold on, I got to get this. So, Norm, you were on Saturday Night Live.
What a professional. Yeah, until Colin showed up.
I know. Colin took your gig.
He took my gig. He took my apartment.
Did he take the apartment, too?
Yeah, I moved in the same building as Norm.
Wow, you really are a fuck.
Single white female.
No, there was one moment. Colin probably doesn't remember it, but I was walking to the elevator, and he was coming off the elevator. Do you remember that?
What do you mean? It happened all the time.
No, I know, but this was
Maybe a little more detail.
This was after, this was after I had left, and you had come on, and it was I don't know, it was poignant to me.
Sort of a changing of position.
You went to shake Norm's hand and he spit in your face. Do you remember that time?
No, Colin was awesome, though.
You didn't have any animosity toward Colin.
Not towards Colin. No, I love Colin.
Now, I heard you were taken off of that show because of the OJ situation.
Who knows? I don't think it was really.
You don't think that was it?
No, I don't really think it was.
Because you gave OJ a little guff, and most people were just treating him like a saint.
Yeah, but I know people said that and shit. But I think I think it was because I didn't get laughs all the time and shit. And like Oldmeyer was watching Leno, who would get laughs wall to wall every fucking night.
Yeah, but that isn't what it was about.
I know, but I can understand his point.
I kind of liked the delivery and the fucking very dry wit of that whole thing.
Well, the problem is if one guy don't like you and he owns the cameras, you're fucked.
Yeah.
But I think it was also that Oldmeyer, when he actually would say something about like OJ, like, if you get pissed, then Norm would just say, all right, fuck him, and do like 5 more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Other people would go like, hey, okay, I'll keep my gig.
No, we didn't listen to anybody. And also, I don't think we were listening to people within Saturday Night Live, which was probably a mistake, too. Because Jim was, you know what I mean?
Yeah. How about my impression of Jim that everybody hates?
Yeah.
I hate it, too.
How could they hate that? It's great.
It's right on the money.
I don't even know who it is. It sounds like him.
It's perfect.
Hey, man, who got a comedy award? Anybody here?
Damn, I think one person did.
Huh? Who?
You?
I'm
saying the comedy awards was a big...
No, the comedy awards. You don't know about the comedy awards?
It was a big event the other night.
Big event.
Well, I wasn't there.
The Lifetime Achievement Award, Tina Fey, I think.
No, Eddie
Murphy.
Well, that...
Now, what did Tina get? The Mark Twain Award.
Why How do you get that one?
You have to be as good as Mark Twain.
That's a dumb fucking award name.
I was nominated for one, but I didn't get anything.
You didn't get Mark?
No.
You
weren't nominated for anything.
I was nominated
for special?
Shut out of most consecutive roast. I was nominated for fucking network.
No.
Yeah, he doesn't
Colin
like that
edged
network
you
very much.
Yeah. Thank you. I did edge him out. You were shut out of fucking roast without me.
Why are you screaming at me? We both hate the same people. It's not each other.
Remember the time you two were getting in the elevator after that award show?
Yeah. Colin, fucking, why don't you do roast, man? That roast you did to Artie was fucking awesome.
Oh, because they don't fucking bring me on as roast.
Why?
I don't know.
They should.
You're
Be
the
very
king.
funny.
They don't bring Jimmy on either.
They always want the new people. Hey, guess what? There's a young girl that's middling attractive that swears a lot. Let's get her. What? Is that the new fucking thing?
Yeah.
Sarah Silverman, hysterical.
Right.
Who's funnier than her?
Nobody.
No, except dudes. But,
Nobody.
but I think she spawned these other ladies. That they forget that she's funny, and they think the whole point is just to be
semi-hot,
attractive, and then talk about sucking cock. And
you got to show a lot of leg. You got to show a lot of leg with little skirts on, and then talk about sucking cock and manipulating balls with your hand, and and it's hysterical.
Bring back Phyllis Diller. Some ugly old bag. Rosemary.
Rosemary.
Those are the funny ladies.
Wow.
Whoa, that is old.
The funny ladies always used to be ugly old bags. Or Roseanne, you know what I mean? Or,
no one was funny. When they would have a comedian on, like, What's My Line or something like that, a comedian. They never called comedians. Now a chick can be called a comedian, but it was always a very funny, whenever I'm at a club and I hear, let's give it up for a very funny comedian, I'm like, oh, it's time to take a piss. Time to take a fucking piss.
I tell you, man, you guys got to get this tape. I don't know if I ever show you this tape, but... You know, everybody thinks they're edgy and all this shit. I got a fucking tape, a DVD, a CD of LaWanda Page. You know that?
Shit. Oh, yeah. Aunt Esther.
Aunt Esther. This was from the fucking 50s or 40s or some shit, and she's in Harlem and doing the filthiest stuff. Like, really fucking funny. You can't even believe it.
You can almost
wash my ass.
You can almost imagine, because, Red Fox and
Peanut butter pussy.
Obviously.
Right, what was that joke? I'm sorry, son. What was the joke about peanut butter pussy? What she had?
Oh, God.
Easy to spread, something like that.
Easy to spread.
Who, just LaWanda Page?
LaWanda Page, Aunt Esther.
Fucking funny as shit.
Yeah.
I like Red Fox, and he told her he was going to slam her face into cookie dough and make gorilla cookies. Yeah. You can't say that anymore.
I saw one time he had a joke. He said, "Man, I take one of those." He goes, "I saw this lady. She's taking fuck."
It's all right. You got the voice right.
I can't remember. He goes, "This lady, she's taking the male hormones, and oh my God, she was an ugly lady. She had hair all the way from her neck all the way down to her dick." That's not a good impression. No.
That works.
The joke's there.
Yeah. You're fucking special. I watched it the other night. It's hilarious.
Thanks,
fucking
man.
Great. So good to see you back on TV like that. It was so fucking good. And the thing about you, I don't know what it is with that voice of yours. When I read your tweets, everybody that I talk to also reads them in Norm's voice. Yep. And it makes it that much funnier. Everybody started, during the Oscars, we all start tweeting our shit during the Oscars, past Oscars. And one of my buddies, Travis, actually retweeted and said, "You got to follow Norm Macdonald." I'm like, I didn't even know you were on or shit, so I started following you. And they were hilarious. Like the funny thing, when are you going to thank the computer? Every fucking tweet. When are you going to thank the computer? Just shit like that is stuff that no one else was tweeting. It's out of your mind shit.
I just found out about that Twitter shit.
It's great, and you got so many followers really quickly, and didn't have to pull a Charlie Sheen with it. It was just funny shit, man.
But when you go to hit the send, you fuck for a second. You go wait, because it's just off the top of your head,
and it's right there, yeah. And
I don't do drugs or alcohol, thankfully, because I'm sure guys could really fuck up and say bad things.
They have.
Louis C.K. has had to delete entire threads.
Oh my God,
things he's Twittered.
The worst thing is too, and especially if you have a lot of
because
followers.
that's what he does, though. I mean,
but sometimes even I guess he'll even feel bad about it and just go back and delete.
A lot of times, if you tweet something and you want to delete it, even a second later, if you have a lot of followers,
they got it.
It's already been retweeted, and you can't delete theirs. So if you got 10 followers and you write something about, hey, those Japanese people, by the way,
and then they can retweet it exponentially.
Yeah, and then it just goes on and on.
That shit was censorship, man. He made fun of nuclear breakdown. That's censorship.
We should be able to talk about anything, man.
But
it's
how about
America.
The fact that Norm's tweets, like some of them are not supposed to be funny. They're like profound, poetic.
I deleted a lot of those. Because I'd read my responses. They go, "You fucking asshole, you're funny." I'm like,
That's just it. You can't stop being like, if you're funny and then you got like a serious comment. Like I would tweet some ridiculous shit, but then I'd go like, Obama gave a speech. Let me give a little feedback on what I believe Obama. You racist, fucking conservative, fucking rich motherfucker.
Some people too, fucking think it's serious. Like I tweeted one that I said my something, I don't know. I said like my father was brutally murdered last week, and it's only now I can look back and laugh. And then these people would fucking answer. They go like, I'm so sorry, like, closure takes a while. So I had to go, no, it was a joke. That's cool.
How does anyone read that and not, especially from you, and not think it's a goddamn joke?
So
People are so stupid. That's something this whole thing has opened up, where you're kind of communicating with people you never would talk to or meet that don't understand what a sense of humor even is. So the responses you get sometimes like hey, I was like, hey, God, it's spring, but I'm looking outside and there's still a little snow on my back table. At least you're alive, motherfucker.
That was from a dead guy?
I'm getting tweets from the dead. I guess he had a loved one pass on. Perhaps a father that was brutally murdered a week ago.
I guess to sum it up, everybody's a critic, huh, guys?
Your special should have been called The Voice of Reason.
You're doing a sports show?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now, I guess I didn't know you were that into sports, but then again, I don't know much about football.
I'm into sports a lot, but not enough to, now I have to go on fucking, these sports
Yeah, you're
going
to be like the sports guy.
I don't know that much shit. You know what I mean? I know a lot about sports, but if you ask me, who won the Super Bowl 6 years ago, I'd have to really think about it.
Yeah, those are the sports guys that just know stats and shit.
So
I
have to go on these sports talk shows where they know everything, and then the fucking phone callers, what do you call them?
Phone callers.
The listeners.
Fat guys in the basement.
Yeah. They know even more. So it's like, hey, what do you think of some guy you've never heard's stats that year? Or something.
Yeah, you're like
Frank Mahovlich.
I know Frank Mahovlich, the big M.
How do you know him?
You're throwing me softballs.
Yeah, I have no idea what that's about.
He was a hockey player. He knows them. He knows
So we know things from the 70s.
So what's going to be the gist of this sports show? Is it
it's going to be just me doing jokes.
Oh, okay, about sports.
Yeah, about sports. But it's going to be accessible to people that don't know nothing about sports, too.
Oh, that's good. See, that's me.
Guest going to be on? The guest going to be on?
Yeah, I was hoping you'd come on.
Yeah, of course.
Colin.
I know everything about sports.
You do know sports.
Yeah, tell us from the 70s, I know.
Colin knows sports when they wore leather helmets.
Yeah.
The good old days.
What do you know about sports, Colin? Give us some knowledge.
And ask me anything before 1973. I know everything. But after that, I don't know nothing.
Norm, go ahead, man.
Okay.
This is his audition.
Yeah.
I would ask.
I could be the announcer. Norm McDonald.
How many
sports show?
How many? I guess I'd say how many World Series did Babe Ruth win?
5.
He was making the 3 thing. He goes 5.
Yeah, and it was 3.
He won 1 with the Boston Red Sox.
It was 3.
As a pitcher.
He was a pitcher.
Yes.
No, he won 2 with the Yankees.
I'm talking about 1968 to 73.
You
have 5 years
to 73.
You stink at sports.
I'll give you an easy one.
All right.
Who was the quarterback on the Colts against
Johnny Unitas, Earl Morrall.
Against the Jets in '69.
Johnny Unitas, then Earl Morrall.
Who played in the Super Bowl?
Both of them. Johnny Unitas played 5 minutes, and Earl Morrall played the rest of the game.
What happened to Johnny Unitas?
He was old.
Tendinitis.
He was 5 minutes older, and they had to take him out?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty impressive.
That is impressive.
That you knew
You could be on Norm's show now.
You never saw that.
That's
game.
good.
That's almost a trick question there. It's like a trick question. And you gave me a trick answer because I had no fucking clue.
Oh, you didn't know?
No, that's why you said 2. I'm like, oh, 5 minutes, they took him out. I had no idea because he was old.
They brought him in symbolically.
Oh, like, hey,
no, they brought him in at the end. That's what happened.
Oh.
Earl Morrall started, but then at the end they're like, we're losing to the fucking AFC. And they
let's bring
in
in
Johnny.
You're good, man. You haven't gained any weight or nothing.
Oh, thanks.
No, it's cool.
He looks the same.
Because we worked together in Boston. We did this movie.
Oh, what a blast we had.
We had fun.
Grown-Ups.
Oh, Grown-Ups.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Forgot you guys were in there.
It's the highest grossing picture of all time.
Yeah.
It did make a lot of money.
Of cabbage.
You got any points on that one?
We didn't get any Maseratis. They gave
Maseratis, yeah.
They gave out Maseratis.
They gave Rob Schneider, Stanley gave Rob Schneider, Rock, Spade, and Kevin James Maseratis. 4 guys that don't need him. Me and Norm need Maseratis.
What did you guys get?
iPods.
What did we get?
What did you get?
Nothing. We got Ugats.
What did you get? He gave you
I
something.
thought you had a joke. We got.
Oh yeah, I did have a joke. I said they gave us a weekend. They gave us a zip car for the weekend. Nice setup. Yeah.
You guys work well together. That's beautiful. I see the magic.
We walk around Boston every day. We go shopping for clothes.
We fucking whatever.
This son of a bitch. Every store we go into, it's like the nice part of Boston, Boylston Street.
Yeah.
You know? It's all these nice stores, so they know us. You know.
I don't know. I've never dressed in my life. I don't know how to dress.
He dressed like a hip hop kid, like for like a 16-year-old black kid.
No, I just wear whatever's the loosest thing.
Yeah,
it's
comfortable. Do you not like your body? That's why I wear loose clothing.
I don't like my body at all.
I don't like anything that shows my body, my tits or my stomach or the side fat.
I hate it.
But you seem to be in shape, Norm.
I'm not in shape at all. No.
That's because you wear loose clothing.
You're not fat.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll tell you something. This is weird because I was fucking skinny, right? And I go to the doctor and he says, "We're gonna measure your fat." I said, "No, man, I'm skinny. I don't need. What are you fucking measuring?"
Don't call
my
it
body
Dr.
fat?"
Man.
He checks.
He was Dr. Man.
He checks my body. He goes, "No, you're fat." He goes, "You're both skinny and fat." Like he said, basically like bones and fat. Like the muscle.
Wow.
There's no muscle there.
Oh.
So not a good combo. But anyways, he takes me shopping.
I take him shopping. Every store he goes in, he creates a fucking ruckus. They're like guys like we go to this like metrosexual guys like
Metrosexual.
Would you like to
now,
go?
Don't you think if a person said you look metrosexual, isn't that the same fucking thing as saying you look gay?
Exactly.
What the fuck's the difference?
That's gay.
But then the guy's like, we're in like these nice stores, and the guy's like, hey, why don't you go in the back and take off your shirt? What?
I don't like showing
You
my
want me to
fucking
take
body.
my shirt? Hey, this guy wants me to take my shirt off. He starts screaming. Everybody that comes in the store is like, yeah, don't ask them to take their shirt off. Like,
No,
I just
man.
accuse them of
I'm
like trying to
Jim,
sexually
I swear to
harass.
God, when I was young, I was fucking skinny and shit. And when you're skinny, when you're a boy, people don't talk about that. They always say, well, fat girls have tough. But when you're fucking little or skinny as a boy, and people can beat you up, it fucking sucks.
So you didn't didn't take your shirt off even
I
as
would
a
wear,
kid?
this is how stupid I was when I was in grade 3 or 4 or whatever, I'd wear 5 shirts over each other.
Just to look bigger?
Thinking was fooling.
Did you used to have to, in gym class, I know they used to play like shirts and skins.
Right.
And I hated that. And I was like, please make me a shirt. Because I, as a kid, didn't like fucking taking my shirt off either.
Yeah, you were probably thin.
Yeah, I was a very skinny kid and everything. And I was like, please, God. And then when they'd say skins, I'd be like, how can I get out of this?
Yeah.
And then I'd have to go, I got a stomach ache.
There's 2 kinds of dudes, you know? Like, there's ones where they can go through a shower and shit.
Oh,
in
yeah.
a locker room
Guy's
naked.
12 years old, fucking showering,
Yeah.
got a hairy big cock.
Right. And, well, you know, 2 guys fucking a lady and all that stuff. I can't do that.
No one played hockey with Gretzky when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Really?
But the funniest one was there. You got fucking hot stories. But there used to be a guy on the Philadelphia Flyers by the name of Dave the Hammer Schultz.
Oh, fuck yeah.
This guy was
He was an animal.
enforcer. Yeah. So when I was a little kid, you know, at the fucking where the Canadiens played, you know, at the Forum, I was back at fucking Schultz. You know, the big fucking bad Flyers and shit. You know, I couldn't find Bobby Clark, but Schultz was standing outside the bus with a big fur coat on, looked like from Slapshot or something. And so I ran up to him, I was a little kid, I'm like, hey man, can I get your autograph, you know? And he was smoking a cigarette, he threw the cigarette at me.
Oh, shit.
It was so funny. And then I was traumatized, but then later on I was like, that's way cooler than getting an autograph.
Being burned.
Were you good at hockey, Norm?
I was. I pulled my tendon. I pulled my fucking tendon. You guys are young, man.
Well, not really.
A fellow like me.
Yeah.
Getting up there. Listen.
Did you have a shot?
Listen, as Colin Wells knows, I've seen more sunsets than I'm gonna see.
Oh boy.
But I tore my tendon, and this is the first time I've been immobile in my life because I still have this crazy competitive fucking thing where I'll play, 20-year-old kids and pick up basketball and get the shit beat out of me, but I still think I'm young. But this was the first time I was immobile for about 3 or 4 months. If you guys ever get there, it's a fucking portal to the future. You go, holy fuck.
Yeah. No, I noticed those aches and pains that start coming up that weren't there before.
All of us.
And you just kind of, now you got to work through them. And Louis C.K. talks about it too when he goes to the doctor and it's just like, oh, that's just, that's what it is. That's never going away, ever.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no cure for it. There's nothing. You got to live with it. And it's like, oh, great. That's just the beginning of the falling apart sequence.
My fucking cardiologist, 68-year-old man, he's like, you got to keep walking. He goes, at our age. I go, our age? And then I realized I think I am in his bracket compared to my kid, who's 18. I'm not in his I'm closer to this 68-year-old.
Yeah.
Whatever happens.
I talk about this in my new book, Perspectives.
That's good.
But you wish you had the... You know what everybody fucking says? They're like, hey, man, I don't care. When I get to be 80, I'll just do heroin. That's what everybody fucking says.
Right, yeah.
But I think when you get to be 80, you're like, oh, you're just scared the whole time. You're not going to do a heroin.
I noticed during your...
You're hoping young people don't fucking beat you up. Imagine you walking down the street, every fucking guy and lady
just kick your ass.
Yeah, and they don't give a fuck about you. And I saw an old guy. This is another thing. You ever notice this? You see a fucking old guy, like 80, fucking looks like a skeleton or some shit, right? In your stupid head, you don't think you're going to get like that.
No.
I don't know why, but...
And you think it's going to be just so... long and something might change in science or something.
Yeah.
Like I've noticed on your special, you do have a lot of bits that are very funny, but like very dark as far as the
death
and growing old and disease and things like that. One of the funniest goddamn things you were saying was, your odds of getting attacked by a terrorist are 1,000,001, but your heart attacking you. It's just so funny. Your heart attacks you. The heart's not.
What are the odds of your heart attacking you?
That
was great.
Attacking
I
you.
thought that was offensive.
It was very
well,
offensive.
the people who've had heart attacks, Carl, it's a good point.
Offensive.
Funny to us.
It's too soon.
But like, where is that? Like, where are you as far as that goes? Are you authentically petrified of the end or of falling apart?
I shouldn't think about it as much as I do.
You do? Do you lay there?
I go fucking. I get a lot of tests done.
Do you? Yeah,
like
make sure everything's cool. Cholesterol.
This happened to me one time. Because, people say, you're a hypochondriac and shit. But I'm like, no, fuck, that's not it. It's like the only chance you got is early detection. That's all you got. And so I used to go to the Mayo Clinic, in Rochester, Minnesota, every year, and I would have. This is what I would do, because I don't. This is what doctors do. They'll just fucking. You go, hey, I got a cough. That's probably a cold.
Right.
You know what I mean? They just brush everything off, especially if they know
that's
you're a
what they told
hypochondriac.
Jim Henson.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So what I would do is I'd go to this is what happened to me. I went to the Rochester Mayo Clinic, and I would exaggerate all my symptoms. So I go to the stomach guy. He goes, "What do you got?" I go, "I fucking shitting blood. I'm coughing up blood." He goes, "Holy fuck!" So he'd give me a full thing. I wanted to make sure I got a full thing. So every fucking guy, blood was coming out of my nose and ears and my asshole and everything. So anyways. Just so I get a full, clean bill of health. So I did, and then that's when I'm most happy, is just when I'm walking out of that place.
Now, how long does that last?
Doesn't last long, because obviously 2 days later, the fucking thing can start. But then, a fucking 6 months later, I decided, I never had insurance before, so I decided to get life insurance. Couldn't get it, right? So I was like, holy fuck, because sometimes they mix up files and shit. I said, I must have something wrong with me.
Oh, no.
And so I fucking said, why the fuck can't I get, nobody will accept me for life insurance. Anyway, it turns out that the life insurance people are privy to all the doctor's notes.
Oh, so
they got the doctor's notes. Even though I had a clean bill of health, they go, this guy's shitting blood, fucking blood everywhere,
I can insure this motherfucker.
Yeah. So they said he must have some unknown disease.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
So it took me a long time, and then finally I had to get that fucking Ed McMahon life insurance. We're like those guys. They're like, hey, man, will nobody fucking give you life insurance on account of you're fucking old and sick and going to die? Here, we can give it to you $1 a month.
If you're 65 or older, you can get term life insurance.
Yeah.
And then it says doesn't kick in for 3 years, premiums, you know.
Plus, imagine if you're the fucking guy that's asked to do that commercial.
And it's like, and no medical tests. We won't ask any medical questions.
Imagine you're an actor, like you're fucking like Robert Wagner, and you know that's like, hey man, do you think about death every fucking day, like me? Did you never fucking think of taking care of your family at any point?
Until right now when you're on your deathbed?
Until now?
Holy shit, man. Yeah, I did notice during the special there were a lot of those things, but you make them fun. It's very rare that you could use the word cancer in a bit and actually make it funny.
It was just, no, I'm not like, that's not what I talk about in stand-up. That was just a certain period of time.
No, that's what I mean. You know, it's
thinking about shit like that.
Do you, I noticed because I'm very bad with me being alone with my own thoughts at night. A lot of times if I'm just in a quiet room without the TV on, like I'll just think too much to go to sleep.
Yes.
And it could be anything. It could be like, oh, there's a kind of a program I want to maybe work on tomorrow on the computer. Or it could be, hey, I wonder when I'll die. You know, and that. So I like having the TV on just for that. Are you good with your own thoughts, just laying there in the quiet?
I'm no good.
No?
I try to, because you try something to get off the whatever the fuck you'd use to quiet your mind. You know, whether it's booze or whatever the fuck pills, whatever it is. But I try meditation, try that, you know. To me, it worked the opposite. Like I'm sitting in a room of people, they go, just close your eyes. They go, thoughts will happen. No fucking kidding. Racing, hellish thoughts, you know? And then the guy's like, just let them go. I'm like, ah. And then you open your eyes, you look at some other fuckers right beside you. And I tried it 3 times. I could never get to any place of quiet.
No, I need a lot of distractions, and I could still operate and work. Like I could make myself, go to sleep, or if I'm working on a computer or something, I'm good with the TV on or something like that. But I need this constant little distraction, because if you're just left alone to your own devices, your thoughts will turn horrid.
I stumped a fucking psychiatrist once. I said to the guy, because I was fucking gambling all the time, shit, right? I had a gambling addiction. I'm over it now, but shit. But he said...
I bet you're not.
That's a good one. He almost lost everything.
Oh, shit.
You haven't met Chip.
Yes, Chip Chipperson is very funny.
But he said, the psychiatrist, he said, you're using gambling, you're fixating on gambling in order to escape your real thoughts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I said to him, isn't that why you do everything in life? And literally, I stumped him.
He had no answer.
He was like, ah. And then he recovered and tried to make it. But isn't that why you do everything?
Yes.
So you're not sitting at home
just thinking
about
what was
what's
your,
really going to happen to us?
where it all ends. What was your gambling poison there? What did you enjoy?
Sports
gambling.
Yeah, sports is the worst.
You weren't a casino guy, or
no? I did everything, but sports was the one that you think you can pick. You know what I mean? You delude yourself into going. You've sports gambled.
I've never sports gambled.
In your life?
Well, maybe once I got that slip and I knew nothing and I filled shit out and some guy I could have won.
What about you?
A little bit, not like you. I've heard the Norm stories.
I'm blackjack guy.
Oh yeah. I play blackjack.
I love blackjack.
What was your biggest loss? Do you talk about it?
Nah.
Not really, huh?
Nah.
I don't blame you.
A lot. It was a lot.
Yeah, you're over it though.
I did a stupid thing one time.
Okay, he's ready to talk.
This was my big statement I threw over at Atlantic City on the boardwalk. I threw $60,000 into the ocean.
What? No way.
Yeah, to quit. That was my thing. I'm going to quit.
Why didn't you just quit and keep the 60?
It was supposed to be like I felt like I was in a movie.
Wow.
That was a symbolic kind of a thing. Like, was it money or chips?
No, it was money.
His money?
Holy shit.
I said chips, and he goes, what's that?
Wait, so you threw 60 grand because you had a moment where you're like, this is cleansing. This is to the ocean. I committed.
The same way a drug addict would throw his drugs into the ocean.
Right.
How long after it left your hand did you regret it?
I regretted it pretty good.
See, I would have thrown the fucking dealer into the... That's how I would get over it. Those stone-faced idiots.
I'm surprised that people like dealers don't get
killed.
Yeah.
It really is amazing because they can piss you off. I've seen dealers do things where it's like, and in succession, where you're like, all right, look, I'm finally getting good cards. I'm pulling 20s out here. And the dealer's consistently showing a dumb 4 or a 3, and that 7, 8 pops up, and here's the ever-present picture card. Or anytime like they're dealing around, and I'm like, okay, king, and now they go around for the second one, 4. But whenever you see them showing a picture card, that down card, it's always a face card or an ace.
Every time.
Insurance.
Is that your game? That's your game?
Yeah, I have yelled. I've gotten to the point where the guy, my security guy, Keith the cop, had to get a pillow and bring it down because I was turning around and punching him in the shoulder so hard when they would pull this bullshit on me. And I was yelling where, like, the floor guy would come over and go, hey, Mr. Cooney, you're going to have to keep it down. Because I'm just like, God, you motherfucker, fuck! So the pillow...
You know people recognize you?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes, it's humiliating.
And I would also use the pillow to bury my face and go like... And I have to tell the dealer, look, it's not you personally.
Yeah.
It's the cards. I'm yelling.
You reacted to an ace of diamonds the way most people react to a rape.
Yeah.
Screaming into a pillow.
Well, I fucking had an 11 and I doubled down, and you're throwing fucking almost 30 grand out there, and they give you an ace. Dude, I never get an ace.
It's funny when you see a famous guy. There used to be a guy, a weatherman here in New York named Spencer Christian.
Oh, yeah, I remember Spencer Christian.
ABC, Good Morning America. I think he also wrote, I think he was a smart guy or some shit. But anyways, I seen him in the casino at the Trump, you know, and you can spot a compulsive gambler. Like,
oh, yeah.
His eyes are... And he's on a bad roll. It's that kind of roll where you keep leaving the tables, and they're like, better luck next time. You know, that kind of shit. And he's just the next table, and he's putting money. Everything's losing, you know, and he's just standing. Anyway, this big, fat fucking family from Ohio. They go, there's that weatherman.
Oh, no, you don't want to talk to anybody.
No. So they're taking a picture, and he's like this.
Shut up and deal.
Oh, man.
Oh, exactly. I hear you.
And the other fucking horrible thing is you like lose money. You walk away from a table, a fucking craps table, right? Down like 35 fucking thousand. And as you walk away, some motherfucker goes, yeah, it's like $2 for us.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
it's
right.
not,
It's
asshole.
not.
It's not.
Yeah.
Can we move you over one seat
Well,
to where Kyle is?
Yeah.
Oh, Brock Lesnar is here.
I'm here. Norm has to go.
Oh, you have to leave?
Your people.
Norm's a busy man.
Your people are telling us that you have to go.
Can we
if you want to stay, it's up to you.
Quick break?
You run. We start with the only a few minutes. I'll talk to Brock.
Go.
You run.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to...
Norm and Brock will sit there, and if you can stay, you can stay. If not,
I want to get a picture of Norm.
take your thing off. Don't give your thing off.
Could you snap a picture?
Brock, come sit.
Hey, Brock, come on over. It's just a busy day.
Yeah, they snuck in.
Someone show Brock where he is.
Brock's right here. Oh, he's waiting for the picture.
Okay, all right.
Finally meet you guys, man.
All right.
Colin, you're out of here too. Later, buddy.
Come on, buddy.
Colin Quinn, Long Story Short, premieres on HBO a week from Saturday at 10 p.m. See you soon, Kyle.
Hi, Melinda. That's your ex?
Yeah.
Girlfriend?
Yeah.
Do
you want to...
Schimmel?
I hope.
Here you go, buddy.
Where'd Colin go?
Colin just ran out.
Fucking mess. I love it.
It's a clusterfuck.
He'll be around. Colin, where you going?
We actually are on the air.
Hi, Brock. How are you?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Thanks for coming in.
You know Norm MacDonald behind you, just so you know the people? That's Norm.
Colin Quinn and Norm MacDonald.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
Go somewhere? Good.
I'll be back. I'm just...
Ant's just taking a lot of pictures.
All right, can they do it out? They can do it outside, right? Can they take the picture outside? Oh my God! All right, we're taking pictures. Brock Lesnar, you really walked into a clusterfuck, but we're happy that you're here. Thanks for coming.
Morning.
Yeah, thanks for doing our show. It wasn't easy to get you on the show.
Yeah,
I'm happy to do it.
What time did you get up this morning?
Way too fucking early. text me that you're coming down?
Can we do this outside? Can we everybody do this outside, please? I'd like to fuck with everybody. But, Norm,
Nice to meet you.
I love you, Norm. Good seeing you, buddy. I'm happy you're here. No, I love you very much, actually.
Because he loves Brock Lesnar more.
Because I'm happy Brock is here, and people are doing a photo session in the fucking booth.
Don't wear it out.
We knew this would be a clusterfuck.
Thanks.
That's all right.
I wanted to ask him about the 50,000 he lost on a home run, but next time. Yeah. Norm Macdonald was great on the show today.
Oh, yes, he was.
Holy shit. Brock,
All
sorry.
right, Brock is here.
Sorry, Brock.
All right, now we are ready for Brock Lesnar. Yeah, he doesn't
Colin
like that
edged
network
you out?
very much.
Yeah. Thank you. I did edge him out. You were shut out of fucking roast without me.
Why are you screaming at me? We both hate the same people. It's not each other.
Remember the time you two were getting in the elevator after that award show?
Colin, fucking, yeah, why don't you do roast, man? That roast you did Artie was fucking awesome.
Oh, because they don't fucking bring me on those roasts.
Why?
I don't know.
They should.
You're
You'd
the
be very
king.
funny.
They don't bring Jimmy on either.
They always want the new people. Oh, hey, guess what? There's a young girl that's middling attractive that swears a lot. Let's get her. What? Is that the new fucking thing?
Yeah.
Sarah Silverman, hysterical.
Right.
Who's funnier than her?
Nobody.
No, except dudes. But,
Nobody.
but I think she spawned these other ladies. That they forget that she's funny, and they think the whole point is just to be
semi-hot,
attractive, and then talk about sucking cock. And
you got to
crazy
show a
shit.
lot of leg. You got to show a lot of leg with little skirts on, and then talk about sucking cock and manipulating balls with your hand, and it's hysterical.
Bring back Phyllis Diller. Some ugly old bag. Rosemary.
Rosemary.
Those are the funny ladies.
Wow.
Whoa, that is old.
The funny ladies always used to be ugly old bags. Or Roseanne, you know what I mean? Or,
no one was funny. When they would have a comedian on, like...
Dying father on the other side of the country. Along the way, he learns things about himself and each other. Something simple, you know? That's the movie he's talking about. And don't make Megalopolis. Francis Ford Coppola should have made a nice little drama about a family in a struggling wine vineyard in California after the fires that happened, you know, something like that.
He leaves all the little like character-driven indie movies to all the other Coppolas, because there's like 15 of these fucking Coppolas running around making movies.
What do you think of this boner I got?
2 years ago, the name Arthur Fleck hit Gotham like a hurricane.
I got a lot of shit for the first Joker because I thought it was not great. That was apparently controversial.
Baby's first taxi.
Baby's first taxi driver. You can just like, and I don't think I even mentioned King of Comedy, but it's very King of Comedy too. But I had no interest in this Joker Folie à Deux. When it was announced, when they were prepping it, trailers, I had zero fucking interest. But then it came out, and everyone said, Todd Phillips sabotaged his own movie. And then my ears perked up. And I said, well, now I got to see it. Is this a Gremlins 2 situation where someone's making a movie that's critical of the previous movie? So I watched Joker Folie à Deux. And the day may come where people look back on this movie and reanalyze it and say, oh, this is actually a brilliant deconstruction of what made the first movie popular. They'll look back on it and say it's a misunderstood masterpiece. The day's never going to come where I say this movie isn't boring as shit.
Dang.
It fails as a commentary. It fails as a deconstruction of the first movie. It's just not very good. It feels like the whole movie feels like an extended kind of epilogue to the first movie, as opposed to being its own movie. Because the whole thing is just talking about what happened in the first movie. The first half of the movie is like a prison movie, and then the second half is like a courtroom drama. This is people get on the stand and talk about things that happened in the first movie. But then it's also a musical, and it's just like, when I heard that, I was like, oh, they're trying too hard. They're trying too hard to make it unique and weird and different. But all the musical numbers are fantasy sequences. And in a good musical, the songs should forward the story. And here, it just brings everything to a screeching halt. It's just like self-indulgent. They're pointless. They're all fantasy sequences, so they have no bearing on anything that's actually happening. They're not even, most of them aren't even like visually interesting. There's a couple kind of neat ones. There's one where it's Joker and Lady Gaga, and it's like set up like a 70s like variety show, like Sonny and Cher or something. And like visually, that one's kind of neat, but it doesn't forward anything.
Are they just in his head?
Yeah, they're all in his head or her head or whatever the fuck. She might be completely in his head. Lady Gaga's character, she's technically Harley Quinn, but not really. And she's like horribly underdeveloped. She's barely in the movie outside of the fantasy sequences. It's just like a complete flat line at trying to be subversive. And it seems like he's trying to criticize a fraction of the audience, of the fans of the first movie, that I don't know if they even exist, which is people that like idolize the Joker, because the whole movie's about that. How that you shouldn't idolize the Joker because it's just this guy with mental health issues. He's just this pathetic man. He's not really the Joker. He's just sad little Joaquin Phoenix. So the whole movie seems to be like criticizing the idea of idolizing the Joker. But I don't know if anyone idolized the Joker for the first movie. There's anti-heroes, and there's people that liked that character as like an anti-hero, but no one that like looked up to him.
Well, the first one, that Joker was kind of like a counterculture hero, where the people were, he shot those douchey frat bros on the thing.
Yeah,
and
they
then
were
he
like
kills Robert De Niro, the TV show host.
Right.
So it's kind of like the United Healthcare CEO killer.
Yeah, it's similar to that kind of. But this movie goes out of its way to make Joaquin Phoenix look like pathetic and weak.
Okay.
So it seems like for people that enjoyed that aspect of the first movie, he's trying to criticize it, but I'm not sure to what end.
That was the point of the first.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I didn't really like the first one, but that was the point, is that he causes this revolution at the end. So for this movie to be like, he kind of, by the end of the first movie, he becomes the Joker.
Yeah.
And this movie's like, no, he's not the Joker. It's like, oh, okay, then
he's pulling a Ryan Johnson.
He's trying to, but just, yeah.
Luke is not going to save the day and help Daisy Ridley
right.
stop the Emperor.
And you can do that if you're clever and you have a point to make.
Right.
But when you're just doing it for the sake of doing it, there's no real purpose. And then you have these fucking musical numbers that interrupt every 5 minutes that just stop any sort of flow to the story. Just, like I said, someday people might reanalyze this movie and get more out of it, but I don't ever want to sit through it again because it's fucking boring.
Dang!
Interesting in concept, like an interesting idea to like...
Doing something different.
Trying to do something different. It's not a generic sequel to The Joker, which is good.
What I would expect would be like Joker 2 would be like Joker's in prison. Lady Gaga breaks him out, and then he forms an army of people that wear clown masks, and then they run amok, and then at the very end you have a after credit scene where someone gives a newspaper to Bruce Wayne and says, "There's a new problem, Bruce." And that's okay. But the fact that they did that, to me, sounds interesting, but it sounds like a fail.
It's interesting in concept, but it's just, on its own, it's just not a very interesting or engaging movie. So, probably not worthy of all the hate that it got, but I can understand for people that actually liked the first movie why they would be disappointed.
Can they just take all this money? Like they spent $297 million on Joker 2.
That's the most shocking part. That's the thing that makes it. If this movie cost like $30 million, it'd be like, oh, okay, it was a $30 million experiment, but it was over $200 million budget.
I mean, can they just take this money and just build homeless shelters for people, and do something good with it? I don't know.
They're making art with it, Mike. Art like Megalopolis and the Joker Folie à Deux.
$290 million to make Megalopolis, and then it's just that money just evaporates. Let's pay for people's cancer drugs, build a homeless shelter, instead of cranking out a fucking terrible movie every 2 days that no one watches. Hollywood is the worst. So stay tuned for next year when we're going to review more Hollywood films.
Come see us on tour in Los Angeles, Honolulu, Dallas, Texas, Baltimore, Atlantic City, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and only there. So Steve Bannon took the gloves off with Elon Musk over the H-1B visa program, and I'm going to play some of it for you. Right here.
It's very hard because this is central. It's not just central to the economics of what they do in Silicon Valley. The hate America crowd, and they hate America. The hate America crowd there. And when I say hate America, they hate the United States of America, the nation state of America, and American citizens. They believe in some sort of techno-feudal situation like
yes, they do.
was in Italy back, I don't know, in the 14th and 15th century. These kind of city-states. What they want is a network. They want a network where they're like a city-state, control the network. And there's a bunch of serfs that work for them. Not American citizens, but serfs, indentured servants. That's what they want, and they're not going to get that. We're going to win this fight. If you think that...
So that's what he's saying. They want a feudal state. They want serfs, not even Americans, that work for them. And try as they might, they will never turn us into the flourishing and highly successful Chinese middle class. I'll tell you that. Here's what Elon Musk said. The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, is because of the H-1B visa program. Take a big step back and F yourself in the face.
Look,
first of all, suggesting that you
big,
take,
but it's not that big, Elon.
Yeah,
you know
that's right. Suggesting that you take a step back and then F oneself in the face reflects a profound lack of understanding about basic physics. I find very troubling. Obviously, he's never studied yoga, nor surgically removed several ribs. Believe me, I've tried. Anyway, my dog keeps goading me, makes it look easy. But the point is...
Like Son of Sam?
So here, he retweeted this. He said, someone please notify Child Protective Services. They need to do a wellness check on this toddler.
Steve knows a lot more stuff than he's letting on, because that feudal state thing, that's a real thing that he knows about.
Yes.
And he went to Epstein's. He has that documentary never came out with 14 hours of talking to Epstein. So I'm not saying Elon and Epstein. I'm saying all the tech people. If you heard about tech from 2011 through like 2015, go back and look at stuff they were saying. It's insane. He's 100% right.
So here he is he's saying they're going to bring in just 0.1% of foreign-born engineers, which is, well, I'm going to play you. This is about 5 minutes long. I'm going to play it without interruption. Steve Bannon's going to lay it down.
It's very hard because this is central. It's not just central to the economics of what they do in Silicon Valley. The Hate America crowd, and they hate America. The Hate America crowd there. And when I say hate America, they hate the United States of America, the nation state of America, and American citizens. They believe in some sort of techno-feudal situation like was in Italy back, I don't know, in the 14th and 15th century. These kind of city-states. What they want is a network. They want a network where they're like a city-state, control the network. And there's a bunch of serfs that work for them. Not American citizens, but serfs, indentured servants. That's what they want, and they're not going to get that. We're going to win this fight. If you think that this audience in the MAGA movement, the hoplites, the Grundoons, the fixed bayonet crowd that fought the steal of 2020 and then had President Trump's back in the darkest days of 21 and were with him the entire time, particularly because he was right on the basic issues that were causing the destruction of our beloved republic, are going to now, after a massive come-from-behind victory, overwhelming victory, just sit there and roll over while the country's torn apart by oligarchs. It's not going to happen. And I always give full respect to Elon. Elon was absolutely central. Elon understood that this was about getting out low propensity, low information voters, and that the army of people from the Turning Points and from War Room and other groups, you guys that were did the election integrity and then did all the door-to-door canvassing and get the vote, that you were essential. He did write the check, and that gets him a seat at the table. I've said that from the beginning, although I fundamentally disagree with him on major issues like the Chinese Communist Party, like transhumanism, and like the situation around immigration, but they're going to make this bold. Let me just restate something. As a fact, the H-1B visa program is a total and complete scam from its top to the bottom. And Elon's put out this tweet that, all his companies have depended upon that. Now, we'll go dig out the information from public documents and just I'd like you to publish, we would like you to publish every engineer that you've brought in on HB1 visa and let us determine, let's just see the information and see if American citizens could not fill those billets. You're going to find we still haven't seen, if all this going on, have they come forward with any examples? One example from David Sachs to Vivek Ramaswamy to Elon Musk to any of them. Have they come up with examples of Einstein's that the job could not be done by American citizen? American citizens come first. The problem this country in the last 40, 50 years is not just America hasn't come first, it's America last. It's American citizens last. And guess what? You provide the social structure. You provide the underpinnings. You are Burke's little platoons. As I say over and over again, in the Lions Club and the Kiwanis Club and the churches and the Little Leagues and the cops and the teachers and all of it, the PTAs, all of it. That's stability that is underneath American society. And that society is what we generate what we call the right stuff because it comes from grit. It comes from determination. It comes from some, you can't even put your finger on it, but if somebody's got it. Some may call that jock culture. What Vivek's arguing for is a go-to valedictorian. No, bro, we've seen the world. We've seen the world. What happens when we go to valedictorian culture? We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not having rule by nerds. This is not, at the end of the day, about having all the greatest engineers. It's very important. Don't get me wrong. We're at the cutting edge of innovation. We still have more innovation in this country. Why do you think the Chinese Communist Party is over here stealing? The only reason they're even close to being competitive is our capital has financed it, and they've stolen our technology. They didn't develop that. They stole 95% of it, either from phony joint ventures or just from people working there. Why are these great companies not coming to India? Why are these great companies not coming? Because of the social stability and the innovation that comes as a blessing of liberty. Back through every patriot's grave to the revolution. That is the DNA of this country, this nation, a nation with borders, a nation with customs and tradition, a nation with flaws. We're not perfect. The motto that President Trump put out is "Make America Great Again." We hearken back to our greatest days. We hearken back to that spirit of innovation and just cussedness and toughness and grit that got us through so much. From number one, that basically through the whole continent was able to build a nation and a civilization out of a vast wilderness. That's what this fight's about. And Elon's here with this latest thing last night, this latest quote where he says, the reason I'm in America, I'm quoting from this. I tell you what, we're going to wait. I'm going to end this segment from Tom Wolfe's book and Kaufman's movie, The Right Stuff. And I strongly recommend you watch that film between now and January 1st. An understated classic of the grit and determination and innovation of America at her finest. No, we're not going to lose this fight, folks. We've faced longer odds before. We are not going to lose this fight. This program's a scam. It's an economic and financial scam, but it's got a dark underpinning of a hatred, and I'm saying a hatred of American citizens and our beloved republic. You're going to have to climb over our dead bodies to defeat us. We will never, ever, ever give up. Ever. We'll return in a moment to the war room.
We'll see how bird flu turns out.
So when he says it's going to be 0.1% of the engineering talent, that's a lie. And by the way, it sounds there's more real fruit juice in high C than there is. That's the percentage of people who are supposed to survive the completely man-made cataclysm that keeps failing in their hands. It's the depocalypse, really. How do you think we pretended to get to the moon? It took Nazis to do that.
Wow, I was about to say that. Like, we imported 0.1% of the Nazis.
Proud moments in American history.
The only thing I was wrong with what Bannon said, because, I mean, he got so much of it dead right, is he's talking about the true grit and all that. Dude, these are the families that think they built America, these rich families. There's a History Channel. The men who built America, Carnegie, they're the ones who created the crappy school system on purpose to try to then move on to globalism. So all that grit, it was being driven by a bunch of the same assholes. It's just America's too small for them now. Now they're world citizens and soon to be Martian.
Boeing, this is from Bloomberg. Boeing 737 MAX software outsourced to $9 an hour engineers. That's what
1%.
That's one of the top engineering companies in the world. When they can do this, that's what they did.
Hey, new Boeing crashes this week, too. That's an exciting time to get this news. They went to Niner.
It remains the mystery at the heart of Boeing Company's 737 MAX crisis. How a company renowned for its meticulous design made seemingly basic software mistakes. leading to a pair of deadly crashes. It's a mystery. I don't know, $9 an hour engineers?
You know, my grandfather was an engineer for Boeing and had a family and a house and all that from it, and he didn't even go to college. He was one of the first people to fly planes. And back then, you didn't have to have a degree. And he worked for them for many years and retired. Like, I guess maybe bands talking about that kind of grit or something. That's gone. All that stuff that they talk about, these companies don't care about it at all. The same with comedy, the same with movies, the same with your goddamn pharmaceuticals. They don't care about the quality of the thing itself. They care about pump and dump. Everything's pump and dump.
They're always the same enemies. American workers always have the same enemies. And they are they're monopolies, banks, and corruption. And now the billionaire class. Boeing 737 it's a longtime Boeing engineers say the effort was complicated by a push to outsource work to lower paid contractors.
Well, complicated. Well, well, what, is it like a hurricane? A push just came in from the east.
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about? Oh, it was complicated by a push from you.
So this
assholes at Boeing.
That's right. This is when companies are run on quarterly profits to please Wall Street and the billionaire class,
who are building bunkers even now.
Okay. So that's Bannon going to war with Elon. And he says that and he says the people in Silicon Valley hate America.
Well, unfortunately,
and they want to have a feudal system where they're serfs. And that's exactly what they want. Look how they think of workers. Look how they think of MAGA. Go F yourself in your face.
Like royalists, like there's a royalist faction of the Anglo-American world power, not the Jews, the Anglo-American world power that believes they're royalty. And it's all deep state. One faction is the royalist global kind, and the other is the the illusion of America was good. Like there, but you're never getting out of that two-party kind of dichotomy. You're never escaping that. You're gonna get the new world order no matter what.
Come see us on tour in Los Angeles, Honolulu, Dallas, Texas, Baltimore, Atlantic City, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and only there.
Well, Mike, I see that we're both wearing green in honor of this very special day.
Yes, you have an official Gremlins sweater. I wore the closest thing. I had a Green Bay Packers shirt. It's green, it has a G. It's as close as you're going to get.
Oh, I was wearing this because I love Christmas.
Oh, it's just a coincidence?
Is that what we're talking about today, Gremlins?
Gremlins 2, the new batch.
Well, real quick, if anyone's wondering our thoughts on Gremlins 1, and they don't know, we did an entire commentary track for it a couple years ago. We'll link that somewhere.
And we do talk a lot about Gremlins 2 on our Gremlins 1 commentary track. So
yes, we do.
There might be some repetition here, but...
We'll try and avoid that. The most important part of our Gremlins commentary track is when we pitch Gremlins 3.
Yeah, and we should actually start off with that, because I had a couple of new thoughts.
Oh.
Absolutely no fucking way. What the fuck? Oh, give me a break. Fuck you. There's no bear here, but there's a fucking 7-Eleven pizza, McDonald's. Oh, Jesus, fuck.
Wait. All right, so no bear, but there is a pizza. Okay, bring it in.
Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if there'll be snow.
Motherfuckers, I said you guys can all kiss my fucking ass, you motherfucker, and you're all fucking fired, motherfuckers. If you're sending me this shit, motherfuckers, kiss my fucking ass. I'm not eating any fucking McDonald's at all, you motherfuckers. None. And then I get this fucking bomb. Fuck you! I love you! Fuck you! God damn it!
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Carabello, 5 push-ups, 5 tacos. You can even put one in your mouth since you like meat inserted there.
Let's do it. You could put them like by your neck. Out of the wrapper. Go ahead.
Can you help me when I get done with this?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, I think Sergeant Funk owes you an extra 75. That was amazing. Great job. Great job. Because easier. But anyway, let's finish a couple more of these and then we can cycle back to that.
I'm getting another food item in my goddamn microwave! All right. Thank you, Mr. Igor.
Happy New Year.
Same to you, sir. Okay. Better.
Speaking Spanish?
I ain't fucking around anymore, shitware. Every fucking show, you got a goddamn gun pointed at my head in one of your thumbnails? And I'm supposed to sit down and take it? Ain't happening. Not happening. You want it? Silent Mike, you want to put a picture of my mom with fucking KY jelly and handcuffs? I told my mom today.
He puts her on the show. He puts her on the show. That's what happened. When you put your mom on a show, they're going to use NIL, name, image, and likeness, just like the college footballers.
I go, Ma, they were. She goes, wait a second. They're using my image? I go, yeah.
He tells her, Mom.
Yeah. She goes, can I sue them? I said, probably.
Get Rob Saul's lawyer.
Well, what are they doing with my picture? Oh, they got you with handcuffs, KY jelly, video fucking machines, saying they're having sex with you. She goes, you got to be kidding me. I said, no.
Why is she on the show, John?
But I'm calling this asshole's father today. Hey, you want to play, bitch? Gotta calm down.
Wow. I'll just play while I'm looking for the other one.
Oh,
that's it. Oh, why did the guy not end it there? Okay. 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 What's happening? Happy New Year! I don't feel good, everybody. That's why I have the disclaimer on the bottom. That's why I have the disclaimer on the bottom. I don't know how long I'll go. Maybe we won't get any super chats today. We got a lot yesterday. Thanks to Nice and Bubba and Stokely and D. Frere, Ed Maloney, fuck you. Vaping came in huge. Nice. I already said him. Nick in Fort Wayne, Jimmy Fallon, Ozone, Tape 2, Mr. Rapey Ray. I fucked up Ed Maloney's super chat so bad. I was looking at him after the show to see if I made any errors. All right, what was I gonna watch? Yeah, I heard there's a explosive.
Anonymous, but of course I can read who.
So, Pat, what's new in the? Have you even heard? Have you talked to Felicia since all this shit happened?
No, she super chatted me a few times though. under an anonymous, but of course I can read who it is. I see it's from her zip code where she lives. I mean, there's only 728 fucking people in the town where she lives, so I'm pretty sure it's actually her. Yeah, she said like, "Oh, we can make it happen. We can get together or something." You know, I mean, like, these are super tips that she sent me, that she paid to send me. Like, you know, that's what it's escalated to now. But I haven't spoken to her. And she's emailed. I didn't reply.
Right. I mean, it's amazing how all these guys do is fucking lie. Like they all just lie because, you know, you can't really wait, super chats, they tell you the zip code? Is that right? Because I can't even. So now his big guess for his last show is, I have this right, Pat Dixon?
Did you ignore the first one?
All right.
That is it's just email with nothing in it. And now a second one is going to have the link. And maybe that'll clear up.
Oh yeah, and thanks to Bubba, he sent me his bunch of Zelle too, and it's much appreciated because YouTube can't get their grubby hands on the Zelle.
Are you texting or email?
Email. I have a hard time texting.
So this is
from
today or last night?
My computer.
All I got is a blank one. I'm kidding.
Oh, this is last night. This is last night after the Comia show.
Did you get it yet? Did you get it yet? You get it? Do you have that link I sent?
Whatever happened to Will Noon? He's wearing that Will Noon, and you know, remember he was sober, California sober, and then he started drinking again. No one's heard from him again. He's missing like Hitman Dan.
Do you have the link? I sent you the link. Do you have it? Do you have the link?
At a little room down here in 7th South called the Perry Club, and I was here doing a spot. It was fun.
Oh, it looks like a fancy club, Gino. Congrats.
With all these young comics, and they're like, "Who is this dinosaur?"
Oh, Gino's doing open mics now?
Done.
Nice. Are you gonna make $100,000 like you did last night?
I didn't mean to brag, but I made $22.
Hell yeah. Rolling in the dough.
Dude,
just like you were
how
rolling
much-
in dough when you worked at Compound Media and you absorbed Aaron's entire salary.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something and be honest? And you would tell me, right? Does Anthony hate me? If he does, it's fine. And you can tell me. Because I literally texted him. You know what? I'm not even telling you what I texted him. I'm going to tease it out.
So Gino's teasing out a text from Kumia about yesterday on my show. And when are we supposed to watch this show, Gino? Gino's teasing out a show that no one's going to watch.
Because I'm telling you, I'm gonna show the text he sent me today afterwards. I will tell you this. I texted him, and I told you this. I said, "Hey, Anthony, just letting you know, I never saw an extra cent of money, nor did Garrett and Steve. Should I be concerned or should you?" And he texted me back. And I'll talk about it on my show tomorrow on Rumble because, you know, I'm a piece of shit.
What time is the show, Gino? We have to wait around all day on New Year's Day waiting for you to go live on Rumble?
Everything's so funny and all that stuff.
Well, I gotta know. Was he concerned or were you?
You gotta tune in tomorrow.
You gotta tune in tomorrow.
What time?
But I am gonna say this. Why would he say that?
I don't know. Sounds like he was trying to
Okay,
be,
okay. So why would he say that? Let's do another one. Why would he say Pat Dixon texted this stuff from what I heard? Why would he not say, you know, hey, Pat Dixon's on heroin, he broke Tito's jaw, and that's why I fired him? Well, why would he not say any of these things? At what point do I get to say, wow, Anthony, I'm done. I'm done being loyal. I'm done fucking not telling the stories I can tell.
Fired. You better hire me now.
You know what I wanted to? I wanted to text him back. I'm like, oh, thank God. That would explain why when Gavin fired my fucking ass, you didn't say a fucking word because you thought I was taking all that fun. But I didn't.
No. That's no. He fired everybody. And we're closing up shop.
I did.
You should have. Yeah, I don't know. If it's not true, why he would say it. Unless he just really hates you and wants to lie about you.
I mean, at this point, And the shit the lies Kevin told during it.
Okay, now Gino's saying I lied, which is, of course, a lie. But let's listen to what I lied about. Let's follow his process, his thought process. Go ahead.
It's insane.
What did he
And don't get me
lie?
wrong, I don't mind Kevin lying. It's his bit.
See, Steve's like, what did he lie about? Gino's like, I don't mind him lying. That's his bit. But what's the lie, Gino?
And the shit the lies Kevin told during it. It's insane.
What did he
and don't get me
lie?
wrong, I don't mind Kevin lying. It's his bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's always
That's his thing.
lying about his
He
brother
lies.
being
He's literally. At one point, Kevin's like, well, when Gino doxed me, why would I work for $100 if Gino doxed me? And then Kevin goes, and then Anthony goes, you gotta watch. Anthony goes, well, you doxed me, Kevin. Kevin goes, no, I doxed you. I had someone dox you, Ray DeVito, because Gino doxed him. And Anthony, my dear friend, just sits there like, oh, well. And, you want to be like, hey, Anthony, suck my fucking, you're welcome. But you don't, because you were raised for us, because you're a loyal motherfucker. And I will change the subject and just say, the fact that you guys sat on the.
Okay, now I have to address this, I guess. Gino's saying that I lied because he never got to what my lie was. He basically was mad about Kumia's reaction. He was mad at Kumia's reaction to what I said. So here's exactly what happened. And they can dispute all they want. But again, Gino's an alcoholic. And I guess Kumia got so fucked up. So Aaron Berg quit in March or April of 2022. And that's when I kind of slipped in. There was no plan. Then me and Levy opened the club in September of 2022. So Aaron Berg was gone. Gino was making twice what he was making, according to Kumia, which now Gino's denying. But somehow they'll lie. One of them is clearly lying. Kumia or Gino is clearly lying. But then Kumia had to bypass in 2023. So Kumia might have just been like, he just doesn't even know what happened. Possibly. I don't think so, but possibly. But maybe, anyway, the point is, so Gino, Gino was coming to our club the first week of October. And Gino, I texted him, I said, because the first couple of weeks had gone well. So I said, don't fuck this up, Gino, blah, blah, blah. So we were going back and forth a little bit. And then he doxed me on a show. So the problem was I was getting $100 a week. It'd be one thing if I was getting full-time money and et cetera. And I was like, well, that's just, boys will be boys. But I was doing 1 day a week. So I basically told Kumia to go fuck himself. That's when I tweeted, I'm making $100 a week. But then I had a group, or I don't know if it's considered a group. I texted Kumia and Gino together. And I said, this is a couple days after Gino doxed me. I said, well, if I get one more phone call or one more text, I'm doxing Kumia. So Kumia texted back in the group thing, come on, man, be cool. But he kind of made it like a joke, like, oh, you'll put me out of business if you dox me, because he kind of realized it's not the end of the world. Gino, on the other hand, texted me separate from the group chat saying, and when I say group, it's only 3. Gino texted me, why you get the boss involved? Why are you getting the boss involved? So I got the boss involved because I knew it would work because Gino's a bitch. That's what I did. So Gino, immediately they stopped because Gino was afraid of one thing, Anthony Cumia, because he made all his money through Cumia. And I knew that Cumia was basically being a bitch by not telling Gino to fucking knock it the fuck off. Even Garrett was like, they would put up the shows that Gino would dox on, and they would leave my number in. And Garrett's like, oh, you want to take it out? I'm like, no, keep it in. You're right, Garrett. Keep it in, you fucking idiot. So I was pissed at everybody, and that led to the fight, etc. And then whenever the other thing happened, that was later in that was probably the beginning of 2024 or sometime maybe the end of 2023. I can't know. It's had to be the end of probably in the middle of 2023. Probably maybe in the summer, because that's when I was having problems with Levy and Gino. Remember when Gino was called Levy and Levy's like, I got to pick up. Gino's calling me. So that was probably in the middle of 2023. And Gino was in like a group chat. I wasn't in it, but he always bragged about it. So he was doxing people's numbers in that group chat, in the group text, whatever the fuck it is. But that's with his 20 fans. So they were doxing Ray DeVito, and Ray DeVito's getting text. And so I said, Ray, I don't know if we discussed it on the air, but I often Ray, all you got to do is anybody that texts you or calls you, give him Kumia's number. And I said, it'll stop immediately. And of course it did. And then Ray was afraid to do it. So I said, Ray, I'm not going to pay you. And I discussed it yesterday with Kumia. So he brought it up. Kumia brought it up like he has an axe to grind with him because I doxed him. I never doxed him. Gino doxed me. Kumia allowed it. And then I dragged Kumia into it because it's his company and Gino's his boy. So I said, Gino, keep it up. I'm doxing Kumia. This is when it first started in October 2022. And that led to the fight at the end of October, etc. And the rest is history. Then I started live streaming 2023, the end of 2023, end of 2022, beginning of 2023. And then the Ray DeVito thing. So basically I was like, and then at one point, I think I said on my show, or somehow I communicated to everybody like, hey, if you want anybody's number related to Gino, just DM me, or however I said it. And then some people contacted me and etc. But the point is, Gino's a bitch. I don't care if you go watch another show. I don't give a fuck. So Gino's a bitch. And the fact that now he's like, he has a problem with Kumia because Kumia didn't get mad at me because because what? Again, what was the clip again? I don't even know exactly what Gino said.
You better hire me now.
You know what I wanted to? I wanted to text him back. I'm like, oh, thank God. That would explain why when Gavin fired you didn't say a fucking.
Really hates you and wants to lie about you.
I mean, at this point, and the shit the lies Kevin told during it.
But this is like dealing with fucking grade school girls. The lies Kevin tells. What's the lie, Gino? And then he ends it with, I didn't like Kumia's reaction. Go ahead.
It's insane.
What did he lie?
I don't mind Kevin lying. It's his bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
He's always
that's his thing.
lying about his
he lies. He's literally. At one point, when Gino doxed me, why would I work for $100?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Gino doxed me. I was doing 1 day a week. I told Kumia and Garrett. I think I sent them in a separate text. Kumia and Garrett, I text them. I go, if you guys think I'm fucking working $100 a week and Gino's doxing me, you guys are out of your fucking mind. So, and that's when Garrett was like, oh, you want me to take out your number in the shows that are archived? I'm like, wow, these guys are stupid.
They dox me. And then Kevin goes, and then Anthony goes, you gotta watch. Anthony goes, well, you doxed me, Kevin. And Kevin goes, no, I doxed you. I had someone dox Ray DeVito because Gino doxed him. And Anthony, my dear friend, just sits there like, oh, well. And, you want to be like, hey, Anthony, suck my fucking.
I still don't know what Anthony did again that got Gino up in such a lather. But Gino's a loser. Gino like literally starts it doxing me. And again, because Gino was like, Aaron Berg was already gone. Gino's like, I'm calling the shots here. I'm the king. The boss is paying me twice, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Who the fuck? They're done. They're done. They're all done. They're all done. They're all done. Opie, Jimmy, Gino, Aaron Berg, they're all done. Bye.
Let's just say he knows Joe Rogan very well. Let's just say he knows Joe Rogan very well. And if I were to say his name, you all know who he is. And I got to keep this anonymous. Les was in the green room of the mothership, Comedy Mothership in Austin about a month ago. And they were all talking like comics do, busting balls, gossiping. Like Bert Kreischer loves the gossip. It's not Bert, by the way. And the name Anthony Cumia came up in this conversation, in this green room conversation. And all the comics are like, what the f happened to that guy? Holy shit. And they start talking about his Twitter and his racist tweets. And Rogan was in the circle. And this is from my source, basically saying Rogan said, listen, I'll always give credit to O&A for helping out my career. In fact, Anthony was the reason why I started doing my podcast. But, dude, I can't back that dude anymore. I had to lose touch with that dude. I had to lose touch with him, man. I don't know what the f happened. He's fallen big time. That's a fact, Jack. Rogan is out of the Cumia business. You heard it here. Try calling him, Cumia.
So they're all done. They're all done. That's what's happening. Gino's done. Cumia's done. They're all done. I know he's on my show yesterday. We did well. I didn't even do that well. I mean, YouTube robbed me, so I don't know if they're going to make it up today or whatever, but they were delaying the numbers, and then the numbers came in light for how much we generated. That's why people are like, oh, you got to have this guy on Cumia on a lot. And it's like, okay, we had a good day, but mostly thanks to the Zelle. That kind of, brought up the net at the end because YouTube robbed me blind. So people are like, you got to get Cumia on. You got to get this guy. You got to get that guy. I read 209 super chats for what I made yesterday, and then I got to pay Chad, etc. So, I don't know. Hogan. So the point is, Gino, when Aaron left, I'm guessing Gino got more money. That's my take. Gino got more money. Because they're like, you got to do more work, etc. Gino definitely got more money because I think he might have said he got more money. So he got more money, but he became a fucking asshole, So I think the combination was he got more money, and then he wanted to, he thought he had to do more. He had to be more bombastic, and but he definitely got a raise because there's no way they wouldn't have. They would have left his money the way it is. He's got to pay guests more. They didn't ever pay guests before, so they probably gave him more money. Did they give him all of Aaron's money? Probably not. But maybe Cumia is trying to make it seem like another situation where he was getting robbed. He was getting robbed by Keith the Cop. Somebody sent a good super chat. Who I think it was a nice podcast stupid. Who